Hello and welcome to day one of the webinar platform training, the webinar platform bootcamp. I'm so excited. Are you guys excited about learning about the webinar platform?
Yes, thank you.
Oh my gosh, yeah. This is a fabulous platform to work with, and we're going to fly through today some of the simpler things that you can do with the webinar platform. So today what we're going to do is we're going to learn how to go live to Facebook, and we're going to learn how to go live to YouTube. So let's talk first about why on earth you would do that. Why on earth would you go live to Facebook or live to YouTube? Both of those are really, really good things to do. First of all, when you go live to Facebook, there's a little indicator that says so-and-so is live on such and such group. So everybody gets a message when somebody goes live in one of the Facebook groups if they're a member of that group. If you have friends, your friends will get a message saying, hey, Shelly just went live. You want to go watch it? So going live is really good because there's these automated messages that go out that actually kind of promote for you so that you don't have to work too hard. And when you see a live on Facebook, it's actually a little bit hard to just pass it by and not watch it for a second, right? You guys ever have that experience? When you see a live, you're like, oh, look, somebody's live. Let me see what they're saying. So it's actually a really good way to kind of capture their attention, even for just a millisecond. But in marketing, a millisecond sometimes is enough, right? So that's a great way to get their attention, especially if you're doing something like what I've been doing with the virtual diva going live. That one is actually going really, really well. We'll talk about that a little bit later. But going live on Facebook captures the attention. It makes them stop and look for a second. And I always get a lot better results than if I just do a video or if I just do a post. Going live always gets me way more views, way more interaction, way more engagement. It just always does. There's no doubt about it. And then when I go live to YouTube, there's advantages to that as well. All of your subscribers on your channel get the notice that you've just gone live, so that's fabulous. So YouTube does a good job of notifying all your subscribers. And then you're like, well, what if I don't have any subscribers, Shelly? Well, guess what? When you do live streaming to YouTube, it actually ranks your video higher. YouTube has an algorithm that says, hey, everybody that goes live and they live stream, we're going to rank them a little bit better. So every time you go live, you have a much better chance for that video to rank higher because you're live streaming, okay? So those are several advantages to going live to Facebook and going live to YouTube. Do you guys have any questions about that? Do you have any comments about that? Am I speaking the truth when I say it's hard to kind of pass by a Facebook Live without at least listening for a second?
So on both, they rank you higher on Facebook also?
It's not so much that they rank higher on Facebook. It's that you're going to get notifications done by Facebook to let people know that you're live. So if you go live into a group that you have permission to go live into, everybody in that group knows that you just went live. They get a message. If you go live on your profile, everybody that knows you as a friend, they get a message that you've just gone live on your profile.
Does that affect on Facebook because you're doing lives? If you're doing it down the line, you're doing other promotions or ads, etc. Do you get a better treatment or anything like that? Does it affect you in a positive way better?
Yeah, it's going to send out those messages for sure. I'll give you an example. Is one of the things that I do is I get a box every 3 months called FabFitFun. Some of you guys may have seen me open my box, but it's a box that comes in. You don't know what's in it. You just pay, I think it's like $30 every 3 months, and it comes in and it's got makeup in it, or it's got one time I got like a little blanket in there, and it's got little trinkets and stuff like that. You just never know what you're gonna get. And I'm like always excited when my FabFitFun box comes in because it's always full of great stuff. I love the stuff that's in it. And one of the things that FabFitFun does is once you buy the box, they give you an affiliate link. And you can use that affiliate link and share it with people. And if they buy the box, you get a discount on your next box and they get a discount as well. So what I do is I actually just open my box live on Facebook. And it's so fun. I don't know, you guys may have seen it, you may not have, but I absolutely have a ball opening it, right? I'm like, oh my gosh, look at this. Here's some facial cream, and I so need facial cream, right? I think the last time I got split end hair stuff, and I was like, oh, this is great because I have like old lady poodle hair. This is gonna be great. So I'm really excited about all the things that I get inside the box. But when I go live, it notifies everybody that's my friend and that follows me. So I see a bunch of people that I don't see very much, hardly ever, that are like jumping on to watch my live. And y'all, I have like, I don't know, about $1,000 right now credit in FabFitFun because they watch the live and they follow the link and they buy the box and then I get the credit. So right now in FabFitFun, I have about $1,000 in credit, which will be about 5 years of FabFitFun boxes for me. So I'm telling you, it works. I was opening the box just because, doing it live, just because I thought, oh, that'd be fun to do it live, and then I could just put my little link there. I wish it was like a master plan. Like I knew that was going to happen the whole time, but the reality is that I didn't know that that was going to happen. And people love watching me open that box and see what's in there, and then they want the box. Actually, a couple people have contacted me, so we're now planning to open our boxes together. So we'll probably do a Zoom, and then together we'll go live to Facebook and open up our boxes together to see what we get. It's just really, really, really fun. And again, you get that extra juice from it because Facebook likes you doing lives. They really like that. So they notify everybody and they let everybody know. And I'm always stunned at how many people jump on and make comments. Or I had one time where I was talking about me too much, and the person was like, "Oh my God, Shelly, just tell us what's in the box." So it's really fun. So Facebook Live is really, really effective, very effective. And the webinar tool that we have in Builderall, you can go live to Facebook actually really easily. Did you have another question, Gabriel?
Yeah, does it matter how long are your lives going? You have to have certain minutes to stay live to get
Nope.
the credit or to get
Nope.
more benefits, or no?
Nope. I've been on really short lives. I've just done, a couple minutes, and then I've done my marathon lives where I go a couple hours. And I don't think the juice or any kind of promotion is very much different. You just get the same notifications every time when you go live.
Is it is it advisable, or would it be a great idea to do a live every day or a couple of times a day? Is that
I don't think I do it. I don't think I do it every day. You can imagine listening to Shelly just ramble on about her poodle hair. It just wouldn't work.
No, just short. It's be like a 5 minute thought of the day or something. You know what I mean? So yeah. Hey, guys, get on it.
Yep. If you had something like that, and you can make it short and sweet, and you're giving value, you want to make sure that every time it's value. And you know what? Your people will tell you. Your market will tell you. If they're not watching and they're not commenting and there's no participation engagement, then it's not working. But you have to give it more than a week, right? You have to give it a while, but you'll know.
That's why it has to be short, because you can only do so much, and just give it short, sweet, to the point. That is like, wow, another one. So that way you get them to come back and look forward to it. You know what I mean? So
the place that I would go live every day, more so than Facebook, maybe Facebook a couple times a week, but I would definitely go live with value to YouTube every day.
Oh,
YouTube every day is fabulous. Facebook not so much, because Facebook is so noisy that if you go live every day, it's just too much. It's too much. But YouTube, that's your channel. You're purposely making that channel for value, and they'll go to that channel and then they can lock into that channel and start watching all your videos. But because Facebook is so much noise, I wouldn't do Facebook Lives every day. I do it a couple times a week max. YouTube every day though.
Those little nuggets of wisdom, that makes a huge difference for me, because it's like, hey, what to do, but it's also important what not to do. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Which is, if you think about it, you guys tell me, does that sound reasonable? A couple of lives per week? And what would you think if you saw someone that was doing a Facebook Live every single day?
No, just like you said, every single day on Facebook, it's too noisy because there are a lot of other people jumping up. And I can confirm what you said with the live is so attracting, because I am on Facebook online all the time. And then when something pops out like Shelly is live, I just click on it. I just am curious what you do, but maybe I will not stay. I will not listen. I just want to take a quick peek, and then it's okay. But in the YouTube channel, that's okay. When I several months ago, I started with doing some tarot cards per day, and people got crazy on it. I can tell you, I should start it again and do it really daily. In the morning, for example, just 10 minutes, 3 cards, and I got a tremendous repeat on this. People love live, but not on Facebook so much.
Right.
Just to get the hook to your channel, for example, that's okay on Facebook, I would say.
And I love what you said, because you do the same thing I do. It's every time I see a live, it doesn't even matter if I know the person or not. If it pops up that they're going live, I'll pop in to see if they're just saying anything that I need to know. And sometimes they're not, and I'll pop out. And sometimes they are, and I'll stay in and I'll listen for a while. So it just really depends on the person and what value they're giving on Facebook. But Facebook is so noisy, you guys, that I get those live notifications all the time. So you don't want to do Facebook every day, because that would just be too much. And you can imagine, as the end user, they're like, seriously, is Shelly going live on Facebook again? So it's because that pop-up goes into their personal feed. So it's just too noisy. But YouTube, they choose to go to your channel. So once they're on their channel and you're giving a lot of valuable information, they'll stay and they'll keep watching on YouTube for sure. Okay, does that make sense? Gabriel, any other questions?
We're good, thank you.
Okay, good. Any other questions for you guys? No? All righty, let's go ahead and jump in and see what it's like to build a live and go live to, we'll do Facebook first because that's kind of fun. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. And then I'm going to go over here to Builderall. And all I'm going to do is go into the webinar platform, which is right here. So I'm going to click on it, and then I'm going to click enter. And that takes me into the webinar platform. And you'll see that I've got several different webinars already put together. I have lots and lots of testing and training and all that kind of stuff. We're going to build a brand new webinar, and I'm going to show you exactly how I do my recurring live webinars. So when I do my recurring live webinars, all I do is I go to new webinar, and I'm going to name it recurring. And I've already got one name recurring, so I'm going to name this recurring 1. And then I'm going to name it recurring 1 again. So this is the webinar that I'm going to use every single time I go live, whether it's to Facebook or YouTube. It's my recurring webinar, so this is the one I'm going to always use. So I can protect it with the password, but I'm not going to. So I'm going to click create webinar. And now it's going to give me some information to fill out. When I go live to Facebook or YouTube, I really don't have to fill out a whole lot of anything. I can leave all of this the way it is, and I can go to content. And right here, I can say new streaming tool. So if I click here and click open, it's going to allow me to actually stream using this new streaming tool. So stream live to Facebook. So I clicked it, and it's not going to anything here. I have to go back into here.
Thank you.
And it says new streaming tool. What I need to do is choose stream to RTMP. And I don't even remember what that means anymore. I think we looked it up the last time I did this training and I can't remember. But I'm going to go ahead and check mark that. And what that allows me to do is put in a special URL and a special key to be able to go live to either YouTube or Facebook. So I'm going to show you Facebook first. So let me go ahead and go to Facebook. And I'm going to just go live to my, my own personal channel. So right here. I'm going to click right here, and I'm going to go to live video. So when I click live video, here we go. And I'm not going to connect the camera. I'm going to click connect here. So I'm going to click that connect button. And then right here, I've got the RTMP URL and the stream key. So I'm going to copy the URL and then go back and paste it here. And then I'm going to copy this key and then go back and paste it here. So once I've pasted those in there, I just pick which server I want to use, which I just always pick USA1. There's several different choices, but USA1 has always worked fine for me. And it will tell you the server load, which right now it's 0.1%, so it's not being used very much at all. And then I can say I'm going to invite participants into the room. If I check mark that, that allows me to bring participants in. If I uncheck it, then I'm just saying it's going to be me and me alone. Okay, I'm going to keep it me and me alone. And then I'm going to click open streaming tool. And what that does is it brings up my streaming tool, and I have to put my name in. So Shelly, Builderall Diva Turner, and log in. And now it says no video because I'm actually using my video on the laptop for Zoom. So if I want to change, I think I can do that maybe right here. Oh, maybe right here.
It matter? Does it make a difference from the server USA when you're not in the USA, or does this not matter in which country you are?
It doesn't matter. You just pick which one. Just look at the server load of it to make sure it's not got a bunch of a real big server load, and you should be fine. So right here, I've got my video not showing because the laptop is actually using the video. And I've got a second video, which it's not reading it. So let me see if I can do this. So microphone plus camera. Dun, 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 dun. So it's not seeing my other camera. Right now, it's just a USB camera. Let me see if I can turn Zoom off. I'm not sure this will work. I'm going to turn my video off to see if maybe that works. You guys hang in there with me. Share. And still not reading my camera. So we're going to pretend like it's reading my camera. And I'll turn my camera back on for you guys so you can see my lovely face. There we go. And we're going to pretend like you guys can see my camera. and it's going to show the video in here, right? And all I need to do to start my webinar is click Start. And that starts it here and actually activates that RTMP setting. And then I need to go to Facebook, and then I need to go live. And when I click Go Live, it's actually going live with my camera and my audio, and it will take the exact things that's showing up on this screen right here. So if I had participants, I could actually invite participants. Their video would show up when they turn their video on. I could invite them in to go live with me. There's a lot that I can do actually bringing in participants as well. So this is actually how easy it is to go live. Now, if I wanted to turn off my audio, I could just take this image right here, this little icon, and click it, and I'm now muted. So nobody would be able to hear me on Facebook. If I wanted to disable my camera, if my camera was actually working, I could click that and it would disable the camera so that my camera would be turned off. So these are good times like when you need to get up and go to the bathroom, you can turn your microphone off and your camera off and you can do your business. Then when you're ready, you can turn it all back on and it's ready to go. Now this little button right here is the settings. And if you click it, you can switch which microphone you want to use. And I've got 2 cameras and usually they both initialize and I can choose which camera I want to use. I do want to tell you a little bit about that though. It will read both cameras. This one I didn't have plugged in when I booted it up. I plugged it in later, so it's probably just not reading it. But usually it reads my onboard camera and my USB camera. And what's cool about that is you can flip-flop in your live between the 2 cameras. And so let me tell you why that's cool. Because I could actually have one camera on me and then another camera maybe up, kind of pointing downwards, like towards a piece of paper, and I could be writing on that piece of paper and flip to that camera that shows the paper and me writing on it. So let's say that you were showing people how to fill out a job application. You could have an example job application and actually point that camera down towards it and be writing on that job application and filling it out together. So does that make sense? Yeah, so you can flip-flop between the 2. You can do that with your cameras and you can do that with audio. The other thing that you can do is you can actually screen share. So let me go ahead and go over here and we'll go to settings. And right here, I've got the ability to stream my desktop. So if I click that, I can choose to share my entire screen. I can go to a specific application I have running, or I can just do a specific tab in Google Chrome. I'm just going to do my entire screen and click share. And now it's actually sharing my screen. So whatever I do on screen, it's capturing it in that video, which is absolutely fabulous. And then once I'm done sharing my screen, I can actually click that again, and I can go back to only stream my camera, and it goes back to my camera again. I can also do a whiteboard, so I can stream the whiteboard. And what it's going to do is it's going to show the whiteboard, and then I can draw things and you know, tell you how much I love you like that. And this is actually a really cool way to kind of draw out some ideas and kind of further emphasize a point that you're making. And then once you're done, you can actually clear that and you can close it and it will go back to your video. So it has a really neat whiteboard ability as well. And then you can invite participants. So when you have people that you've invited into your stream, you can actually activate them to go live and do a split screen, which is actually really cool. And we'll do more about inviting participants later. So that's kind of how you live stream to Facebook. When you're finished, all you need to do is click Stop Webinar, and then you go to Facebook, and you end your live video. And then it says, if you end the live video, you'll be choose if you want to save or delete it. So I'll click End. And then from here, if I didn't like what I did, if it was all crap and I don't want it to go out live, I can click Delete Video. If I liked it, it was fine, I'm ready to go and drop it on Facebook so people can watch the replay. All I do is click Done, and it will put the replay on Facebook for me. I'm going to go ahead and delete this one because I don't need it on my profile. But that's how you go live to Facebook. It's actually very, very easy. The only thing that you have to remember is you need those RTMP URL and key to be able to add it to the webinar platform, and then you're ready to go. So any questions about going live to Facebook?
That's great.
Yeah, super easy, right? Mm-hmm. Frank,
Hey.
you got a question?
Yeah, so so what's the max amount of people that you can have kind of splitting the screen with you at one time when you're doing this broadcast?
You can have up to 6.
Up to 6, okay.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And then as far as attending the webinar and watching, unlimited.
Okay.
So if we're going to talk about how to add this to a website. So you can invite people to your webpage and they can watch it right on your webpage. And those people that are watching right on your webpage is unlimited. Okay. Don, I think you had a question.
On the whiteboard, can you type on it, or is it just drawing?
It's just drawing.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, and I'm a horrible drawer, so you know that's like the worst thing for me. But it actually is really cool. I've used it a few times to try to make a point. Like one of the points I was making was in the Pixel Perfect Builder. You've got the layouts, and each layout, all the pages have the same header and footer. So I was explaining that concept by drawing it out, and I think I actually got it across, even though I'm a terrible artist. So it's actually fabulous that we have that tool to be able to use it to do things like that. Okay. Susie.
Can you show your face and your desktop at the same time, both in Facebook and YouTube?
If I remember right, when you do desktop sharing, it'll put a picture of you in the corner. I think it does that automatically, and you can't take it off. Okay. Gabriel, question?
Yep. How can I do a recording and upload it for Facebook and YouTube and use it as a live, you know, so that way I can do a perfect webinar, you know what I mean? And then look like I'm alive. And then for future references, use it as an evergreen webinar.
You can't go live to Facebook or live to YouTube with a recording using the webinar platform. You can record and then use something like Restream to send it to Facebook or YouTube. We do have the ability to record our webinars with the webinar platform, and we'll talk about that later. But when you go live to Facebook or live to YouTube, you have no choice. You can't pull up like a video and then actually run the video.
So you do have to be live, right? Live. Okay.
Yes. You can actually be dead, but it would still be live.
And then so then we're going to talk later about the evergreen and recording and Restream, correct?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. All right, good.
Is there other software that lets it appear live even though you have pre-recorded something?
Yes, I use Restream. Restream is actually really good. There's other ones out there that I've used before too, but I can't remember the name of them off the top of my head. But if you'd like me to drop Restream in there, I'll drop a link to the resources so you can check it out. And we will take a look at Restream just because you can see how you can take a pre-recorded webinar that you did with our webinar platform and then restream it to Facebook and YouTube like it's live. Okay. Dominic?
Yeah, I can't wait until we get into the Ghost users and how to be able to text them while you're not even really in the webinar. This is exciting. I've been looking forward to this because, as you know, I'm going to start using this for my Tuesday night trainings.
Right. Yep.
I'm looking forward to this.
That's a fabulous kind of trick that we have with our webinar platform. Dominic kind of talked about it a little bit, and that's the ghost users, which is where you can create users that pop up during the webinar to make it look like it's live. And these users pop up and can ask questions at the exact right time. And then, of course, you answer it on your webinar. So it makes it look like there's people there, and that's to create engagement for the people that are actually physically there live on the webinar. So we'll talk about that. Also, we've got the tool that allows you to set up chat with your webinar so that you could be sitting on the beach and drinking a Mai Tai and enjoying the weather, and your webinar is running and it's actually going, and people are asking questions, and you've just got your phone at the beach answering them just like you were sitting in front of your computer working. So that's another neat feature that we're going to talk about when we go through the webinar training. So lots and lots of neat stuff. We're going to have a fun 5 days for sure. But let's go ahead and jump in. Are any more questions about going live to Facebook?
And 6 people that can join you live, can they be on camera, all 6 of them?
Yes.
All right, cool.
Yep, absolutely. And we'll do a live with you guys actually tomorrow. So when we jump in together, I'm going to show you how to pull in and invite people into your webinar. Okay. All right, so let's go ahead and take a look at YouTube and how to go live to YouTube. So it's basically the same idea, just a little bit different. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. There we go. And I'll go into the streaming tool, and we're going to go ahead and close it. And once I do that, I'm going to close all this. And so now I'm back to creating my webinar, and I'm going to find my recurring webinar number 1. So there's recurring 1. That's the one we just created. So I'm going to click on this and open it up. Oops, sorry, I clicked on it the wrong way. I'm going to click on edit right here. And so I'm editing the webinar, and I'm going to go into that content area, the same area that we went into with Facebook. And I'm going to click open on the new streaming tools. And it's going to open this blank window, but I'm going to go back here and it opens up the streaming tool. And I'm going to stream to RTMP exactly like I did to Facebook. And now I've got the RTMP URL and the key, but this time I have to go to YouTube to get it. So I'm going to open up my window and go to YouTube. And we'll go to the Builderall Bootcamp right here. And I'm just going to go into my YouTube studio. And it's going to open up my settings. And when I go to other features, I'm going to go to live stream now. When I go to live stream now, it opens up my settings for going live to YouTube. And right down here, I actually have a server URL and the stream key. This is the exact information I need. It's the same type of information we got from Facebook. It's just RTMP through YouTube. So I'm going to copy the URL, and I'm going to take it back here and paste it. And then I'll copy the key, so I have to reveal it. And I'm going to copy that, and I'm going to go here and paste it. And then I pick which server I want to use, which I'm going to use this server. It's fine. It's got 0.1% current server load, so it's not very busy at all. And then I can invite participants in the room if I want to. For right now, I'm not going to. And I'm going to click Open Streaming Tool. And now I have to put my name again. So Shelly, Builderall Diva Turner, and log in. And again, remember that my video is not showing because it's not seeing my second camera. And then all I do to go live is actually do Start Webinar. And this actually starts streaming to YouTube Live. And let's see, should be, there it is. It's starting right there. So you see how it's turned green. And now we're actually live streaming to YouTube. And it's capturing the no video, which if I had my video on, it'd be capturing that. And it's also capturing my audio. And remember, I can do all of the same things that I did with Facebook. So even with this one, I can switch out my audio if I want to use a different microphone, or my video, it's reading both of my cameras. I can also choose to stream my desktop. So I'm going to click on there. And when I click on there, I can choose what I want to stream. So I'll go entire screen and then share. And now if you look on YouTube, I'm actually sharing my screen. So there's usually about maybe a 5 to 10 second delay, and then it shows up. So let's see if it'll show up on my screen. There it is. So it shows me sharing my screen. And then I have the same ability to do the whiteboard. Whoops, wrong button. So I can do my whiteboard, and I can say be a nation. S-H. And there we go. So be a nation. So there's the whiteboard. And if we take a look, it shows up on YouTube. So everything we do actually shows up. And then when I go back, I can clear out the board and work some more, or I can close it and it'll go back to my video. And again, if I wanted to invite participants, I could actually do that. Right here, they'd show up at the bottom right here, and then I could click to add them to my live. And we'll do that tomorrow. I want to make sure to keep that separate so you guys can actually see exactly how to do that. But that's exactly how to go live to YouTube. It's actually a little bit easier because with Facebook, you have to go live on the webinar platform, and then you have to click go live on Facebook. And you have to do it in that order. If you do it in the wrong order, Facebook will like birth a duck. But with YouTube, all you have to do is click go live, and it will go live immediately. So it's actually a lot easier to use. Once you're done, you just stop the webinar. And if we watch over here, you'll see that the live actually ends. And it will tell you that it turns red right here, and it says the live stream is offline. So it's actually that easy to go live with YouTube. Let me stop sharing, and let me look at y'all's faces. Chip, go ahead.
You mentioned going to YouTube, to Studio YouTube, but it's not obvious to jump to Studio, it seems to me.
Yeah, let me show you exactly where that's at, because some of you guys may see the old Creator Studio, I think is what it's called. But let me stop sharing here. So I'm going to go to share, and I'll show you exactly where that's at. So if I go to my YouTube channel, so up here is my profile, and I'm going to click on it. And then this is the old Creator Studio. So this, you might see Creator Studio. You can click that. And when you click that, it's going to take you to some settings for your channel. And then on the channel, I think you actually have to click channel, or no, live streaming. Right here, live streaming, and then stream now. So live streaming and stream now. And that will get you to where that RTMP URL and stream key is at. So you can do it that way. Or if you click here, there's another one called YouTube Studio. And that's the new version of the Creator Studio. And you'll see one or the other. And that's how you're going to get to that live streaming area and be able to find that RTMP URL and key. So it is a little tricky to find. But once you find it, it's actually not too bad. And let me go to my thing right here. So I'm on the homepage for YouTube. If I click the channel, there's Creator Studio, and that's what's going to get me to the right place where I can find my live stream. So it's either Creator Studio or YouTube Studio, okay? And then here we're going to go to Other Features, and then Live Stream Now. So you've seen both ways, Creator Studio or YouTube Studio, okay? Does that make sense? It's a little tricky to find, but once you've found it a couple times, you'll be able to find it pretty easy. Gabriel?
Yeah, I have 3 more questions. I don't recall if you said, can we go on both at the same time, live, Facebook and YouTube?
No, you can only do one. Nope, one at a time. I tried to get tricky. And because I have 2 cameras, I was like, I'm gonna try to go open a window and go live to Facebook and then do a completely different webinar and go live to YouTube with the other camera. No, it didn't do it.
Chipmunk Diva.
That's exactly what it was. It was Chipmunk Diva. I think some of you guys were actually watching that when I was trying it. They were like, what are you doing? It just messed up everything, yeah. I did learn a couple of things when I did that, but I also learned that you can't do that. So you can't go live to both, even if you try to trick it.
And then can I embed can I send people to my website, members area, for example, and embed the video there so they can watch my live on my website? However, I'm also streaming it on YouTube at the same time. Can I do that?
You absolutely can. You need a special embed code, and I will get that embed code and put it into resources. It's just a like an iframe type code, and you have to put your YouTube channel in there to be able to embed the live stream. So I'll put that code in there with instructions on how to do that. And that's exactly what we do with the Monday webinar. When you guys attend the Monday webinar and you see it in the dashboard, that's actually the YouTube channels embedded so that when we go live, you see us go live. So you can watch that anytime we go live to YouTube, not just on Monday, but if we go live to for any type of training that we do that goes live to the YouTube channel on Builderall USA, you would see it in the back office.
That's what I'm looking for. I appreciate that, Shelly. Thank you so much. The last question would be, can I set this up once and for YouTube and Facebook, for example, and then I have different timings, Monday at 3 and then Tuesday at 4, I have one is YouTube, the other one is Facebook, and I set it up once, it's on my schedule, and then every Monday at 3 and at 4 on Tuesday, now I'm live. Or do I have to go every time I do a meeting, I have to go through all this process that you just showed us?
Yeah, you have to go through all that process, but I've made it easier for me. I just have a notepad, and I have my RTMP codes on my notepad. So it's YouTube is going to be the same. Facebook changes, but YouTube is going to be the same. So YouTube is actually really, really easy, but it won't save the information. You have to put it in each time.
Oh, okay.
But I do have the webinar set up. So what you guys saw, let me show you exactly what I have. I'm going to share my screen. So if I go in here into my webinar platform, on my list right here, I've got recurring webinar. I use this every time I go live, whether it's live to Facebook or YouTube. This is the exact one I use. I just jump in here, I click edit, and then I put in my information. I go to content, click open, just like you guys saw me do a minute ago. I put the RTMP stuff in, and I'm ready to go. So I do have to do a little bit to prepare, but it doesn't take very long at all. And once you get good at it, it's not even hard. You just click here, click there, copy this, copy that, and boom, you're live. It's pretty easy. Any other questions? Gil, go ahead.
So what exactly does that saved webinar save? If it's not saving the the UTC information?
Oh, it's just saving the fact that you created a webinar, because you'll find out that over the next couple days that there's a lot of stuff we can save in there, because if you're going to create an actual webinar that goes on a web page, or if you're creating an evergreen or something like that, it's saving all of those things, but the actual RTMP stuff, it doesn't save.
Okay, thanks.
Gabriel?
Yeah, I have different levels of training for different types of groups, and I want to go live on YouTube like we just were talking. Can I do separate codes for this group? They go live on Monday, this one on Tuesday, so they don't have access to it?
No, if you're doing it by the channel, no, because there's no way to separate it out. And if you have separate channels, yes. So like when I go live with the Builderall Bootcamp, it's a channel off of the Builderall USA YouTube channel. So they're on the same account. But when I go live to Builderall Bootcamp, it doesn't go live on the Builderall USA channel, because they're 2 separate channels. So if you want to have separate channels for them, yes, then you have a channel ID for each one, and one channel won't be able to see the other channel. But if it's all in the same channel, then they'll see it live no matter what.
The answer is yes, it's possible, but have different channels.
Yes, that's right.
All right, good. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions, you guys?
Shelly,
Yes.
what time is that Monday webinar for the group?
The Monday webinar is 10 o'clock Eastern time, and we usually do it live straight to the weekly webinar. And let me show you exactly where that's at. I'm going to share my screen, and I'll go into my dashboard, and I go into the Builderall business area, and then I'm going to go down here, and it says weekly webinar. And when you click that, it actually shows you the live window. And right now, because nobody's going live there, it's not going to show anything. It's just going to sit offline. And then what I do is I go in after every Monday meeting, and I put the last 3 on there so that you can see the last 3 always. So after this meeting, that's exactly what I'll be doing, is I'll put today's right here, and then this one will move here, and this one will move here. And so you'll have the last 3 weeks always showing in your dashboard, okay? And that is that code that you're talking about, Gabriel, you'll get the code, the exact code that we use for this, okay?
Yep, that's what I'm talking about. Thank you.
You're welcome. Actually, I'm actually the one that built that code, so I'm really proud of it. It's a yes. All right, you guys, any other questions about what we covered today? No? You guys are awesome. What, I bet you know what the homework is. Can anybody guess what the homework is tonight?
Do a YouTube webinar.
Close. Go live on Facebook, go live on YouTube. And when you do it, if either one, if you do it on YouTube or if you do it on Facebook, it doesn't matter. Tag me. I want to see what you guys are doing. Definitely want to see you going live, and I want to see how you're doing. And then tomorrow we'll talk about pulling in guest speakers. I don't want to like throw the whole kit and caboodle at you at once, but we'll talk about bringing in guest speakers and how to do that. And then we'll move forward with doing some evergreen webinars, live webinars, building your webinar pages, all that good stuff. So we have a lot of fun stuff to go through over the next 4 days. But your homework tonight is go live on Facebook and or go live on YouTube. I want to see you guys doing that, and tag me when you do so I can see it, okay?
Thank you.
All right. Well, that's it. I've got 3 more minutes. I got to keep you 3 more minutes to make it an hour. Does anybody have any questions? Go ahead, Don.
How do you tag somebody in for the video?
When you go live to Facebook, you're going to have to kind of be almost ambidextrous, right? You're going to have to go into your Facebook page and find where it's gone live, and then comment underneath it and just tag me.
Okay, thanks.
It's a little bit of work to do. It's actually kind of fun to close windows and open windows and find it and tag. It's really fun.
Do the same thing on YouTube?
I don't think you can tag me on YouTube, but you can certainly send me a message that says, hey, I was live on YouTube. Check it out.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Gabriel, go ahead.
And for both YouTube and Facebook, we can, let's say we have a meeting in the afternoon, I can go ahead and set it up in the morning that day. I don't have to rush right 2 minutes before the meeting to set it all up, correct?
Like if you're going live to Facebook?
Yeah, if I want to go, I have a 3 o'clock live on Facebook. Can I do it now and have it, you know, it's just with a timer going down and then, hey, I'm going live at 3 o'clock or something like that. Make sense?
Well, we really don't have a Facebook, like a timer to go live on Facebook or to go live on YouTube. We do have a timer for the webinar part of it. So if you're doing a website, we do have timers for that. But the timer for the Facebook and YouTube lives, we don't have time.
Like I see it a lot of times on the channel for 3 o'clock with Brad. You go there and it's scheduled and you see that it's going to be live at 3 o'clock. So it's nothing there. But at 3 o'clock, boom, it shows up.
Right. What he's doing is premiering. And when you premiere a video, you've already recorded it. And or you're going live and it's actually premiering or something like that. So you can do that, but it's not part of our webinar platform.
Oh, okay. I see. All right. No problem. Thank you.
Yeah, he uses Google Hangouts.
Hangouts. Yeah.
Oh.
Yep. Ours is a little bit different when going live. It's like Johnny on the spot, as in, oh, you want to go live? Let's go. That's the way that works. All right. Any other questions, guys? All right. We're straight up noon. You guys did fabulous, or noon my time. But thank you so much, you guys, for coming. And remember, go live, Facebook and or YouTube, and let me know when you do. I want to jump in and see what's going on and how you're doing. And then tomorrow, we'll continue looking at the going live by inviting guest speakers. And then we'll work on websites and live webinars, evergreen webinars, setting up our ghost users and all that good stuff, because that part's gonna be really fun. Okay?
Wow.
I know, I can't wait. Oh my gosh. So you guys have a fabulous, fabulous day, and I will see you tomorrow, same bat channel, same bat time. Bye, you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shelley.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Crazy. This stuff goes by so fast. All right, so it's thinking about it, and we are live. All right, you guys, they actually let us go live today. So I'm gonna check and make sure, because it doesn't look like it's live. So hang on just a second. Let me jump in and see if it's really, really live.
I just received a notification from YouTube, so.
And it is actually live, so we're good to go. So today we're going live to YouTube, and yesterday we had to record because it was being cantankerous, and I was so busy training yesterday and on meetings that I didn't get to put the recording up. So as soon as we're done here, I'll make sure that the recording goes up for you guys, so that if you want to watch the first day's replay, you can. And then if you want to watch the second days, you can as well, because it's going live to YouTube. I'm also going to click record just in case, because we did lose one day on the Facebook marketing. So I want to make sure that we have a backup just in case. So I'm going to go ahead and press record. And welcome to day 2 of the, what are we doing this time? We're doing the webinar platform. I had to think about it a minute. But we are working on the webinar platform. We're going to get you guys jumping in and doing some webinars with our webinar platform. Yeah, I just trained too much. That's all there is to it. There's some days I can't remember what I'm supposed to be training, like today. But I'm super excited because today we're going to jump in and we're going to look at going live on Facebook and on YouTube again. But this time we're going to look at it with inviting guest speakers. So if you want to invite someone in to be a guest speaker with you, I'm going to show you how to do that so that you can have people that are with you on your webinar. So that part is really, really cool. I will tell you that I forgot one thing yesterday, and that was that when you go live to Facebook, you have to have the app that's installed. So let's take a look at that app real quick. Give me just a second to.
App or extension?
Oh, sorry, extension. Yeah, it's a Google Chrome extension that you need. So you'll want to go live in Google Chrome, because that's where you're going to have to go live to. And then you want to make sure the extension is installed. So I'm going to share my screen. We're going to take a look at that, because I think that was another thing that I didn't have activated. One of the things that I do is I have multiple computers, and I have all of my passwords, extensions, everything synchronized across my computers. And I have one computer that I'm working on a project called the Monica Project, and I have to turn off all of the extensions because it takes up too much RAM. So when I turn it off there, it's actually turned off over here as well. So I think I had that off yesterday, but all it is this one right here, the Facebook screen sharing. And if I go to manage extension, you can see that that's the name of it, Facebook screen sharing. So all you have to do is actually go into the Google Chrome web store and find Facebook screen sharing and make sure to install that on your computer. And that will allow you to actually screen share while you are in the Builderall webinar platform and live streaming to Facebook. So if you don't install that, you won't be able to screen share. And you want to make sure that when you screen share, it is actually active as well. One of the things that I do, of course, to save RAM and to save resources on my computer is I actually turn off all of my extensions that I don't normally use. And Facebook screen sharing, I'm only going to use that when I'm doing a live webinar. So I typically turn that off. And then before I go live, I turn it back on to make sure that I have that available to screen share. So that was part of some of the issue that we had yesterday. But the other one was I was having issues with my webcam as well. So let's see if we can go in today and see if we can do a live stream to Facebook and to YouTube. We'll do all the same things that we did do, but we're going to add a couple of guest speakers in with us. So I'm going to go ahead and go to my dashboard, and I'm going to go to webinar, and I'm going to enter my webinar. And then from here, I'm going to go ahead and go to that recurring webinar that we created together. Let me kind of move you guys out of the way here. There we go. And we'll go all the way down to the bottom, just like this. And there's the one that we created yesterday, the same exact one. And I'm just going to click edit to go into it again. And I can reuse this as many times as I want to for going live. So I just go to content, and then I go to open. And it's going to open that window. I still have not figured out why exactly it opens this blank window, except for the fact that you have to go to YouTube and you have to go to Facebook to be able to get your RTMP URL and key. So maybe they're just being nice and opening up a window for you. I don't know. but when you go back to the webinar, it has the information that you need right here. So we're going to go to RTMP, and then we can choose to stream to the YouTube account or customize it to YouTube and Facebook. So I'm just going to go ahead and stream to Facebook, and we'll do it on my profile again. So I'm just going to go into my profile, and I'm going to do live video. And then from here, remember, I'm going to click connect, and I've got my RTMP. So I'm going to copy the URL and then go in here and paste it. And then I'm going to go back and copy the stream key. And Chip, I think it was you that said use a persistent stream key. And it says this can be reused every time you go live. You can only broadcast one live video at a time with your persistent stream key. So if you click on this, it's going to give you forever the same stream key. And that's actually really good. I've never used that. I just always go in and get the stream key brand new. But you can stream, you can get a permanent stream key and then put it into your notepad. And that way all you got to do is open it up and get it every time. So either way, if you want to do the persistent stream key or you want to jump in and get it in Facebook, you kind of have to do it anyway. So it's kind of 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. You do it how it makes you feel most comfortable. But I'm going to go ahead and get that stream key and then paste it in there. And now I'm going to go ahead and click, I'm going to invite participants. And then I'm going to check the server. And right now the server load is 0%. So the servers are not strained. There's not a ton of people on it. If the server load was a percentage like 25%, 30%, that would be enough for me to change to maybe USA 2 to see what the server load was there. And if that was full, I might go to Brazil and see if the server load was okay there. You want to make sure that you're not using a server that the server load is being really used and hit a lot, because that's going to cause issues, especially if you're inviting people to your room. So I'm going to go ahead and make sure that I'm inviting participants, and then I'm going to click Open Streaming Tool, and I'm going to put my name, Shelly Builderall Diva Turner, and log in. And I don't have any videos. Let's see if I can add my video here. And it's still not reading my second video. So I'm not sure why it's not reading it, but it's having issues. But anyway, now I can actually choose to invite participants. And if you look, I've got an invite button right here. So I can click this and it gives me a link. And I'm going to go ahead and copy it. And I'm going to paste it into one of our Facebook groups. So let me go over here, Facebook. And we'll see if we can get a live person to jump in and actually participate. So Builderall English. There we go. And we'll just get a random person, you guys. Let's see if we can get someone to hop in. So I am doing a live training. Would you like to jump in and be a guinea pig? Jump on in. All right, so let's see if we can get a live person to come in. So we're going to post right there. And now we'll just wait a couple minutes to see if somebody jumps in. And I'm going to go over here to this screen and go close. And now we'll just wait until somebody will jump in. And while I'm doing that, I'm going to click Start Webinar. And I have to do that with Facebook so I can actually start it on Facebook as well. So once that RTMP URL and key is read by Facebook, it says, okay, now you can go live. So I'm just going to say just testing and go live. And so now we're actually going live to Facebook, and we're waiting on somebody to jump in and become a participant in our group. So let's see if we can see if anybody's jumping in.
Question?
Yes, go ahead.
Did you just push the go live button while you were on the connect screen, or did you have to first click the camera button? And
nope,
then
I clicked go live. I clicked go live here first, and then I went to Facebook and clicked go live on Facebook. So
on Facebook, there were the two tabs. The connect tab to the right and to the left was a camera tab.
Yes.
And I thought my go live button in the bottom right was grayed until I shifted from connect to camera. But I don't think that's what I just saw.
No, I just stay on the connect screen.
Okay.
I'm not sure why yours was giving you grief. So you can see that John is actually working on connecting and Darren's working on connecting. So they are currently working on coming into the meeting. And then once they come in, we can actually add them. Then we got Felicity. Yay, Felicity's coming in. And remember, we can have a maximum of 6. So we've got 3 already. There's Felicity. Look at Felicity. Yay. Hey, Felicity. My video is not working. Hopefully you can see me. But what I'm doing is I'm doing a live training on my boot camp. So I've got my video in Zoom, and my other video is not working for over here. So that's why you can't see me. But hopefully you can hear me. Thumbs up if you can hear me.
Yes, I can get it. I'm
Awesome.
going to put Mark's video off.
Okay.
Is this day 2 of your webinar training?
It is, and you are participating as our guinea pig, so welcome.
Thank you, because I was trying to get on yesterday, but I didn't know where to find it.
Ah, I see. So here's what we've got going on. On Felicity, I can click on her and I can send her to the mainstream. I can mute her or unmute her. Or if she just really ticks me off and says that my mama wears combat boots, I can kick her all the way out. But I wouldn't dare do that to Felicity. She's too sweet. So any one of those, any one of those we can do.
Island if you do that.
We are headed that direction, Felicity. We're coming probably in early 2020. We're planning our trip now.
That's perfect.
Yep, we're excited about it. So we've got Darren and we've got John, and each one of those, it looks like they're still working on bringing their video in. And then we've got Gary, he's working on bringing his video in. So you guys can see how each one of these can actually go to that link and join the video, join the live. And what happens is then I can choose to add them. They're probably having trouble coming in though, because video takes a lot of space, a lot of bandwidth. And if there we go, we've got Nick and we've got Gary. This is great. Hey guys, you can't see me, I'm sorry. I'm actually on Zoom along with this at the same time. So Zoom has my camera right now, so that's why you guys can't see me. But you guys are guinea pigs for the webinar platform. We're doing a boot camp on the webinar platform right now, and I'm showing them how to use the webinar platform to go live on Facebook and how to bring in guest speakers so that you guys can appear along with me. So you guys can see each one of these people, and then on the triple dots, I can do a picture in a picture, which is really cool. And then when I close that, we go back to here. I can mute each one of these guys. I can boot them if I want to, which I don't want to because I'm glad everybody's here. And you can see how easy it is to actually bring these guest speakers in and get them added and have them as guest speakers on your webinar. So it's actually very, very easy to do. I've also got a button here where I can do a show split screen or show participant. So I'm going to show split screen. That's what we've got going. Then I'm going to show participant. And it says click here over the participant to put him on the stream. So let's see if we can Felicity send to mainstream. And there's Felicity, even though she's got a dark screen, she's actually showing on the screen now. And Nick will send him to the mainstream. And now it's Nick that's actually showing individually instead of the split screen. And so I can show Nick and have him highlighted, and let's go back here and actually do show split screen again, and it will split screen everybody. So I can highlight a certain speaker. Let's say that Nick was one that I wanted him to speak, only being the only one on the screen because we wanted to highlight him. Again, all I have to do is go to the gear and send him to the main screen, and he gets the full screen of what's going on. And then once he's done, we want to bring in the whole crew again. We just go back here and show split screen. And that's actually really easy to do. So we can highlight speakers. We can do all kinds of neat stuff to show off our guest speakers. So now that I've got Nick and Felicity and John all here, do you guys have any questions along with our boot campers on how to do live streaming? I think Nick is talking, but we've got like a squirrel type voice, which is absolutely hilarious. So I'm not sure why it's a squirrel type voice, but mine does that every once in a while too. So no worries on that. Let me go ahead and get the link to this meeting so that you guys can actually jump into the live meeting. Nick, you're getting your earphones. Okay. I'm going to get this live meeting link. So I'm going to stop sharing for just a second on the boot camp. And let me get Willie in here and YDM in here. And I'll get the invite link. And we'll invite these guys to come on the Zoom with us. So hang on just a second while I invite them, you guys. So here we go. The URL. And join us on Zoom. There we go. All right, so everybody that's in the live stream, if you guys want to join us on Zoom, you're absolutely welcome to, because I'm going to actually close up the webinar platform on Facebook, and we're going to jump in to take a look at how we can do this exact same thing on YouTube as well. So if you guys would like to join us, I put the link in that Facebook post where I put the link to the live webinar. And if you'd like to join us on the Zoom, you absolutely can, and we'll continue teaching how to use the webinar platform. Okay, Nick? All right, you guys, I'm going to go ahead and end the live video, so I will see you guys later. But here we go, end live. And end. All right, that was fabulous. And remember, you guys, after each Facebook Live, you can click done, and it will actually add it to your timeline or add it to the group that you're in. or you can click delete video and it will just delete the video and not show the replay. So I'm going to go ahead and delete the video for this one because we really don't need it. And then the next thing I'm going to do is actually go live to YouTube and do the same thing. So I'm just going to close this up, and all I do here again is just close the window. It's that easy. And then all I need to do is put the new live stream RTMP in for YouTube. So I'll go here. Again, it's close the window. There we go. And I'm just going to go to my live area. So YouTube beta. And we'll let that load. And then other features and live stream. And then here I'll grab my RTMP URL right there. And we'll add that here. And then the next one is, move this out of the way. There we go. The stream key, which is right here. And then we'll add it right where my Facebook is at. Nope. Right here. There we go. And then we'll go open streaming tool. And I'll put my name in again. There we go. Log in. And now we have the same exact thing, guys. And you can see that. Oops. Here we go. You can see that I'm connected the same way. Felicity was actually already connected to that website, so she's actually still connected. So I could actually send her to the main stream or send her to the split screen. And all I do again is do start webinar, and that starts the live stream to YouTube. And if I go on to YouTube, it should show me as starting live. So right here we go. It's yellow, which means that the stream health is not really good. The connection's not really good. So that might be my internet connection that's giving a little bit of grief. But you can see that I'm live, and I can put Felicity on the webinar. So if I go to the stream tool right here, and I go right here and send her to the main stream, she's actually going to be the main one on that video, even though she doesn't have her video on. But she should actually start showing in just a second on the live stream because I made her the main video. So here we go. There we go. Oh, and we're actually already live streaming, so I think that's why it's giving us grief. But because we're already doing live streaming on YouTube, so it won't let us live stream twice. So that's what's going on, and this is actually great that you got to see this because it's not going to live stream twice because I'm already using the RTMP settings for Zoom. So that's how we do this with Facebook and with YouTube to be able to invite. And remember that the invite button appears here, but it's only going to appear here if you make sure in your settings that you check mark, I'm going to invite participants. And that tells the system to put that invite button on there so you can actually invite guest speakers to participate in the live. And I want you to notice that with us doing the live, the server load went up to about 0.3%. So you can see that just getting a few speakers actually increases that server load. So there's going to be times when this webinar platform is used by someone that wants to do a huge webinar. And when you do that, the load actually goes pretty heavy for the server. So anything that's 25 to 30% on a load for a server, you want to just pick a different server so you don't slow down what they're doing, and you want to keep yours actually running and going as well. Okay, so let me stop sharing and take a look at you guys. And I'm going to go ahead and bring in the people that jumped in, which is great. So hold on just a second. All right. As Matthew McConaughey says, all right. All right, any questions, you guys? All right, Gabriel and then Tyree.
Yeah, hi, Shelly. Is the server being affected if we have only participants or if we have, what do you call it?
Attendees?
Attendees, right.
Yeah, it's gonna hit them no matter what. But if you have participants, it's gonna hit it heavy because it's having a process video coming in and then process video going out. So it hits it real heavy if there's participants for sure.
So if it's only the presenter and I have 30 attendees, it should be better?
Yeah, it's a lot better. Okay. So if you're doing it individual where you're not bringing guest speakers in, it's a lot less work on that server, and it's okay. Where the work happens is when it's having to process those video packets coming in and then sending them out as well. And it's doing it for 6 people, actually 7 if you count you. So it's a pretty big load on any server. And with ours, just look at those numbers. And if those numbers are 25 to 30% or more, then just switch to a second server or the third server. And that way you won't slow them down and you won't slow yourself down. Okay.
Yeah, good to know. Thank you.
Yeah. Tyree?
Hello and hello.
Hi.
Sorry, I missed yesterday. I was getting ready to get on when I was training, and at 10:30, I had a grandson that was born, and right when I was set to get on our training, he decided after 2 days he wanted to come. So I missed yesterday.
That's a great reason to miss.
So I'll be looking for that training because I want to watch that from yesterday whenever it's posted. My question is, when you just went live on, I saw what you did on Facebook. I saw what you did on YouTube. Now with YouTube in the beta testing area, it went live. When you went live, it looked like, I guess it's like using an encoder, using our webinar live stream like an encoder. Would it be like that? Because any other time I could not go live on that particular page that you were on.
When you go live to YouTube, you're going to use the RTMP code.
Yes.
And it's the URL and the key. And so you need those two things that you get from your live stream area, and that's all you need. You put those into the webinar platform, and then you click go live, and shazam, you go straight live to YouTube.
Right, and I saw it went live on that YouTube screen, and any other time, whenever I try to go live with YouTube, it would do that. And I noticed that that was a different operation versus going live straight through YouTube instead of using our platform. But at the same time, with our platform, if I'm correct, I saw that we had more control and had more clarity of what was going on.
Well, the biggest thing that's different about it is when you use Zoom to go live to Facebook and YouTube, you're able to flip-flop between the screen sharing and talking head, right? But if you choose to go live to Facebook using just their go live and the camera, you have to choose either camera or desktop, but you can't do both. So what our platform does is allows you to flip-flop back and forth between desktop sharing and talking head for Facebook. And you can also do the same thing for YouTube. So it's very Zoom-like in what it can do as far as allowing you to flip-flop between talking head and desktop sharing. And then of course it has the whiteboard as well. So if you're artistically inclined, not like me, then you can actually draw out things and just kind of give a visual of some of the things that you're explaining by using that whiteboard that shows up whether you go live to Facebook or YouTube as well.
And that was going to be my third question that you just covered with the whiteboard, because David, King, George, and I had been working with this about 3 weeks ago, getting familiar with the platform, and we discovered that it did have a whiteboard. Now, I know that was not an accident, but at the same time, and you're explaining what we can do, going live through YouTube with it and doing it, then, you know, whether we have Zoom or not. Right now, I like our webinar platform better.
Zoom. Oh yeah, I love it. The only thing that is holding us back from using it as a company is this right here. If you guys notice, I can have all of you guys online at the same time, and you can jump in and ask your questions. And right now our webinar platform can only handle 6. So once our webinar platform gets beefed up a little bit more so that we can handle more participants, then that's the last piece of the puzzle to flip from Zoom back or over to the webinar platform to do all of our trainings. I would love to do the trainings on our webinar platform, but then I don't get the interaction that I get here because everybody gets to participate with Zoom, right?
Okay, and that was my other question. You're so awesome, you're ahead of me. Because I was going to ask about in the future, are there any thoughts about adding more people, and you just answered that. So
yep, they are. And some would say, Tyree, that I'm psychic, and others would say that I'm psycho. It's just, we haven't figured out which one.
And my last question for right now is that when we use our platform, I know we have 6%, a max of 6% we can add in, but is there a limit to how many viewers that can watch us? Because I know the viewers that are watching us can communicate in the webinar chat that we attach, but I didn't know there would be a certain amount of number before it would become before the webinar would become maxed out.
No, there's no limit to the number of viewers. So you can have as many viewers as you want. If you want 100, 200, 300, 400. Our webinar platform has supported 400 attendees before. So it is just tremendous in what it can do as far as attendees. And then, of course, we're still working on the participant part of it to see if we can increase that. And like I said, as soon as we get to increase it like what Zoom has, forget about Zoom. I will forget I ever knew about Zoom.
And what I like about it is that because of the amount of attendee viewers we can have, we don't get there's no additional charge to extra viewers for for a certain amount. So I like that, and right now I know that I can use this for training a team, even if it's just still 6 people that can be viewed, but yet the chat gives the interaction. So when we do bump up to where we have unlimited interactors, that'd be great. But for right now, I am loving this deal. And no additional charge.
That's right. We like that here at Builderall. We like that unlimited. We like that, and we like no additional charge. We love both of those phrases. So we're gonna keep with that idea.
Well, even with the evergreen, when you use that, and then you would still have like the chat bot working, right? Absolutely.
Yes. Yes. And we'll be talking more about the chat bot. Maybe not today. We'll probably do an example. I've already got a webinar set up, but I want to test it to make sure it's all working for you guys, so that you guys can see exactly how the chatbot works, because it is flipping awesome. It's really, really cool. So I can't wait to show you that in its entirety. Any more questions about what we covered just now with going live and inviting the participants? Great, go ahead.
My question is more centered around like that chat part of it. So when you went to go launch and go live using the webinar tool, from that particular screen, first off, I think when I went live this morning on Facebook, because I wasn't showing up correctly on that screen, I was kind of worried that I wasn't broadcasting, and I was kind of broadcasting distorted, which it turned out not to be the case. It turned out to be broadcasting fine. But as far as the chat option, when you have it added to like a particular page on your website and people go in there to chat, when you set up the video to go live, can you see the chat there, or do you have to have your website page open to kind of see the chat going on?
You can do the chat there where you open up the website and you're answering the questions as you go, right? So you're actually physically there with them, watching the webinar with them and looking at the chat. Or you can set it up so that it's connected to your chat bot, so that when they do ask a question, you don't have to be there. You can actually respond back to them through the chat bot, and it will look like you're there physically with them and interacting and engaging, but you're sitting on the beach sipping a Mai Tai, which is fabulous.
But in the webinar tool part where you have the 6 different participants, you know, from Builderall, could you see the running chat going on that particular screen? Okay. That's what I wasn't sure of. Okay.
All right, any other questions, you guys? So I do have a question for you guys. Were you able to go live yesterday to either Facebook or YouTube or both? And let me know what your experience was. George went both. That is fantastic. George, you get 2-star stickers right there.
Yeah, right here.
That's right. Did you find it easy, hard? How did you feel about it?
Yeah, the instructions were very clear. When something did not work, I went through it again and found my mistake and fixed it. So it's impressive how clear everything is. But the other thing that struck me was I did this around 8 or 9 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
You know, a 30-second video in each, and I got feedback. People emailing me or, you know, coming on site saying, great, you know.
Yep.
I was totally blown away.
Yeah, and prepare to continue to be blown away with that, because like we said yesterday, when you go live, it's just almost irresistible for people to pass by without just jumping in and taking a peek. And if you can get them to jump in and take a peek, there's a good chance you might get their attention long enough for them to pay attention to what you're actually talking about, which is way better than just dumping a pre-recorded video up there, or dumping an image up there, or even just dumping a text post. So you can see already the power of this live that you can do, whether you're going live to your own profile, or there are some groups that will let you go live inside the groups. You just have to make sure that you have permission. Now that's a tricky one, because different groups have different permissions. So when you join Facebook groups, the first thing you need to do is make sure you're reading their information to see what the rules are of the group. But if you are allowed to go live in there, then for heaven's sakes, do lives. But don't do spammy lives, right? Don't do spammy lives, because then when you go live, the people in that group are going to go, they're just being spammy. I'm not even going to watch. I already know them already. You want to give value. So be really excited about what you're talking about. And if you're talking about underwater basket weaving and how to do that when the lake is frozen, which is like a big deal, then you want to be excited about underwater basket weaving when the lake is frozen. I mean, who knew you could do that? So those are the types of things that you want to make sure that you're doing, is you're keeping your excitement up. You're talking about something that's valuable to the people in that group. And if you can do that, you're going to catch their attention. And then maybe at the end, oh, by the way, I actually have an underwater basket weaving course on Builderall, and I can teach you how to put your courses on Builderall if you're interested. Just private message me or leave me a message on this post, and I'll get back with you with a 7-day free trial, no credit card needed. It's that simple, you guys. And if you're having fun, you're excited, you're giving value inside that live, they're going to respond. It's just a matter of who. They absolutely will respond. And I'm excited, George, that you saw that, because that's my experience too. When I jump into the live groups and I do a live video, whether it's my talking head or one of the ones that I'm getting really good feedback from is the virtual diva. I don't know if you guys have seen that, but that's my little cartoon character thing that's in virtual reality. And that gets thousands of views. I'm actually stunned how many views that one gets. So going live, I know firsthand definitely makes a difference. So you want to take advantage of that. The other side of the coin is YouTube. Anytime you go live to YouTube, when you stream live, that means that video is going to rank better. The algorithm just likes the live streams. So if you can live stream it, you're going to get better rankings for your videos. You're going to get seen. And then the key to that one is making sure you've got the information in your description so they can find out more. And always make sure in your description, if you have a link in there, that it's a fully qualified domain name, meaning that you put the http:// and then the domain. If you don't put the HTTP in front of it, it's not going to be clickable. And they'll have to highlight it, copy, and then paste. But if you put the HTTP in front of it, it will be clickable and they won't have to highlight it. They can just click right on it. Okay. So that's a really important tip and trick. All right. Anybody else that went live that would like to share their experience? Wait, don't everybody answer at once.
I would.
There we go. I think my internet went crazy for a second. It had my internet had a brain fart, but Chip, go ahead.
One of the things that I discovered was that there are variations in the setup between a Facebook profile, page, and group.
Yes.
And that may account for why I had some difficulty along the way. What ended up happening a couple of times is I successfully got live to Facebook and to YouTube, but it didn't seem to be taking within Builderall. And I'm not quite sure why. I sent you an error message, but I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I've never seen that error message before. I did take a look at it, and we'd have to recreate it to see if I could figure out what it meant. I think based on what it said was that when you put the RTMP URL and key in there, it has to have time to be able to read it before you go live. And if you do everything too fast, which I've done that a few times, so I've click, boom, let's go live. And I just messed up the whole thing. It was just like, oh my God, Shelly, you didn't give me time to think about it. I can't go live. I can't do it. So you do have to kind of slow down a little bit and let everything connect in its own time. Also, when you do connect, there's a delay. So you're looking at it on your page. And if you're actually looking at it in like a split screen and looking at it live, there's like a 5 to 10 second delay. And if you've got your audio on, it'll really mess you up because you're hearing yourself talk like 5 to 10 seconds delayed. So you like stumble over your words. Right. So usually what I do is once I go live, I mute the live version and then only look at the inside what the webinar is inside Builderall. So I watch that version and then mute the live version. So I don't have that confusion going on of the delay. And that's in Facebook and YouTube.
I'll keep trying.
Keep trying. If it doesn't work, let's jump on Zoom together and see if we can figure it out. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Anybody else that had some experience with going live? No? Okay. Your homework tonight is to go live again. All right. That's your homework again. I'm telling you this, and I want you to go live because you're going to get results. You're going to absolutely get results. People love to jump in and check and see what's going on live, whether it's YouTube or Facebook. They love to just peek. To me, it's almost like a train wreck where they just got to watch. Oh my gosh, I can't stand it, but I got to see it. Oh my gosh, okay, I got to see it. Right. And to me, it's almost like that. They just can't resist it, even though they're not even sure why they're watching sometimes. So definitely try that going live. And George, I think, has caught the bug, which is fabulous, because once you realize how this works, then it's like, holy crap, I need to go live like every day. This is great. So definitely try it out, get that bug, and it will increase your exposure and you will get results. Gabriel?
Yeah, I'm trying to understand what is the difference between the going here with Zoom and going live versus using the webinar, what we're trying to do here, because I see you went live already on YouTube through Zoom right here, correct?
Right. And I use Zoom when I'm doing this kind of presentation where I want a bunch of people on there. But if I'm just doing like a straight live to Facebook, I can use the webinar platform and not use Zoom. I pay for Zoom, so I'm going to use it no matter what. But for that person that doesn't necessarily have $500 or $550 per year for the webinar version of Zoom, it's really expensive. they can use Builderall's webinar platform, and they can go live to Facebook. They can go live to YouTube. They can do webinars. They can create evergreens. There's a lot they can do. The only thing they're really limited on is the number of speakers they can have included in their webinar.
So, because I'm using Zoom, I have a Zoom account, but I'm using the free version. So I can do can't I just do the webinar and just one-to-many, but have them log into YouTube or Facebook to watch it? And I don't have to, you know what I mean? I mean, I don't have to have any participants, just viewers, right?
You can also use the free one, Shelley, as long as you don't go more than 40 minutes.
Say that one more time.
Yeah, but there's a flaw in that. Let me tell you the flaw. If you go, sorry, my internet's messing up again, guys. All right, am I back?
Yeah.
You're back. You're back.
Okay, here's the flaw in that thinking. And why do I know it's a flaw? Because I made this mistake. So let's say you go live with a person on Zoom, okay? And then you just go live to Facebook and do a screen share, right? That seems like that would work. But what happens is the audio from the person that you're live with does not pass through, so they can't hear the person that you're on the Zoom with. I actually did this. I was really excited. I was like, I figured out a way to use Zoom the free way, right? So I was like, no worries, we'll do a webinar. It'll be great. So we did a webinar. We had like 100 and some people on this webinar. And I actually was the one that opened the Zoom so they could hear me fine, but the other person, they couldn't hear her at all. And I had to actually turn up the speakers, and I didn't have external speakers to put them close to the microphone so they could actually hear her, because her audio was not passing through. So that's the problem that you have if you use Zoom and you're using the free one, and then you just try to go to Facebook and screen share, is they'll capture you because you're the one that started the Facebook, but the audio won't pass through for the person that's on the Zoom.
I see. Yeah. Yeah. It's a different platform, and there's different, pros and cons.
Right. And the only way to fix that would be to actually have external speakers that you put near your microphone to make sure that person could be heard. And that would be the only way to fix that. And I think I'm frozen again. You guys, my internet's just being real tricky today. So let me see if I can close some things there. All right, I think I'm back. But that's the only way you could fix it, is if you had external speakers and you put it by the microphone, and that way they could hear that person, but it would still be like it was in a can. And because you're putting a speaker by a microphone, it could be really bad feedback. So it's just not a good solution at all. Okay. All right, Tyree, go ahead.
Yes, it was one other thing. One other question. The other week we were talking about going live mobile. And we know we can go live mobile with Facebook. I found that I can go live mobile with my phone on YouTube, straight from my phone. For whatever reason, they put their live YouTube mobile app back on my phone. My question is, I know I can go live with Zoom also on my phone. Can we use our webinar feature in Builderall to go live mobile to do a webinar?
I would say it's highly doubtful, because I think the power that it needs would be difficult to manage on a phone. Plus, I don't think it's shrunk enough to have good controls.
Okay, well, I love what I have now. I mean, the price, the function, the control, everything. I'm just all Builderall up.
Yep. And I think that's on the agenda to fix, but that's probably version 52, because they definitely want to get more speakers and a better pass through of the video and audio. So there's, I think, a lot that they're working on to optimize it before they actually make it mobile friendly. But I do believe that's on the list of things to do for the webinar.
Well, I am Groovy great, because everyone had, it has been beneficial, I see, for everyone to have an avatar with Builderall's name included. Mm-hmm. And as you mentioned, in the future, there may come a time where we can't use Builderall.
That's right.
But if I have a name that's spelled that way, it can present a message like Builderall. I have now, because Builderall has become a part of me. It's in me. I am now using Avatar to Builderall Blogger.
Oh, so that's great.
This is going to, as they make progress, this gives me information to blog about, because right now I can't truthfully say of any other marketing platform that has its own webinar system, and that especially works in the way that this one does. And when I mentioned earlier about price sharing, I had different webinar systems that I shopped around that I used. And what we have now, even the webinar system that come with a monthly cost, they can't measure up the Builderall.
Right.
And I am loving this.
Right. Yes, Zoom actually by itself is about 55, I think, per month. And if you remember, you only get Zoom. So when we pay 70 a month, we're getting the webinar platform. And there's still some things that are in Zoom that we're waiting on getting in Builderall, but we still get a heck of a webinar platform along with everything else. So the price is definitely really, really, really good for what we get. And for the entry level person, like George is just coming in, George may not want to do a webinar that has 52 guest speakers on it. He may not be ready for that yet, but he may be ready to go live and actually do some Facebook Lives, YouTube Lives, and do some webinars on his own that he can do. So George says, I did 2 of them already. So yeah.
This means, yes, I'm going to keep doing them.
Good, that's fabulous. And don't forget to tag me. If you do one on Facebook, tag me and I'll jump on if I'm online, okay?
Shelley, I've been backing up a lot of my stuff on Google Cloud, and I don't know how many videos that I've done that I did live on YouTube. And I was trying to, and I guess I wanted to do live on Facebook and never could quite. So this works out good to get on Facebook.
Fabulous. And when you go live, Davida, make sure to tag me so I can jump in there and say howdy and torch to you why you are live, because that's like our favorite thing teachers like to do is torture our students. I mean, teach our students, right? So tag me so I can do that.
One other thing, Shelley, with our webinar system, I heard you mention earlier about the evergreen function of it.
Yeah.
And I know that with the evergreen function, we can have a live chat 24 hours a day with that.
That's right.
Now, my other question is, say, since Davida mentioned video that she backed up, can we take other videos and use that link to put it in the webinar system and treat it as an evergreen in that way?
Yes, absolutely. I'm going to definitely be showing you how to do that in the next 3 days. So
oh, great.
Ready. It's going to be incredible. We've got so much to do.
You know, you're blowing my mind. Come on, just please. If we could do 3 days inside of one, I think I'll just boom, blow up.
I know, right? And I'm the same way. If I could do just 24-hour teaching, I would be so happy. I do have one question for you, Terry, though. Is that a Snuggie that you have right there?
Yes.
I have that same exact Snuggie, the same exact one. That's how I knew that, because I love my Snuggie. It is one of my favorite things in the whole wide world. And I have that exact color. So prepare to be amazed. When it starts to get a little colder here, I will have that bad boy out and I will be snuggling in my Snuggie, same as you.
Where are you that it's so cold?
I'm in Houston, but I live with some Eskimos here and they 70 degrees. So I'm cold.
I was gonna say, you know, it's getting a little chilly here in New York, but not ready for that.
Well,
yeah, it's not anywhere near that here in Mississippi either. We're still having 90 and 95 degree weather. So
actually, I had to put socks on this morning because it was actually, it felt like fall.
Wow, I'm coming to New York for sure.
Come visit me.
I need to.
Yeah, well, I'm in Florida, and you get the humidity, and right now we're getting off the coast the potential hurricane.
Mm-hmm. All right, guys, I'm going to go ahead and take you through. Oh, go ahead, Chip. Go ahead.
When I finished one of the lives yesterday, I was not happy with the beginning and the end of it. I wanted to trim those, so I imported it into Screencast-O-Matic, and the sync was way off.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was an issue with the recording or if it was an issue with Screencast-O-Matic, because I'm having a huge issue with Screencast-O-Matic right now with syncing, and it does that stutter thing.
Yeah.
So it's like right. So check and make sure. I just did an update today with Screencast-O-Matic and did a real quick video, and it looked like it might have fixed the problem, but double check it and make sure. And then I'll check a recording. I'll do a recording off the webinar as well and see if it does that syncing problem. I haven't had a problem with the syncing before, but I'll still double check it and see. Okay.
And it adds captions, which I thought was terrific. So I'd love to put it back up with captions.
Yeah, that is fabulous. I'll definitely check that out because I missed that.
One thing I wanted to say, I've been going back over some of my podcasts that I did 12 years ago, and it's just uncanny how back then I was talking about working on the internet and working from home, and how far advanced it's come and how it's become so common now, and just how important Builderall and its tools are to what people are doing now.
Right, and I think you bring up a really good point, Davida, because what we have at our fingertips with this Facebook Live and YouTube Live, it's so incredibly powerful. And if you let it slip through your fingers, you're missing out on a really good tool to get yourself out there, get your products, your business, your brand out there, or even just to promote Builderall, get it out there. We didn't have this just a few years ago. We didn't have something this simple. And now we've got this available literally at the touch of our fingers. So we want to make sure that we're incorporating that somehow into what we're doing with our business. Even if it's just going live to Facebook once a week, this doesn't have to be an everyday thing. And then once a week to YouTube. Plus, if you go live to Facebook or if you go live to YouTube, there are ways to pull that video off. And then you can edit it in something like Screencast-O-Matic, put an intro onto it, an outro onto it, and then throw it up there on a blog or throw it up onto Facebook or even do it as an evergreen, however you want to do it. So those extensions are out there to be able to do that. And I have several that I use to pull YouTube videos off and to pull Facebook videos off. Tyree?
Okay, I'm glad you said that. I know you're going to show us later on in the week, but to make sure I heard you clearly, I know that you showed us how we can pull a YouTube video off of YouTube. And it used to be where I could pull one off of Facebook, and I can't now. So with what we have with Builderall, if we live stream through Builderall, is there a way we will be able to pull that video off like that?
You can't record because you're live streaming and you're live streaming straight to Facebook, but there is a extension. Let me see if I can find it. I'm going to share my screen with you guys and I'll see if I can find that extension. So I'll go to here and then go to my extensions. Here we go.
It's called GetVid, getfvid.com.
I have a different one that works better, and it is a video downloader for Facebook right here. Video downloader for Facebook. And if you'll notice, guys, I want you to pay attention to what I've got going on right here. You see how all of these are turned off? These are things that I rarely use. I just don't use them very much. So I keep them turned off so that my computer runs better. It doesn't suck up all the bandwidth and suck up all the processor power. So this is turned off, but if there's a video that I want to download on Facebook, I just turn it on and then I go to the video that's in Facebook and there'll be a little button that appears right on the video that says download. And I just click download and then I can choose what resolution I want and then it'll download straight to my computer. And it does it very, very quickly. So definitely check that extension out. It is, let me tell you the name of it again, Video Downloader for Facebook is the name of it. So write that down for sure and access that in the Google Chrome Web Store. Great, Tyree. And that'll help you download the videos. And it is extremely efficient. It does extremely well. It's a high quality video that it downloads. And then you can package it up after that however you want to. So you can import it into Screencast-O-Matic and you can put an intro on it, an outro on it. You can put bubbles on it, little chat windows on it, whatever you want to do in Screencast-O-Matic, and then save it and throw it up onto YouTube or put it onto a blog or something like that.
Shelley, I was trying to figure that out in Screencast-O-Matic. How do I add an intro, an outro, or a little video in the middle of something that I want to put in there?
You can either do it as create a new video and it'll let you record a new video, or if you have a pre-made intro, that's an MP4, you just import add a new video file.
And how do you put it into a certain space?
You just put the cursor where you want to add it.
Okay.
It's really, really, really easy. Actually, when I did the training on YouTube, I think I actually showed how to add the video in there because I showed how I add my intro and how I add my outro.
Okay, so I'll find that training. Sorry about that dog.
That's okay. We love dogs. We like to teach them about Builderall too.
Well, we just call her the incredible barking dog. So.
And you know that if you have dogs on your thumbnails and in your video, dogs and children get you more clicks. I swear it. I swear up and down. All right, you guys, I'm going to jump into the settings for the webinar really quick. We're going to fly through how to set up a brand new webinar as if we were creating a brand new webinar. And I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the setup. And then tomorrow we're going to set up an official webinar and you're going to see how it'll go live and how we can see the chat and how we can see the chat bot and how it works. But we're going to talk about the settings today. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. And Michael, it's great to see you with your doggy. All right, so let me share my screen here. And we'll go here. Yay. And all I do is go into the webinar platform. And I'm going to close this webinar since we're done. And ooh, I earned money, so that's fabulous. And now we're just going to start a brand new webinar. We're going to talk a little bit about these settings that we have to do. So here I am in the webinar screen. I'm going to go to new webinar. And I'm going to name it. So we'll just call this Boot Camp Webinar. And we'll do the same thing for the description. And then I don't want to protect it with a password, but if you were doing a webinar that they needed a password to be able to get in and see it, you could actually set it up so that you have to give them the password or they ain't getting in. But I'm going to leave that unchecked for now, and I'm going to do create webinar. And what that does is it throws it into my webinar list. And I just scroll down, scroll down, scroll down, scroll down, scroll down. And my webinar platform is freaking out on me. So let's go ahead and refresh. Refresh.
That's what I was getting yesterday. It just kept looping.
Yeah, refresh is just a friend of yours, just to make sure to refresh if something like that happens. So I don't see the webinar that I just made, so we'll just make it again. So I'll go new webinar, and we'll call it Boot Camp Webinar. And we'll copy and paste and create webinar. And there we go. Now it's actually created the webinar for me. And now I can go in and do several settings. So we'll go through each one of these just to take a look and see what they all do. So first of all, in the edit webinar tab, we can edit the name and the description. And then if you have a live link that you want to set up, you can actually put the link in there. Once it's recorded, if you have the link to the recording, you can actually put that in there. You've got your email signature. This is where you can put your name. So I'm going to say Shelly Turner. I will do Shelly Builderall Diva Turner. And why is this important? Because if you're going to send out email reminders, you can actually have your email signature in there. Protect with password, you have another opportunity to check that if you want to. Then the date format, we're in the US, but you can also choose to use the European date format. I'll stick with US because I can never
back up. Could you back up to live link and recorded link? What would you put there under what circumstances?
If you've got a live link to your webinar, like you've got it on YouTube, then you can put that link right there. This is like after you, this is part of creating an evergreen.
And same thing for the recorded, you gotta go somewhere and pick that up, or you're coming back after you recorded it and you're getting the link from whatever it's stored at.
Correct. Both of these are after you've done your webinar, and you've got the link available. You can actually click right there. And this is for when those emails go out, right? When we send those mailing blast emails out, we want to make sure that we have, if we want to send them to the live version, then we're going to have a link there. That would be, the live link here would actually be the page where the live webinar is going to be. And then the recorded link is where the recording is going to be. So whatever page the live version is going to be at, whatever page the recorded version is going to be at. Let me look at your eyeballs to make sure you got that, because what happens is Mailing Boss sends out emails, and it will send out emails. I see those eyeballs, Michael. It sends out emails to say, hey, don't forget, you got a live webinar coming up on Tuesday at noon. Here's the link to go to the live webinar. And that's going to be the link that takes them to the page where that live webinar is going to be. Okay. And then after the webinar, there's going to be a link that takes them to where the recorded part is going to be. So you want to put that page in there so that when after the webinar, that email goes out, it's going to say, hey, do you want to rewatch it or did you miss it the first time? Here's the link of where the replay is going to be. So those two links are actually really, really important, because if you're sending out emails to remind them, then you need to make sure you got those links in there. Okay. Nick, did you have a question? No, I don't think so. Okay. If you have a question, Nick, just flag me down. Okay. All right. So we'll keep going, and let me keep showing you what we got here. So we did everything on this one. So we'll go to the next one, which is content. And this is actually my favorite area, because this is the different ways that you can do this webinar. So we already know about the streaming tool, right? So that allows you to stream live to Facebook or live to YouTube. Now, what I do is if I have one of my webinars that I use for live streaming, then I don't use it for anything else. Remember I told you that I've got my live streaming one named Recurring Webinar, and that is the one I use every time to do a live stream to Facebook or YouTube. So it's exclusively used to live stream. Because if I choose a different way to do this webinar, then I'm locking it in to that different way, whether it's a live webinar on a page, or if it's an evergreen webinar that's a replay or something like that. So I need to make sure that it's either live or it's something else, the content's from somewhere else, okay? The next thing that I can do is disable controls, which means the forward button, the go backwards button, the play and the pause are not there. So those controls are disabled, and I usually don't do that because it really irritates me to be watching a webinar and not be able to go forward if it's a recorded webinar. So it's kind of, up to you whether you want to disable the controls. Now, if you have a timed webinar where, 10 minutes into the webinar, the button shows up, then you definitely want to disable the controls so that they can't go forward and they're already watched the whole thing by the time that the button shows up. So you have to kind of consider what you're doing with your webinar to decide if you're going to disable the controls or not. And then the next one is content from. And if you click that, here's where you can get your content from. So you can get your content from a YouTube URL. So you get the YouTube link. You can also do an iframe. And this is where you can actually get the iframe from the YouTube channel. So you can iframe it straight from the YouTube stream. So every time you go live, it will go live for you in your page that you add this webinar to. So you can actually do an iframe as well. You can upload a video from your computer, which means anything you've got on your computer, you can upload and make it into a webinar. And then you can go into my recorded webinars, where if you choose to record a webinar, it will record it onto the platform. And then you can choose from your recorded webinars that you have available on the platform. Okay. So if you go into my recorded webinars, you can see that I've done a couple recordings. So I can actually choose those recordings and use those for future webinars. All right. So that's content. And I'll just choose my recorded webinars. That sounds good. So that's the content area. And the next one is schedule. So you want to make sure you list the duration in minutes of your webinar. So I would say that my webinar is going to be 60 minutes, and that's a lie because I always keep you guys for about 2 hours. And then you choose how you want to schedule it. So do you want it on demand, as in they choose to go to that page and Shazam, it's on demand? Do you want to start it by a button, as in you start the webinar by clicking a button and the webinar starts? That's usually the way you do it if you're doing it by a certain time that you want control of when it starts. Maybe you've got a fluctuating time that you can start, so you can do it by a button. And when you click that button, it starts the webinar. Or you can do start by time, as in I want it to start Tuesday at 12 o'clock noon, exactly 12 o'clock noon Eastern time. So you can choose any one of these. So if you start by button, there's the button right there. You have admin control, you click start and the webinar starts. Or you can do start by time, and then you choose the time that it starts, and you can choose local time or UTC. So I actually, oh wow, I made money again, yummy. So you can actually choose a specific time that when it starts, and then the time string, you can actually see it right here of when it all is going to start. So watch that closely to make sure it's starting the exact time that you want it to start. My suggestion is that you go to UTC time. That way you'll have a standard time that it'll start, and everybody will be able to understand that. So that's the schedule of when your webinar is going to start. Remember that on demand is what you would use to do evergreen. Okay, on demand is what you would do to do an evergreen. All right, next we have chat, and this is enable chat. You can also do pre-moderation, and for this one, that means that when it's live, the chat messages will not show up unless you approve them. So this is actually kind of important sometimes, especially if you have a lot of haters out there that are going to come in and try to just ruin your day. You can actually pre-moderate and make sure that you're watching these before they go live, appearing on chat, and you can actually not allow some chats to go live. You can also choose to save the history of your chat so that you keep it and you can see all the chats for every single webinar. And then choose to clear comments every 24 hours. So if you want every 24 hours, every 24 hours, it's brand new comments starting from scratch, you can do that. So those are those items right there. The next one, and this is another one of my favorites, and I know Tyree really likes this as well, and that is ghost users. So these are not the type of ghost users that are like running around to all your people going boo. It's actually a way to create engagement in your webinar, especially if you're doing an evergreen webinar. So let's go ahead and talk about these ghost users. I'm going to go ahead and click edit, and that takes me into where I can add my ghost users. So right here, it wants to know what time from the start. So hours, minutes, and seconds. So maybe 10 seconds into the webinar, I want to have somebody jump in and tell me their username. So username is Bob. And maybe I say, hey, you guys, I want everybody to jump in and tell me who you are and where you're from. So we're going to say Bob from Alabama. There we go. And I'm going to click add. So now Bob from Alabama is going to jump in 10 seconds. And in the chat, you're going to see Bob from Alabama. If I don't like that, I can delete it. I can edit it so I can make any changes that I want to. And I can continue to add ghost users. So let me tell you about the value of ghost users. On the surface, it sounds like it's kind of cheating, right? If you kind of think about it on the surface, you're like, that's like misrepresenting yourself, that people are actually there. But what happens on a webinar is if there's no activity in the chat, then people are kind of afraid to be active and say things, right? They're like, I don't want to be the first one to jump in there and speak because I may say something wrong, or I mean, these are real things that people think about. So when you add those ghost users and they're actually engaging in your conversation on your evergreen webinar, what that does is that makes the people that are watching the webinar feel more comfortable jumping in and engaging. Now, it would be dishonest if you added something like, I just bought 10. that would be dishonest. But go ahead, Mike.
I was going to say, at events, they actually have people that stand up, you know, and they're selling something, and they just get people in the mood, because you're right, people that just get to do the first movement. So they've got events, most events, they all have them. Russell Brunson, Grant Cardone, they all have people that get up, the 5, 6 of them, whatever it may be, that get up first and just starts the engagement going.
Right,
you know,
and that's the whole idea behind the ghost users. When I first heard of ghost users, being brand new to that idea, I was like, well, that's kind of tricky. But now that I'm in digital marketing and I understand the hesitation that people have to even jump in and participate, it's just a way to help people feel more comfortable to engage and participate. So you'll never see on any of my webinars, Shelly, I bought 10 of them. Your product is great. That's not the kind of thing that you'll see. But you may see something like, if I say, hey, you guys, tell me your name and where you're from, I might have a couple of ghost users that jump in and say a name and where they're from to kind of give that indication that it's great to jump in there and give me your name and where you're from. Or I might say a question like, hey, you guys, if you had your choice, would you rather have the red one or the blue one? And I might have a ghost user jump in at that point and say something like, I think I would like the blue one. And that would prompt the users to maybe want to jump in and give their opinion as well. And you guys know this. I know you know this. People don't want to give their opinion if nobody else is giving their opinion because they're afraid that their opinion is wrong. So you want to help to give them encouragement to jump in there and participate and engage. That way they are engaged with your webinar and they are paying attention to what's going on and you have their attention. So it just kind of helps that process. Gabriel?
Yeah, would you also put, to make it more look real, just an idea? If you say, would you like the red or the blue? And have some guy say, I like orange, you know?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, if you want to put that in there, yeah. And then have a comment in the webinar that says, well, we don't have orange, but we do have red and blue, right? So it sounds like you're participating with that person, you're commenting on that person's comment. So yeah, it's all, you want to create that, that engagement because that's what's going to get your people engaged. And you guys probably know this, but you don't know that you know this. And that is, you want people in your webinar to feel safe to engage, right? I don't know how many webinars you guys have been on, but every time I go to a webinar and they ask a question, my hands do like this. Should I answer? Should I not answer? Right? And everybody does that because they're just not sure if they should engage. If you've got those ghost users, that helps them to feel safe to engage.
Because I see that I see it on a lot of webinars, you know, and it's so cliche. Hey, what's your name? Everybody, and then it's like a robot, you know what I mean? And it's like, oh yeah, it's all fake. But if you make it like that, then people look like, oh, wait a minute, I think this is real. This is live, you know?
Exactly. That's exactly it. And you don't want to purposely mislead them. Remember, the goal is to make it safe for them to engage. So you don't want to have 52 ghost users telling you their name and where they're from. Right.
Now, I actually
insert that prompt and then go from there. Go ahead, Davida.
Yeah, when I took part in the WBEX thing, they use Zoom, and it's like they would ask questions, but then what they would do is it would be a poll, so that it would encourage you to participate rather than have you just answer one question.
Right, and that is one thing you can do with a live one on Zoom, but we can't do polls yet on our webinar. So, so you could ask a question during your evergreen webinar and have ghost users answer in a few different ways so that it will prompt the users to put their input in as well. So it's just an idea to kind of help create engagement without being like dishonest. Tyree?
So while we're on the question section, I had a question when you were in the content part of the webinar creation. You had mentioned that we have an iframe. We can iframe this. What I want to know is that could we iframe this live? Could we do a webinar? We build our webinar live through our own page, like one of the HTML frames to our own page?
You wouldn't really iframe a page. This is an iframing of a video.
Right.
You can iframe a video from YouTube, just get the iframe code, or you can iframe your channel so that every time you go live, it's going to display that live to your page. That's exactly what we do with that weekly webinar, is we have it iframed in so that, and it has the channel ID, so that when you go to that weekly webinar page, if we're live on YouTube, you're going to see it.
Okay, I'm gonna see about doing that because I would also like to have a page, my home page, to where when I go live, because that'll always be on the internet. And with our webinar system, being able to do that, that would be a gigantic bonus.
It is huge. Let me tell you some applications of that. And that is, let's say that you've got a Builderall team and you want to do training for your team. You can set up a membership area for your team. The only way they can get in is if they have a username and password. And then you have a broadcast live training page. And they get in, they go to that live training page. It's set up to iframe to your live stream for YouTube channel. And then every time you go live, you can actually let them know, hey, we're doing training in our broadcast area, jump in and check it out. And they get live training from your YouTube channel straight into that page. Really cool stuff. So there's so many neat ways to do it. Honestly, it's really, really cool. So let me keep going, you guys. So I'm going to jump into share. And so we talked about ghost users, and they are very easy to set up, but you just want to make sure that the timing works out so that whatever you're saying on your webinar is happening at the same time as the ghost users. Because obviously you wouldn't want to say, you wouldn't want to be talking about under basket water weaving, and all of a sudden somebody jumps in and says, hey, I really like that poodle video that you did, and you haven't even mentioned that poodle video yet. So just make sure the timing's correct and that you're being engaging. You want to make sure you're encouraging engagement, not being dishonest with purchases or how much money you've made or something like that. I've seen what to me are obvious ghost users on webinars that say things like, I'm Susie and I made $5,000 with this program and you can too, right? It's fake. So don't put fake stuff in there. Put stuff in there that is encouraging engagement, because that's what the ghost users are all about, okay? Once you've created them, you just click save and they're actually ready to go. Also right here on the chat height, you can decide how big you want the chat on your broadcast page. This is 15%. I think the one that I like to do is 30%. So it takes up 30% of the page and messages. So it's a pretty long box. So that's how you set up that area, which is the chat area. The next one is statistics. And this is what you look at after your webinar is over. So it'll tell you how many people were there, how many people that signed up that weren't there, if you have the registration set up, how many people didn't attend, how many people left before you ended, how many people made it all the way to the end, and then financial, how much money did you make for your webinar if you set up some kind of sales, which I've never done the financial part yet, so I'm not sure how that works, but hopefully I'll get more information about that later. The next one is Mailing Boss. This is another fabulous tool that we have inside here. So we have import standard rules, edit standard rules, or add a new scheduled rule. So import standard rules means that you can import some pre-made emails already. So if I click that, it's gonna go in and ask me which mailing boss list. So I'll just put it to language I'm using. And then the send from email, I'll do it from Shelly or Tony at builderalldiva.com. That's one of my registered emails. So I'll click save. And what it does is it pulls in all of those emails for me. These are pre-made emails. You don't have to do anything at all if you don't. So 1 day before, it sends this out. 4 hours before, it sends this one out. 1 hour before, it sends this one out. 1 minute before, it sends this one out. And then after 3 hours, 3 hours after the webinar, it's going to send out the replay. So all of these right here are very important that you put the live link in that other area where I did edit webinar, because all of these need that live link. And then the replay, that's important. Remember 3 hours that you have to get that replay link in there. So you can grab the replay link and actually put it in the email. Any of those emails you can edit by just clicking edit, and that will take you into the email editor where you can work on it. And if you'll notice, we have some tags that we can work on. So you can actually grab any of these tags and put them in. This one says, hey there, F name. I wanted to send you a quick reminder of the webinar tomorrow, and then it has the webinar title, and then webinar host, date, time, and the live link. That's the important one right there. And remember, it's getting it from that other area that we talked about. So you can edit any of that you want to. Also notice that it's got the email signature in there. Remember, I filled that out by putting in Shelly Builderall Diva Turner. So it will put that tag in there for me. You can edit any of this. You can take these out. You can put them in, whatever you want to do. And then there's my send from email. So you can see that I can change just about anything I want. I can also change when this goes out. By default, this one's set up to go out 1 day before, but maybe I want it to go 2 days before. So I can just change that to 2. I can change the subject name. So there's a lot of stuff I can change in here. And then once I change to what I want it to be, I just click save. And everything's been changed. And this one says you chose on-demand schedule method. Currently creating mailing box rule will not work with the on-demand. And that's a key that I want you to understand is on-demand is not going to get the email sent out. It's going to be the live webinar that's going to get the email sent out. On-demand is when they go to the page and it just starts the webinar right away. So for this particular instance, because I chose on-demand, the emails won't be sent out because it's not set up to send for on-demand. But anyway, I have control over all of these emails. I can delete any of them. So if I don't want it to go out 1 hour before, but I do want it to go out 1 minute before, I can just delete this email. Let's say there's not enough emails. I can actually add another email. So add a new scheduled rule. I just pick when I want it to go out. I edit it the way I want it to, the from email, and then I click save, and it will add another email to the list. Also, these standard rules, I can edit them anytime I want to by clicking edit, and I can go in and create a new category, add a new scheduled rule, and actually create an entire new list of standard rules that I can use for this particular webinar. So lots of power that you have in setting up your Mailing Boss email autoresponder so that for live webinars, you have the emails going out in a sequence to make sure they're reminded of their webinar. I'm going to stop sharing for a minute and make sure you guys got all of that. Tyree and then Gabriel.
Okay. Here we go. Okay. Now, I know that we're doing this live and some people may not have seen this, but when they're going to see it, please help me if I'm wrong. With what we have now, we can schedule a webinar and we also can have an email list that we can add. And as you mentioned, pre-written emails. Now, I didn't hear you mention a secret weapon we have called script generator. Will that write those emails like that? Because I haven't checked out, I play with the script generator, but when it comes to, I know it writes webinar scripts and things like that, but I have not played with it or dissected it to know if it would write those like pre-scheduled web emails and things like that. So right now I'm seeing myself, you just saved me a lot of life, okay?
Yeah. So here's what happens is that those email sequences are very generic. The ones that are automatically in there, the standard rules are very generic. So this is going to basically say your webinar is at this time. Here's the name of the webinar. Here's the live link. Congratulations. We can't wait to see you, right? This is very, very basic. So if you want something more involved, then you can go to the script generator and it does do emails for you, webinar-based emails. So you can go and grab those emails, put them in there and edit however you want to. And then that sequence will be available for those people that are going to that live webinar. So yes, you can do that with the script generator.
So anyone that's watching this replay, we also have everything you need, even a webinar script generator for those people that may not understand may not have skill set yet to write their own emails.
That's right. Absolutely. And the script generator actually does really good emails. And let me tell you a trick. You can spend hours going through that avatar, trying to set the avatar up. My trick is just to put XX in all of the boxes. And then in every box has to be completed. So you have to do that for everything. And then once you put XX in there and then you run it, it will spit out a good email with the XX in there. So you can add the pain points and stuff like that into the email, but it'll put the main idea of the email in there so you can have a pretty good start to that email. And then you don't have to painstakingly go through all of that avatar setup in the very beginning.
Well, I'm glad you said that because I was going to play with it this evening when I go to the hospital to be with my daughter, but now I have something I can do. I'm going to play with that. So thank you for that train. I'm going to do that. And again, this is at no additional cost by Builderall.
That's right. You got to love them. All right. Who else had a question? Gabriel. Gabriel and then Mike.
So for just clarification, I would have to go and create 3 different types of email sequence, one for recorded webinar, one for on-demand, and one for live webinar?
Actually, the emails are there already. You're just pulling them in and activating them for that webinar.
What do you mean? Is it already in my mailing box right now?
Yeah, when I pull them and activate them, they're ready to go. I attach them.
Oh, it was just a template basically. So you just pulled it for the webinar. I got you. So it's the template, but then I have to go edit it. Oh, great.
Yeah, if you want to change any of them, they're real generic, right?
Oh,
They're just like, here's your webinar. Don't forget. Here's the link.
Oh, okay. So it's just, oh, wow. It's even better than I thought. I thought I got to go back and redo it and then pull the list. So
No,
awesome.
You pick the list that you want it to go to. And then, so you might have, underwater basket weaving webinar subscriber list, right? You attach it to that webinar, and then anybody that registers for that webinar is going to be on that list, and they're going to get those emails.
Oh, nice. Oh, yeah, wow. Great. And then back to your script generator that you mentioned a minute ago. If I do the XXX, would it give me the same exact type of script if I took the time to put the keywords in there, or the exact, would the script be different or no?
It'll be different, because as you're doing the script generator, you're telling the script generator about your avatar. They're 35 to 45 years old, they're female, here's their pain points, here's their goals, blah, 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 blah. And it takes that stuff and puts it in. So if you only put XXX, it's going to put XXX in there, but it gives you great wording that it would put in there anyway. So when you get that kind of a template version that has the XXX in, you can actually then add whatever you want in there for the XXX, because it's already kind of built the emails for you without the pain points, without all the stuff that you have to put in for your avatar. So it's a really, really fast way of getting the script generator to work for you.
So it wouldn't, my question being is that wouldn't be different if I put the avatar as a truck driver versus a teacher, right? The script wouldn't be different. It's just I'm just gonna put in the XXX truck driver and the teacher. It
doesn't spin it very much. It just has the right wording to create an exciting email or an exciting webinar script or an exciting phone script or something like that. So it's a great way to get the beginning of an email. Great way. It's a lot better than sitting in front of your computer going, all right, how am I going to write this email out? I'm not real sure. This gives you a jumping off point, and then you can add whatever pain points you want to in there, or whatever you want in there to kind of spruce it up. But the script generator does a great job of getting you started.
I know it's coming up, and I don't mean to spill out the big, whatever. It's coming out in the agency, So
yeah. The script generator is fabulous. If you're not using it yet, you definitely want to test it out. Michael, question, comment?
Sorry, yeah. The other thing I was going to ask you is I doing my webinar. I went to go and launch it, and the bloody internet was down, and I was building it up. So frustrating. But I was wondering if I had this on a bloody recurring evergreen, it would have been better. But you guys have been using in the past on the webinar platform live through Zoom. Is it YouTube and then straight to the Zoom YouTube, then into the webinar platform?
Correct. That's that iframe that I was talking about. That we iframe the channel in. So when we take the webinar platform and we iframe the YouTube channel, then anytime we go live, which when we use Zoom, we can go live to YouTube, it captures that live in the webinar platform and presents the live YouTube channel just exactly if you were watching it on YouTube. But it's actually better because you've got a broadcast room. You've got a page with your design, your stuff on there, your chat on there, and all that kind of stuff.
But there's a 15-second delay, is that right? I presume.
But yeah, it's like 5 or 10 seconds. I don't think it's 15 seconds because that's pretty long. It's like a 5 or 10 second delay. So you don't want to be watching them at the same time or listening to them at the same time, because you will stumble over your words like the whole time.
Especially if you got ghosts.
Right. So when I do the live, I always have the live open, but I have it muted so that I can't hear it. That way I can flip back and forth and make sure it's still live and still going. But I'm not hearing it, so I don't start tripping over my words.
So how stable is this at the minute? Because I know they were looking at a certain number of people is limited. I use Zoom at the minute. I've got the extra paid platform. I think we both upgraded at the time because the webinar wasn't launched at the time. Now it's launched. Is it fair to say I can scrap Zoom? Because Zoom's got a lot of potential in other things as well. You can use it for.
The biggest thing that Zoom's got over the webinar platform right now is that right here with you guys on Zoom right now, I have lots of people. We have 4 times 4, 16, 17 people. And with Builderall webinar, I can have up to 6 people that are panelists. So that's the major limitation right now, but the developers are working on a more efficient way to bring in those participants so that we can have more. So this is just a natural progression that we're going to get the ability to have more speakers for sure. And it will be a much more efficient way of being able to use these servers. And you missed the very beginning, Michael, but when we start a new webinar, especially if we're going live, we want to make sure that the server usage is really low, because, and there's 3 different servers you can choose from, because if someone's already on one of the servers, like say USA 1, and it's using 25 to 30% of the server capacity, then if you jump on with your people, then it's going to jump on to over 50%, which means you're going to slow down and they're going to slow down. So you always want to make sure you look at the server capacity, and if the server that you're getting on has any kind of usage that's 25 to 30% or more, then just switch servers. And that way you have the ability to make sure you're choosing the best server for your webinar. And 6 is not going to break the server by any stretch of the imagination. And then all the rest are going to be attendees. So what they're doing is they're just bringing video out. They're not sending video in and then bringing video out. So that's a lot less capacity on the bandwidth.
Yeah. My only thing is like, it's not been used enough, is it yet? Still, really, even by the team.
I think we're so comfortable with Zoom, with having multiple presenters.
Yeah, I agree.
That people jump in and use Zoom probably a lot faster. But I've used the live webinar part. I've used the recording part. I've definitely used the live to Facebook and live to YouTube part. And all of that works fabulous for me. I do know that Marco was doing a live not too long ago, and it kind of crashed on him because he had this committee. But I don't think that that's necessarily negative on Builderall. It just means he had a whole bunch of users all hitting it at the same time.
Yeah.
And even Zoom does that. We've shut down Zoom ourselves. So I wouldn't call it a limitation. I would call it another challenge. Just make sure that we have the server capacity to handle all of that.
It's a free bloody platform.
It's really good.
And 6
right.
six panels. Right. Yeah, panelists is plenty for a lot of people. Maybe not for like doing a big fat sale, but definitely promoting stuff. So people could go and press the button to buy.
Yep, I mentioned earlier, Michael, that George is pretty new with us. He's not been with us but just a few weeks. And George would actually be the perfect candidate to jump in there and start using the webinar to do Facebook Lives, to do YouTube Live. Hello, which means that the stream health is not my internet connection that's giving a little bit of grief, but you can see that I'm live, and I can put Felicity on the webinar. So if I go to the stream tool right here, and I go right here and send her to the main stream, she's actually going to be the main one on that video, even though she doesn't have her video on. But she should actually start showing in just a second on the live stream, because I made her the main video. So here we go. There we go. Oh, and we're actually already live streaming, so I think that's why it's giving us grief. But because we're already doing live streaming on YouTube, so it won't let us live stream twice. So that's what's going on. And this is actually just the independent one person, so that he can start getting used to getting out there and doing lives and getting his face out there and getting his content out there and giving value, being seen and heard. And that, without having to buy Zoom to do that, he's able to get out there and start branding himself and getting seen and heard and giving out that value, and he'll start growing really, really quickly. So for the new user that maybe isn't ready to jump into Zoom and have 100 people on a webinar, this is perfect. It is absolutely perfect.
And Zoom can really add up, can't it? It can really, if you get all the, I've got the webinar options and all that. Yeah, it can.
That's right.
Really,
George, I think you had a question for me.
Just in terms of mail deliverability.
It is way better. When we started with Builderall a couple of years ago, 2.5 years ago now, deliverability was very difficult to get it into the inbox. But Builderall has really worked on the deliverability by creating new IP addresses, new servers, a massive amount of servers actually, and they've been able to manage it a lot better. They make sure that everybody has double opt-in lists, and they've got better lists. They're limiting the amount of imports that you can do, so that people aren't bringing in like 10,000 subscriber lists that they actually scraped. And when you get a scraped list, that's a bad list. It's going to have a lot of bounces and stuff, which of course gives the server a bad reputation, and that automatically from that IP address gets shipped into spam. So they've done so much to be able to get the reputation of the servers up, the reputation of the domains up, and now deliverability is better than it's ever been. So I'm really, really proud. We did a email marketing boot camp, and we walked through how to set up our emails and deliver. And I think everybody was surprised how stuff was getting into the inbox so easily, even with a brand new domain.
Okay.
So way, way better. Absolutely. That was a good question, actually. So let me continue to jump in, and we'll go through a few more settings. So this mailing bus is fabulous. Now, right here, you've got a button that says change Mailing Boss API keys. If you've been into Mailing Boss, you know that there's a public key and a private key for Mailing Boss. If this is not connecting correctly, or if you want to go off of somebody else's account, you can actually change the API keys and the email will come off of somebody else's account. So this is a really interesting way to cross accounts to be able to get emails to go out. This is kind of an advanced one, so use it sparingly for sure, and definitely test, retest, and test again before you actually do this for a live webinar, okay? The next one is Mailing Boss tracking. This is another valuable tool. You can enable this, and then there's a integration key and a reference key that you have to get from Mailing Boss, and that will allow you to actually track what's going on with Builderall, and you can do tags and all kinds of neat stuff. So Mailing Boss tracking, again, that's a little bit advanced. We probably won't go into that here, but that would be a really good advanced boot camp for sure. And then the next one is translation, and this allows you to translate some of the standard words that you have inside of your webinar. So for the word send, if you were translating all of this to French, then you would put the French word for send in there. For write a message, you would translate that into French. For log in, you would translate that into French. So you can actually translate this into a different language and be able to have your webinar ready for a different language. So right here, where it might say webinar not started yet, instead of having that in English, you could put that in any language that you wanted. So you can actually translate this webinar into another language if you really wanted to, okay? And all that's involved with building your broadcast page and setting up your own website and web page for your broadcast. And we'll go into that more tomorrow. All right, so we've gone through all of the settings. We'll actually set up completely a website with a webinar tomorrow, and we'll actually see if it works, okay? So what's your homework tonight? Your homework tonight is to do a live and invite a guest speaker with you. That's your homework tonight. So you can go either to Facebook or to YouTube. It doesn't matter. If you want to do both, you get 2 gold star stickers. But your homework tonight is only one. Yeah, George, you got 2 today. You did really good.
No, in my head.
In your head. But yes, definitely go Facebook or YouTube and invite a guest speaker. And you guys talk a little bit live. And I want you to practice flipping them between them being the main speaker or doing the split screen. Main speaker, split screen. That way you can kind of get comfortable with that. Also remember to share your screen so you can see how to do that, and also use that whiteboard so you can see how to do that. So just do a quick live webinar with somebody on Facebook or YouTube, invite somebody as a guest speaker, put them in as the main speaker, split the screen, share your screen, and use that whiteboard. Do all of those, and if you'd like to invite me to watch, I would love to watch. Just send me a link and I'll jump in and watch. All right, everybody got it? Any questions before we go? Michael's like, I think I'm a little nervous. You totally got this, dude. You got this. All right, you guys, if there are no questions, I'm going to go ahead and let you go. You guys did fabulous again today. Wait, Haris, do you have a question?
How can we watch the first day?
I'm going to put it up right now. I didn't have a chance to yesterday because I went straight through with the trainings. So I will get it up right now and you can start the first one. So give me about 30 minutes to get it up and added, and then you should be ready to go.
Because the replay, I don't know if anyone else had noticed, the replay button takes you to the YouTube organic.
I have to set up the inside of it. So you're right, it takes you to the YouTube organic.
Yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome. Gabriel, go ahead, and then I'll do Michael.
Yeah, are you going to also add that iframe code?
Yes.
All right.
Yep, I got it ready for you. Michael?
Just a quick one. This training that I just saw your link come through. There's so many trainings out now. And I'm in and out of hospital and things going on at the minute. So I'm trying my best to kind of keep up with things. So we've got the agency one, which there's a bit of a break on the agency one. Is that right? Am I right on that one?
Yes, on this week.
Yep, cool. And so your trainings are Tuesdays or every day? The best way to find out, Michael, is to go to the event calendar. And that's in the dashboard. So let me take you there real quick. Okay. I'll show it to everybody just in case. So on the Builderall dashboard right here, you'll just go to the Builderall Business. Mine says Ambassador, but you'll go to Builderall Business. And then right here is the event calendar. You just click that. And when you click that, it comes up with the event calendar. And that's got everything that I know about. And I update this as much as I can to make sure it's as accurate as possible. But for this week, it shows you everything that we've got going on. And for the boot camp, you can see that there's actually a click here on the desktop version.
If you're on desktop, you can click here and it will allow you to join the live Zoom. And so you can click right there. There's also a mobile version, but the clickable links don't work on the mobile because I cheated. And instead of recreating the boxes in the mobile, I just took an image of that week and put it in there. So the links don't work on the mobile, but on the desktop, all the links actually work. Also on the event calendar, you've got the social media planner. So if you're just not real sure what to post on social media, you can actually get some ideas here. And each day I've just got a different idea. Do you have to do what's on there? Absolutely not. But if you want to have an idea of what to do, you can get some neat ideas from the social media planner. And I update that about every 3 weeks. I give you a whole brand new calendar to work with, including the social media stuff. So that's just a way to keep you updated with what's going on in Builderall, with all events, all training, and all meetings, and also some ideas on social media planning. Okay.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
You're welcome very much.
Thank you. I'm going to shoot, and I think everyone else is going. But bye. Take care, and thank you again.
Shelley, what is that at 8 o'clock, the live one? What is the?
That's the Builderall Live, and Brad was going to be doing that at 8 o'clock every single week. But I think since the agency's been going and he's been really busy, I don't think that he's stuck to that schedule. So I'm not entirely sure exactly what the schedule is. But that's the only one on there that I'm just not sure of.
Okay. Yeah, we haven't, because I haven't received any notification. That's what I was wondering.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Let me take a look at the YouTube channel real quick. So here, YouTube, and we'll switch over. Well, let me go to Builderall USA. There we go. And here's the Builderall USA channel. You can actually see here when he goes live. So we've got the new Barbie episode, so you definitely want to check that out. And then as far as the Builderall Live episodes, I'm not sure. Let's see. I'm going to go to videos. And I don't think that he's been, I see the last one that was done was 4 days ago. So I think right now with agency going, and he's also getting a Roku channel set up and all that. So I think that he really was going to do it like 8 o'clock every single night. But I think it's just a little overwhelming right now. We're all kind of chasing our tail, getting stuff done.
Thank you. Thanks.
Any other questions, you guys? All righty, so I'm going to let you go. Just remember, tomorrow we're going to go ahead and build a website for a webinar, and we're going to build the actual webinar, and we're going to go in and we're going to test it to see if it actually works. Okay? All right, don't forget your homework, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Until then, I will see you all over the internet and all over Facebook. You guys have a fabulous day.
Thanks. Bye, Shelley. Bye, everyone.
Bye, guys.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Guys. All right, we'll let this connect real quick and see if we can actually go live today. Everybody cross your fingers and cross your toes and cross your eyeballs. We'll see if it all works. Oh my gosh, there we go. It did it. So we are officially live on day 3 of the webinar platform boot camp. And let me jump back in because we actually had a couple questions before I started. And the first one was when you do a live to YouTube, the YouTube live or to Facebook live, can the presenters share their screen? And I think the answer to that is no. They just get to join, but they don't have any like elevated privileges. So you get to share your screen, but I don't think they can share their screen. I don't think they get that capability. I will definitely double check that though. And if it's different, I will definitely let you know. Okay. I have so many platforms that I use. Sometimes I cross over the platforms and don't know for absolute sure. So I will check and make sure that that is the case. Okay. And then Susie had a question, so I'm going to have Susie jump in and ask her.
Hi, Shelley. Let me ask you. You mentioned that we're going to have a train on mobile optimization. But
we're going to have a what on mobile optimization? Tell me again.
Yes.
We're going to have
a
boot camp. We're going to have a boot camp. Is that what you said?
No. You said that we're going to have a training, but I don't know if it's a boot camp.
Were you watching the earlier webinar where I was talking about fonts?
Yes.
I will post that everywhere. When I get that chart ready to see what the font sizes are for the desktop versus mobile, I'll make sure to post that everywhere. We'll also make sure it gets into the training area so you guys can see it and it'll be available for everybody. Okay.
But the question, the real question is, are we still optimizing tablets or we are not?
I don't, because when we go from desktop size to tablet size, it's actually responsive. And what it's doing is it's just kind of shrinking everything to fit the screen. But the kicker is when you go from tablet to mobile, it can no longer shrink it like that so small. So that's why we have the adaptive version. So you can actually adapt the mobile so that everything fits perfectly and the way that you want it. But we're coming out with that responsive banner, and that responsive banner is designed like our old responsive builder, where it's got columns and rows. Yes. And when it responds, it actually takes those columns and just stacks them on top of each other. It's going to be a really interesting way to see how it works. I haven't gotten to play with it yet, but I'm really excited to check it out because I did like our old responsive builder. I like the way it took everything and stacked it. So basically we had a pixel perfect inside of each box that was in the responsive builder. But we'll see how the banner does and how well we can make the mobile responsive. Okay.
Perfect.
Can't wait. That was a good question. All right, you guys, any other questions before we get started today? No, don't everybody ask at once. Too much. All right, you guys, let's go ahead and jump into the webinar platform, and we're going to go all the way through setting up a webinar today, and we're going to set it up so that you guys can actually watch it tonight. We're going to set it up like a webinar that's going to be active later tonight, so that you can sign up, you can get notifications, you can get the emails that you're supposed to get. You can sign up and actually watch it live. And then you can actually get the email that the replay is sent to you as well. So we're going to do all of that today. You're going to see how exactly I would set it up. Okay. Dominic, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to let Davida know to mute her mic every time she types. It takes away from you.
Oh, yeah. Thank you very much. Davida, I'll go ahead and mute you. There we go. I got it. So the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to set up our email list, because I need to have an email list specifically for the webinar so that when people sign up, it's sending out from that email list when they sign up. So we're going to go ahead and get that set up and ready to go. So I'm going to go ahead and get started doing that first. It's going to be just a very simple thing to do. So I'm going to go to share, and then we'll go to here, and we'll go to the home page, and I'm just going to use my main, one of my main accounts, and we're going to go ahead and set up Mailing Boss. So right here is Mailing Boss. I'm going to click it and then click enter. And I'm going to set up my new Mailing Boss, and I'm going to show you the long way to set this up, and then tomorrow I'm going to show you how you can do it in Canvas a little bit differently. Okay, so I'm going to set up my subscriber list. So I'm going to set up a webinar 1. I'm going to call it webinar 1. And I'm just going to do that as the display name, description, and continue. And then all of this is fine. I want it to be a double opt-in, so I'll click next. And then right here, I'm going to capture the email and first name, and that's all I want. So now I'm going to click Save Changes. And now I have to go through all of my stock emails and stock pages. I'm not going to make any changes to them. I'm just going to let her rip. So I'll go Save and Next, and Save and Next, and then Save and Next. And one more, Save and Next. Fabulous. And now I've got all of my stock emails and stock web pages made. Now I'm going to go to the fields, and I'm going to make sure, I'm a little OCD about this. I'm going to make sure that first name shows up first on my email marketing form, and then the email field shows up second. That drives me nuts when they're flip-flopped. And then for first name, I'm going to go ahead and make it required. So those are the two things I'm going to change, is the sort order and required on the first name. And I'm going to click Save Changes. And then I'm going to go into Update, and I'm going to make sure that under Advanced Settings that I have the double opt-in. I'm going to make sure that the email is coming from a verified email. So I'm going to click the down arrow, and let's see if we can find a good verified email. So we'll do Shelly at, let's see if we can find it. Shelly at the Laptop Diva. That sounds great. Shelly at the Laptop Diva. And then on this one, on the reply to, I'm going to say no reply at thelaptopdiva.com. And I think that's all I want to set up right here. I can do a subscription, a subscriber already exists redirect. So if somebody tries to sign up to the opt-in form twice, it will take them to a page that says, hey, you're already a member. But I haven't made the pages yet, so I'm not going to put that in there. I'll just click Save Changes. And now all that's set up, and I am ready to go. So I'm feeling good about the information that's in there, and I've got my subscriber list set up. And let's go ahead and jump into the Pixel Perfect and start building our pages. So I'm going to go to the Pixel Perfect Builder, and I'm going to click Enter. And I'm going to start building my website. Now I'm building this one from scratch today. so that you can see me starting from the very, very beginning of how to do this. And you can see that it's actually not that difficult to start from scratch. So I'm just going to go to new website. And I'm just going to make it blank. It's not going to have anything in it. But if you did want to do something that already exists, I think we have a couple of webinar funnels already. So let me see if we have one here. Yep, we have a webinar funnel right here. So you could actually choose either one of these two, and they're actually pre-configured. So you've got two funnels that you can choose from. We're just going to do it from scratch so you can see how I do it from the very beginning. So I'm going to go to a new website. So I'm just going to go blank page. And then I'm going to choose the actual blank page. It has a list of a bunch of blank pages here, but they're lying to you. They're not all blank. This one right here is the actual blank one. So I'm going to choose blank, layout cleaned, and click edit. And then from here, it's going to load my Pixel Perfect website builder. And I'm going to click save. And then I'm going to name it webinar 1 and send. And then save. And now everything's ready to go. Now, based on what I taught earlier today, one of the first things I would do is go into the text and actually change the text that I want to use throughout my website, because I'm not going to make this website pretty. I'm not going to concentrate on that and take time away from you guys. But normally I would go in and change the text to make the text consistent throughout the website for me, which means I would change the size, I would change the style of the font and make it the exact fonts and the exact sizes that I want based on the desktop view and the mobile view. And I'll be putting out a chart really soon to show you what the normal sizes should be. But we'll pretend like I changed all of the text settings. I've got it exactly the way I want. And then I click save to make sure that all my changes were saved. And now I'm going to go ahead and actually click the plus button. And I'm going to go to text and I'm going to add a heading right here. And we're going to put this heading right here. I'm going to put join our webinar today, exclamation point. And then I'll do another text box with the H2. Oops, wrong one. Plus and text and H2. And then I'll put something like don't miss your opportunity to watch the famous Builderall Diva show you how to use the Builderall Pixel Perfect. There we go. So we got that under there, and then we'll add an image. So I'll put an image right here, just like this, and put it right there. And I don't think I've added a banner yet. So let me add my banner and put everything in a banner, because that's really important to use banners. So I'll go to appearance and color, and we'll change it to white. There we go. And I'm just going to add these over here, just like this, move my banner up like that, and then rejuggle things a little bit. So join our webinar today. Don't miss your opportunity. There's the image. Let's change the image. Fabulous. And let's see if we can find an image of Shelly. So Team Awesome, maybe? Maybe there might be an image of Shelly there. Nope. Let's try again. The Laptop Diva, maybe? No. No. So let's see if we can just type in Shelly. We'll go to all. And there's Shelly right there. So we'll just take that picture. The Rubik's Cube picture, oh my gosh. So we'll make that a little bit smaller, put that down there. And we'll, actually we're going to put a box here to box everything up, because we want to make sure we're using boxes for everything. So we'll do like this. Put that in there, center it. This. And then here. And center it. And then the image and center it. All right, so we'll drag that over there, and then we'll change the box to look a little different, because I want the color blank and the border blank. All right, so we got it started, and now I'm going to do another box. So I'll go here to boxes and lines and pick that box. And we'll make this one larger like this. And then I'm going to create some text. We'll do this one right here. And we'll say, sign up today. There we go. And we'll center it. And now I'm going to do my email marketing form in here. So I'm going to go to plus, And I'm going to go to email marketing form, and I'm going to pick this one because I like it. We'll make it a little bit larger. And I'm going to right click, and I'm going to go to configure mailing boss. And I'm going to choose the webinar one that we just made, so it's connected. And then I can choose to set up this so it's a little bit bigger. So I can go to appearance, and I can edit the appearance a little bit. So on the fields, I can make the text a little bit bigger so that we can maybe see it a little bit better. And then let's see, down here for the let's see, subtitle, style of the button. I like the blue. Border size is fine. Space from the top, there's the size right there. Okay, so I can make it all the way across, or I can make it like that. That looks good. Height, I want to change a little bit. There we go. And then we'll make the button font a little bit bigger. Let me see if I can find that. Button central, under the form, rounded, border size. There we go. We'll make that a little bit bigger, and we'll put it a little bit further from the actual fields. So that's good. And then let's see. Labels, no. Form field styles. Let's see if we can put them a little bit further apart, like this. So that makes it a little bit bigger for us. So it's not quite as teeny, dinky, teeny, tiny as it was. That was driving me nuts. And then I can edit that with any color that I want. There's so many things that I can do. Let me make that a little bit bigger. I don't think that makes a difference. Form field styles, that's 36. Spacing, height. So I think that's everything I want to do. So we're going to stick with that form, and I'm going to click save, and then save again. So there's one thing that I haven't set up in here, and that is I haven't right-clicked and done the change URL yet because I haven't created those pages. So I'm going to change the box a little bit, go to appearance, return, and I'm going to choose the box style that's over here. And I'm just going to delete this box style because I don't need it. All right, so now that box is clear. And whenever I want to move this stuff, I can move it as a box instead of trying to move it individually. All right, so we've got our form. Now the next page that I want to create is actually the webinar information page. So I want to go ahead and create that next. So I'm going to click save and save again. And then I'm going to go and create a new page. So I'm going to go to pages, into that layout, and I'm going to add a new page. And it's going to be just a blank page right here. And this is the pre-webinar page. Pre-webinar, perfect, and confirm. So this is going to be a blank page, and it's going to be the page that they go to that actually tells them when the webinar is going to start. So I need to put some information in here. So I'm going to go to plus and text, and I'm going to just click this one right here, and just say something like congratulations. Oh, I need to do a banner. Oh my gosh, I keep forgetting about banners. So I'm going to go plus and banner and Shazam. There's a banner, and appearance and colors and white. Perfect and perfect. We'll drag that, and then we'll drag that up. All right, so now we're going to change this, and we're going to say congratulations, you are registered. Exclamation point. And so I'm going to stretch this out a little bit like this. I'm going to center it because I can, and then I'm going to center it on the page because I can.
Congratulations.
Yeah, you know, it's just a talent that I have. Congratulations. There we go. Is that better? Thank you for keeping me honest there, Chip. And then I'm going to go ahead and put, don't forget that your webinar starts. So I'm going to go plus and text, and we'll make this one a little bit smaller, and we'll center it. Your webinar starts at, let's say, 5 o'clock p.m. Eastern time. Fabulous. And then I'm going to put a plus, and I'm going to put a counter on here. So let me see if I can find the counters. Here we go. No, I don't think it's a counter. Let me return. It's going to be a timer. There we go. And there's a whole bunch of different designs for the timers. I can choose any design that I want. I really like that blue one right there. So I'm going to click the blue one. And so right here, I need to set my timer for when the webinar starts. So we are at 11:30. So we have, let's see, 11:30 my time. So that would be 4 o'clock my time. So 4.5 hours. Let's right click and go to edit. And I'm going to go specific date and time. And the date and time is 8/28. So let's see if we can change that. There we go. And we'll change that to 8. And that's 2019. The time is 5 o'clock. And I'm not sure if I can choose the actual time. So I may have to go with the countdown. So I'm going to go 4 hours and 30 minutes. There we go. Just like that in 0 seconds. That sounds great. So I'm going to click confirm. And so now it's counting down. And the next thing I want to do is I want to set it so that when it gets down to 0, it goes to the actual webinar page. But before I can do that, I have to actually create the page. So I'm going to click save and then save again. And now we're going to create the actual webinar page. So I'm going to go to page, layout, and add a new page. It's going to be a blank page. And this is the broadcast page. This is where I'm going to broadcast the webinar.
Shelly, when you do that and would you put the name of your webinar on there?
Oh yeah, I'm doing just a very shortened version of this so that you guys don't have to watch me spend 6 hours creating a website, okay? So I'm here, we're on the broadcast page. So this is gonna be, I'm just gonna put some quick text to show you this is the broadcast page. Just like that.
Get your banner in there.
And put that up there, and I need a banner, oh my gosh.
And a box.
And a box. Yeah, I'm just going to throw banners in there today. We love boxes, but I'm not going to take a long time to build this for you guys. So we'll go to appearance and we'll go back here. We'll choose this box, sorry, this banner, and then we'll put that on that banner, and then we'll pull that banner up just like that. So now we got the broadcast page, and on the broadcast page, I want to actually put the webinar. So I'm going to go to plus, and then I'm going to go to apps, and then I'm going to go to webinar. And this is actually the screen, this little box right here, big box, is where I can add the webinar at. Now I don't have the webinar made, but if I had the webinar made, I'd right click and go to edit, and I'd add the ID and the secret of the webinar. I don't have it yet, so we'll add that later. So here we go. I'm going to bring the footer down a bit. I'm going to add the banner. It has to be longer to accommodate the window for the webinar. So there we go. We've got the broadcast page. I'm going to click save and then save again. So we've got kind of the skeleton of the website created, right? No biggie. And now we're going to go ahead and create our broadcast, our webinar, so we can actually add it into this page. But before we do, I'm going to go to pages and go back to the home page. And right here, I'm going to right click my form and I'm going to go to change URL. And when they are pending subscribe, I'm going to go ahead and click this. And I'm going to send them to the pre-webinar page. And then once they confirm their subscription, I'm going to send them to that same exact page. Now you can do an email confirmation page if you want to remind them that they need to confirm their email. So you could just create another page. It's an email confirmation page, and you add it to the pending subscribe page so that it reminds them to check their email and confirm their email address. Because we're just kind of rushing through this, we won't create that page. But I've got those set, and I click confirm, and then I click save. So everything is saved. And now we can go over to the second page, the pre-webinar, so right here. And now we want to set this timer so that when I edit it, what is the action that's going to happen once this timer gets down to 0? So I'm going to click action, and then I'm going to choose to send them to a page. And that page is going to be the broadcast page. And then I'm going to click OK, and then confirm. And then save, because save is my friend. And now really the only thing that I have to do is configure the webinar and add that to the webinar page. So let's go ahead and jump into our dashboard. And we're going to go to home. And we'll jump into the webinar platform. So there's the webinar. We'll go to enter. And let's create a evergreen webinar from a video. So I'm going to click new webinar. And we're going to call this webinar 1. And description, webinar 1. We won't protect it with a password. And I'm going to click create webinar. And so now I'm ready to go into my settings. So the live link I don't have yet. So I'm going to just kind of save that. The recorded link, I don't have that yet. So I'm just going to save that. My email signature, I'm going to put Shelly Builderall Diva Turner. You spell it right. I'm not going to protect it with the password, and the date format is going to be US. Then I'm going to go to content. And for the content, I'm going to actually do the content from, let's do a YouTube video. Okay. So the YouTube video that I'm going to choose is I'm going to actually go in and check out the video that I did last night. So I'm going to go to Builderall USA. And I'll go to that channel and we'll grab the Tuesday night training. So we'll go to videos. And there's our Tuesday night training. And I'm going to click right here and copy the URL. Then go back to the webinar settings and put the URL right there. So what's going to happen is at the exact time that it's supposed to start, that webinar will start playing. Okay. Actually, we're going to start it by, I think I'm going to start it by a button. We'll see. All right. So I've got my YouTube set up. Now I'm going to do a schedule, and I can do it as on demand, start by button, or start by time. Let's do start by time. That sounds more exciting. So we'll go to the time to start is the 28th at 5 o'clock. And the local time, let's go UTC time. And let me look at, let's see, time zone, time zones. And we'll see, oops, I don't want to do images. Hold on. See the world clock, that's good.
Pretty sure it's -4.
Is it -4? So if we are in Memphis, Tennessee. Oh my gosh. Memphis, Tennessee. There we go. So this is UTC -5. Does that sound right, you guys? Because that's what I am. So UTC,
oh yeah, you're -5 for you.
To be -4 for Eastern time.
Eastern, yeah, for us it's for -4.
Okay, great. So yeah, you can see that this is a challenge for me to do. So so for us, this would be 1 o'clock, correct? Is that right, you guys? 1 o'clock p.m. I can't see your faces. Is that right? Let me look at your eyeballs. 1 o'clock, would that be right?
Right, we're thinking.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Look, I'm going on you because this is not my specialty. I can tell you everything about Builderall, but do not ask me to convert time. So I think it's 1 o'clock. So that sounds right. So we're going to stick with that. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. So I'm going to share, and we've got it set up for the 28th at 1 o'clock. So I'm going to do that again. 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock. And I don't know why it says 1 o'clock and 12 seconds, but that's okay. 12 seconds is not going to kill us. And so the time string, it says the webinar will start on this day at this time, and looks like everything's okay except for the 12 seconds, but I can live with that. And now I'm going to go ahead and set up the chat. I'm going to enable chat. I'm not going to do pre-moderation. So when you guys jump in and watch the video, don't swear and don't flame anybody. Definitely don't flame me. That's not very nice. But I will save the history. And let's see. I don't know what the integration is. We'll send it to email, and the email address, we'll send it to Shelly@builderalldiva.com, and we'll send it every 1 hour. So save. So it's going to send me the history of the chat every 1 hour. And then the download the history is I can come in here and actually download the history from here. I can clear the comments every 24 hours, but we'll go ahead and keep them. Now I'm going to do edit and add some ghost users. So let's say at 10 seconds in, we have a ghost user named Bob, and Bob says, "Howdy, everyone." And we'll click add. And then at maybe 15 seconds, we have Sally. And Sally says, "I just love the Builderall Diva!" Exclamation point. And then we'll add that in. And then maybe 30 seconds in, we have George that says, "What is this webinar about?" Because you always have one of those, right? And add. And then maybe 1 minute in, so we'll say 00. Let me click on this one, and we'll go 01. So 1 minute in, we have Sally that says, "Builderall is awesome." She's going to be our Builderall fan. And we'll click add. So we now have 4 ghost users, and I put them up to a minute in so you guys can stay in the the chat for at least a minute watching the video, and hopefully you'll see those ghost users jumping in. So I'm going to click save. And then I'm going to scroll down and we'll go to chat height. And I think I want to make the chat height 35%, not 354, but 35%. And let's see, I need to make my screen a little bit smaller, I think. There we go. And the maximum, oops, I clicked out of it. So let me click back in it, webinar 1, edit. And we'll go back to chat. There we go. So 35% high, and the maximum messages inside the chat is 500. That sounds great. So everything is looking good so far. In statistics, this is going to give me information on people that attended, how many attended, and how many left before the ending, et cetera, so I can look at that later. The next one is Mailing Boss. So I'm going to connect to Mailing Boss. I'm going to import my standard rules. So I'm going to connect it to my Mailing Boss list that's called Webinar 1. The rules are going to be in English, and my send email is going to be, let's see, Shelly at thelaptopdiva.com. Fabulous. So I'll click save, and there's all my emails that are going to go out. So one day before, you guys are not going to get that email because it's too late. And 4 hours before, you probably won't get that email. But you'll probably get the 1 hour before, 1 minute before. And then we're going to change this from 3 hours to 1 hour. So I'm going to edit. And where it says 3, I'm going to put 1. So 1 hour after the webinar, there should be a link that goes out that has the replay. So I'm going to click save. Fabulous. And then I'll go ahead and go to the next one, Mailing Boss tracking. These are the integration keys, and this has to do with stuff inside of Mailing Boss being able to track. So I'm not going to set this up right now. And then translation, I'm not doing this in a different language, so I don't need to set it up right now. So the next thing I need to do is actually close out all the settings, go back down here to my webinar 1, and you'll see that there's 4 different buttons here. There's the trash can. So if I want to delete that webinar, I can. There's the edit button. So if we want to make any changes, I can. There's the source code. And then there's the moderation, the admin. So if I want to moderate this, if I have it set up, so I want to pre-moderate all of the comments in chat, I can do that from here. So this is how you administer and pre-moderate if you want to pre-moderate. So this is the admin area where you can do that. Okay. What I want to do is where this little source code is, and I want to get the ID, and I want to get the secret. So I'm just going to open a notepad real quick and put that on there. So I've got the ID right here, and we'll add it to the notepad. And then I've got the secret key right here. I'm going to copy it, and I'm going to add it to my notepad. So now I'm ready to add it into the website Pixel Perfect. So here's my HTML editor. I'm going to go to the appropriate page. That's the broadcast page. And here's where I'm broadcasting. So I'm going to right click and go to edit. And I need my ID. So there's my ID right there. And I'm going to click and add it. And then I need my secret key. So I'm going to copy that and paste it right there. And then I'm going to click confirm. And so here I've got the webinar, and it says when it's going to start. And then I've got the chat right here, write messages and send them. And it says the name of the webinar, and it says like how many people are connected. And then you see people starting to jump in. And this is what the ghost users look like when they jump in. So I'm going to click save and then save again. There we go. And we should not see this start until 1 o'clock p.m. I'm not sure why it looks like it's playing right now, but you know, it is what it is. So let's go ahead and preview it. And it says webinar will start. And for some reason, it's starting automatically. So I don't know why it's starting. So I could click play. There's those. So we're just going to check it out in a minute. If it has a problem with starting at a specific time, we'll set it up to do on demand. So I'm going to save my changes. Save. And there we go. And now I'm going to go ahead and publish this thing. And we're going to take a look at what this will do. So I'm going to go ahead and go to my Pixel Perfect Builder. And I'm going to look at my site list. And we're going to make this public. So we'll wait for it to go into my sites. There we go. And I'm going to go into that webinar 1, and I'm going to publish it just like that. Perfect. And that's going to reload the page for me. Eventually. Hopefully. There we go. We got it now. And then we're going to get that link and I'm going to put it in chat and I want you guys to copy that link. So I'm going to right click it and I'm going to go to copy link address. And I'm going to jump in here and I'm going to share this link and I want you guys to actually register for the webinar. So then I'm going to take a look at the webinar. So I'm going to click it to go to the live page. There it is. Really simple. It's not mobile optimized. So don't try to look at it on your mobile phone. It's not going to look good. So I'm going to say my name is Shelly and my email is skydivingdiva@yahoo.com. And then I'll click get your free stuff today. And now it says, congratulations, you're registered. And the webinar starts at 5 o'clock p.m. Eastern time. So it's telling me it's got 4 hours and 15 minutes to go, which is about right. And then I'm going to take a look at the other page, which is the broadcast page. So I'm going to look at that address. I'm going to go broadcast.
You're not sharing your screen.
Oh, gosh, I'm so sorry. I tend to do that sometimes. Thank you for letting me know. There we go. So here's the broadcast page, and I'm going to sign in as Shelly. And what we should get is the webinar should not start yet. It's actually showing as starting, which is really weird. And then it just shows as ending too. So I'm not real sure why it's doing that. And you can see that our Ghost users are starting as well. So let me check the time again on the webinar. So we're going to go here and we're going to edit. And I'm going to check schedule and it's start by time. Oh, and the duration is, we're going to say 120 minutes. And then start time is 1 o'clock UTC. And let me check the UTC again. So UTC is -5 hours, which would be.
It should be 10 p.m.
Should be 10 p.m.
If you were starting at 5 p.m. your time.
You guys are ahead.
Yes.
That's
UTC.
right.
I was going to say that earlier on. I didn't want to.
That's okay. That's great because I went backwards instead of forwards.
Yeah,
so,
you're forward to us, or you're
behind
behind us. What am I saying? Yeah.
So instead of 1 o'clock, I should set it as it's supposed to start at 5 o'clock, and I'm
10
o'clock. Got it.
10 p.m.
See, I need help with this, you guys. This is like really hard for me.
Yeah, so we're all here to help.
So the 28th, and it's going to be at 1200 hours. There we go. So now I think it's completely set correctly. And now we can actually take a look and see what it's doing. So let me go to the page and refresh the broadcast page and see if it does it right. So we'll do Shelly. Okay. Oh, I needed to refresh. There we go. Let's see if it gets the new time. Shelly. Okay. And it's still not doing it. I don't think it has it updated yet. So we will try it again, make sure it's updated. So I'll edit and schedule, or as some people say, set schedule. And nope, didn't take the time. So that one and 1200. And we'll say UTC, and we'll change something else on here.
10 p.m.
Yeah, isn't that on military time though? It's 1200.
No.
2200. 2200.
Oh, yeah, 2200. Oh my gosh. I need a nap, you guys.
Yeah, hey, I learned it all. Gee, for the hard way. I used to be a travel agent, and I had to have it all off. Yeah.
Somebody needs to just reach through the internet right now and just kind of smack me a little bit. Say, oh my gosh, Shelly, get it straight. So I think I have it now, maybe. So we've got 2009, 8:28, 22 o'clock, and 12 seconds. Don't ask me why it's got the 12 seconds. And I'll just go ahead and move it from over to translation and then back to schedule to see if we've got it. Looks like we've got it. So I'm going to go ahead and click out of that. And then we'll go back here and refresh. And everybody cross your fingers, cross your eyes, cross your toes. Let's see if Shelly finally got it with the help of the entire class. No, still not doing it. So we're just going to pretend that it's going to do it right. Hopefully it's because it just hasn't got the information yet. Probably what I need to do is connect it again. So let's do that. I'm going to go to here on the HTML, and I'm going to take off that. And it's like, oh my God, you just messed it all up. No, we didn't. We just go to plus, and we go to apps, and we go to, not that one, not HTML, plus,
webinar.
And apps, and webinar. There we go. And I'm going to make it bigger so it'll take up this whole space. just like that. We'll make it a bit taller, just so it has enough room for everything. And now we're going to go to edit and put those magical keys in again. So I'm going to go here to the ID.
Where did those come from?
I'll show you in just a second. Let me get them put in, just like that. And then confirm. And let's see, we've got it at, nope, it's still doing it. I don't know why it's doing it. Maybe it's got new keys. So we'll look and see if it's got new keys. So to get the keys, you go to the webinar and you click this little source code. And then right here, it's got the keys.
Thanks.
21962. And then let me get the secret key and see if it's the same thing. I think it is actually. BA3E yada, 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 6E310. So it's actually the same. So we'll go ahead and go into the HTML editor and we're going to click save and then save again. We'll make it connect again, brand new. And then we'll go here and see if it'll do it right. Being cantankerous, isn't it, you guys? And it's still doing it. So I'm not sure what's going on with why it's not taking our time right. I'm either doing something wrong or it's having issues. So let's just do it a different way. You guys saw how to set it for a time. Let's set it to go on demand. So remember that on demand, let me stop sharing a minute. When we set it for a time, okay, all those emails that we set up will go out, right? Because it's set for a specific time. So we can say, all right, your webinar is going to start in an hour. Your webinar is going to start in 1 minute. Your webinar is going to start now, right? If I set it for on demand, that means that it doesn't have a specific time that it's going to start. It's just whenever you get to that page, it'll start, okay? So let's set it for on demand, and then we will actually let you guys choose to watch it on demand. So we'll do it just a little bit differently. So what I'm going to do on the actual HTML is change it up a bit, and I'm going to do the webinar change up a little bit too. So let me go to the webinar platform, and we'll edit.
Share screen?
Sorry, go ahead.
Share screen?
Oh, golly. I'm just having all kinds of trouble today, aren't I? So on schedule, I'm going to do under schedule on demand. So the users will be able to watch your webinar anytime they want to. Okay, so we've set it for on demand, and then I'm going to go ahead and just kind of switch the screen just so I know that it's taken the settings. And then we'll go from there. There is no save button, so there's not a good way to you know, make sure that everything is saved. So what I do is just go in and make sure that it's saved on. I close it out and then go back in to make sure it's saved. Okay. So then I'm going to go back to my website and get it changed up just a little bit to reflect the fact that it's on demand. So what I'm going to do is go to this layout, and then I'm going to go to the pre-webinar page. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to do the timer, but I'm going to change the timer just a little bit. Okay. So I'm going to right click and go to edit. And instead of 4 hours, I'm going to change it to 5 minutes like that. So the timer is going to now be 5 minutes, and I'm going to right click and edit again. And I'm going to set the action is when the timer goes down, it will actually go to the page. So every time they go to this page, they'll have to wait 5 minutes before they get to the actual broadcast page. Okay, and then the action should still be the same. Is once it gets to 0, it'll go forward to the broadcast page. So I'm going to make you guys wait. I'm going to change it. I'm going to make you guys wait 1 minute. No, let's do it. 30 seconds. So 30 seconds. There we go. And confirm. So now you've got a timer that shows 30 seconds. I'm going to do timer sizes, and I'm going to make it maybe a little bit bigger.
But you select the green, evergreen timer, right? Because
yeah,
every time somebody enters to the page, the timer starts again.
That's exactly it. So they'll have to wait another 30 seconds before they can get in. Yes. So this is the evergreen webinar. So you could totally bypass this page. You do not have to have this page specifically for the webinar if it's evergreen. What I would do if it's an evergreen webinar is send them to an email confirmation page to remind them to confirm. And then on that email confirmation page, have a button that says something like go to the webinar to watch the webinar. Okay, so you can actually remind them to confirm their email, and then have a button that takes them to the webinar. And then on the email confirmation on the email that goes out to confirm their email, have that button go to the webinar page. Okay, so It would be.
And I see some webinars that it has like a few set times that you can choose. Like it says today, 15 minutes away, one from another. Is it that possible?
Yeah, that's absolutely possible. You just have to create different webinars. So if you want one tomorrow, then you need to create a webinar that's ready for tomorrow. And then if you want one on Thursday, tomorrow is Thursday. If you want one for Friday, then you create another webinar that's set to go off on Friday. And if you want one for Saturday, then you create another webinar that's set to go off on Saturday at whatever time you want them to go off. And then your buttons are just going to take them to the page for the day.
Shelley, can I say something very quickly? You know, we're watching you do this, and when you think about it with the technology, it takes seconds to make changes. But think about 10, 15, 20 years ago, even 20 years ago, when you would be doing a seminar or you were promoting it, you had to send out brochures and do 3 mailings before you got people to respond. And then if you made a change to the hotel, you had to go print the whole thing up again.
Yeah, it's a whole heck of a lot different, isn't it?
Yes,
when you guys get good at this, you're gonna be able to be like, boom, there's a webinar. Boom, there's another webinar. Shazam, there's another webinar. And you can send out emails to let people know on your email list. They can specifically register for this webinar and they'll get the reminder emails. There's like so many things you can do. And the templates are in place. Tomorrow we'll do this the faster way, which is to use Canvas. So I'll actually show you how you can do Canvas as well. Okay. So let's jump in. I'm going to share my screen. I'm not going to forget to share my screen this time. And so now it's set to go on demand. So yay me. So now let's go ahead and start from scratch. So I'm going to go back to the main page. And we'll register Bob. And Bob is at bob@bobsburgers.com. And get your free stuff today. And so here we've got congratulations, you're registered, and it counted down really weirdly. But now I'm on the broadcast page. I'm going to go to Bob and click OK. And now it's loading and it's started. And for some reason, it started 25 minutes into the page. Probably because I bet you I know why. Because I'm not doing it incognito. So let's try this thing out incognito, because I think what it's been doing is remembering that I'm here.
Yeah, Shelley, mine didn't start at all. Still, it's waiting for me to start it.
All right, let me do this. All right, so let's do incognito and see if we get just kind of a fresh start here. Whoops. Get the right link. There we go. And right here. Fantastic. So now we'll go with Susie at homemaker.com. And get your free stuff. And we've got 29 seconds. For some reason, it's counting down really fast. Here's the broadcast page. We'll go to Susie and OK. And play. Okay, so that one actually did like it was supposed to, except for the timer. The timer was wacky. So instead of counting down from 30 seconds, it did like 2 seconds. But also notice that Bob jumped in as a ghost user. Sally's jumped in as a ghost user. We should have, I think, 1 or 2 more ghost users jumping in, and those are the comments. And then as a user, I can write a comment. So, hey, super glad to be here. And send. And so there's Susie, and she made a comment, so everybody will be able to see that. So that's an on-demand webinar and how that works. And I'll have to keep working with the timed one because I'm not sure what I did wrong. It's probably because I made the mistake at the beginning. But I want all of you guys to actually register and go to that and actually jump in there. And you don't have to watch the whole thing, but watch the ghost users jump in, watch the comments when they come in. And then if you want to comment as well, and we'll see if the comments are actually saved on the different webinars. We can see them. And that way you guys can see kind of how this works. The timer thing is actually great. I love setting up the timer so that when it times down to 0, it forwards you to the broadcast page. So you can do that on a timed webinar. You can do that on an evergreen webinar. So they hit that email confirmation page first to remind them to confirm their email. So there's lots of different ways that you can build this to be able to do exactly what you want it to do. The key is to actually just kind of think about it a little bit. And before you build it, decide, do you want to do a live webinar? Do you want to do a pre-recorded webinar? This one was a pre-recorded webinar where we added a YouTube channel, but you can do a live one as well. You decide how you're going to do it. That kind of dictates how you want to put your pages together. And then you just put your pages together. You can use a template that's in the list of templates, or you can use the canvas to be able to build. And then you just kind of go from there. So do you guys have any questions about today that we jumped around and didn't get the time right? And it's been a heck of a day, but did you actually learn anything?
Okay, Shelly, I have a question.
Okay, go ahead, Edison.
All right, is there another option besides doing the reminders by email? Can it be done, let's say, sent to Messenger instead?
Send to Messenger instead. You'd have to get their phone number. So you'd have to collect the prefix and the phone number. And if you got that, you could use Messenger. You could actually use text messaging to remind them about the webinar, because they'll sign up for your subscriber list. And on your subscriber list, if you've got their prefix and their phone number, you can actually SMS text message them.
Okay, I was actually thinking about Facebook Messenger.
That one, I don't think we have a direct connection to that, other than like the chat bot as the thing is running, as the webinar is running, because it's connected to the chat that's connected to the webinar. I don't think outside of that you can message them.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Okay. Anybody else? Chip, go ahead.
If you're just going live, then it has nothing to do with YouTube or Facebook. It's
Correct.
just one of the other options.
It's going to be on that broadcast page if you're just going live.
Okay, thanks.
Or you can choose to record it, so you can go live but never actually add it to a web page, and you record it and then use it as an evergreen. Yep.
Hi, Shelly, can you hear me?
Yeah, sure can. Go ahead, Gabriel.
I got the email, but I'm not sure what's going on, because it sends me to update my information after I have to.
I've actually changed it. When I changed it to a on demand, then the emails won't work anymore.
Oh, okay, no biggie. And then the way that you set up because you use the YouTube video, and now you got all the annotations on the top. People can click on that link and go straight to YouTube and just get out of your webinar. How can I clean all that up and have a nice clean video that they won't be able to go anywhere?
You can actually, if I share my screen, let me jump in to show you what you can do. I'll go here and back to the webinar platform, and I'm going to go to edit this webinar. So I'm going to click the edit button. And then on the content, instead of clicking YouTube, I can go iframe. And then I can put the iframe code in here. And on that iframe, I can use those special codings to get rid of all that extra stuff all around it. So it's just a regular, normal, old iframe. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So, and I'm not sure you were going to adopt that iframe code or something. I didn't check if you did.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance. I was so busy last night. I actually didn't get a chance to update it again. But
So
I do have it. I can add it to chat real quick. So let me pull that up. And let's see, that is under Builderall and important information. And let me copy that for you, because it's just an iframe code, no biggie.
Can I use the same thing? Can I use when you use the iframe, how do you use that? Do I have to upload it straight from my computer? I'm not quite sure how to do it.
No, all an iframe is it's just a frame inside of a web page. So you're actually just saying, take this area and put it inside the page. So when you use the iframe from YouTube, it's saying, take this YouTube video and just put it right here.
And then it's going to get rid of all that, the title on the top, all the YouTube logo, etc.
The iframe that I have here gets rid of some of it, but not all of it. So test it and put your video link in there and test it, and you'll see exactly what it does.
All right.
It does something called modest branding. So it just kind of takes off some of the stuff, but it doesn't take off all of it.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome. Tyree?
Shelly, I'm not familiar with where you would get the iframe from. Could you show that? Because
Yeah, take a look at the code that I put in the chat. So open up the chat in Zoom. You'll see that there's an iframe code there.
Okay.
That iframe is an iframe that you can use to put your YouTube video in. So where it says YouTube/embed/Q, you can put the link to your YouTube video. And then once the question mark is there, Everything after that are the settings to remove the thing on the top, to remove the place button on the bottom. So it's modest branding. So it takes some of that stuff off, not everything, because the YouTube symbol still appears there, and something else appears at the top left-hand side, but I can't remember what. But this is called modest branding. It'll remove some of it, but not all of it.
Okay, because I've been trying to find out where to get iframe from or something like that, and I couldn't.
Yeah,
you
can actually get it from YouTube as well. It just won't have that coding. So right here, where I've got the Builderall Tuesday night training, if you go to share, and then you go to, let's see if it has specifically iframe. Nope. Dun. So embed, and there's the iframe code right there.
Okay.
And it's got options that you can choose. So you can start it at a specific timestamp. You can show or not show the player controls, and we'll show you what it looks like. And then enable privacy enhanced mode. I don't know what that is actually. And once you select all those things that you want to select, it changes the code up here. So you can copy that iframe, and then you can use that inside of the webinar.
Okay, is this the same way that you all do the Monday weekly meetings?
No, this one's different because this one is iframing just a single video. It's quite different to iframe the live channel feed. That's a little bit different because you're live streaming the live channel feed. So that's going to be a different link to be able to grab the live feed off of the channel.
And that link we get off that Beta Studio.
That's what you're going to get inside of the resources when I ever get a moment to put it.
Okay. Thank you. Because I wanted to have a dedicated page like what we have with our Builderall weekly meetings on Mondays. I want to have a dedicated page where I can do that, like what we do with Builderall meetings. And at the same time, I would like to be able to do the same thing and see the videos at the bottom of the page.
Awesome.
Like yeah.
Yeah, it's a great way to do it because, like I said, you can go into that weekly webinar page, and anytime Builderall goes live, you'll see it and the active live stream on there because it's connected directly to the YouTube channel, not to a specific video.
Okay, I want to do my YouTube channel like that too. Do you know if there's a way to do a Facebook channel on a Facebook page like that, or just YouTube?
The only thing you can do is once you go live, you can get the link to the live and then copy and paste it wherever you want to paste it. But you have to be live to be able to get the link because there's not like a persistent link that you get every time you go live on Facebook.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. And I'm going to, and for those that are watching the recording of this webinar, you can say, well, they won't be able to say the chat like we can.
Nope, they won't. But I'll have the iframe stuff in there. It'll be on the resources for I think day one because that's when we talked about it.
Recently, day one of builderallbootcamps.com.
Yep, day one of the webinar bootcamp.
That's right, and they can go to builderallbootcamps.com to get that.
That's right, and it's Builderall Bootcamps with an S.
Thank you.
Shelley, I registered for that class and and I linked to it and it counted down and it never changed the page.
It never changed the page? What's this being tricky for you in that? It's just being particular.
It never went to the webinar.
Not sure why, but for me, it was doing instead of 30 days, it did 30 seconds, it did like 2 seconds. So I'm not sure what's going on. I'll have to test it and see if it's something that I'm doing or something that's a glitch in the system. We'll see. Gabriel, do you have a question?
Yes, I'm using multiple webinars for different things. Once you go and set up the emails in the mailing boss and you pull up those 5 different email sequence, can I go back and edit it and make it pretty and brand it and all that stuff and save it? And then can that be saved for that particular webinar? And now once I go and get the next webinar, which is on a different topic, do the same thing?
Yeah, the hard part is making it pretty because you don't have as many effects as you do when you go into the email editor in Mailing Boss. So this one's pretty plain. You can do a little bit of dynamic text in there, but not a lot. You can bold things, you can underline things, italicize things, but other than that, there's not a lot of prettiness you can do. It's just pretty much a plain Jane email that says, hey, don't forget that your webinar is starting in an hour. Hey, don't forget that your webinar is starting in 5 minutes. Hey, don't forget the webinar is done, but you can watch the replay by clicking here. So that way, you don't have to spend a whole lot of time making it pretty, just make sure that it has the information that they need.
So another option would be to just go and create my own sequence. But then I have to, or I'm just trying to comprehend this.
The sequence that you would make would have to be regular emails instead of autoresponder emails, right? Because you would want them to go out at a very specific time.
Well, kind of use the same format. That's what I'm trying to do, you know, with the same times, you know, so schedule it to.
Right. But here's what I want to make sure you understand. When you do a normal email sequence for mailing boss, it's actually, there's not a specific time that email is going to go out. It's going to be based on when the user subscribes. So if you want to have an email that goes out at a very specific time to say, hey, don't forget that the webinar starts in the day, then you're going to have to make it a regular email so that it goes out at a very specific day at a very specific time.
And then with those templates, technically, because it's 5, and then let's say they only signed up in the last, it's only 2 days left. They won't get the other 3 emails, correct? They'll just get these.
Right. Yeah, once it's passed, it won't trigger to send.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Tyree?
Yes, I want to say I just registered for the webinar and did everything. It did count down from 30 seconds, and then it took me to the webinar page, and I logged in, and it did start from the beginning. And I refreshed it, and it took me back to the login. I did it again. It started from the beginning. So it worked on this end.
Okay, good. Yay. So we've got one not working for Davida. It worked a little wacky for me, but it finally worked. It worked for Tyree. So you guys keep trying and you report to me. Larry, did it work for you okay? Okay, good.
Could
Fabulous.
be the browser. Could be the browser. Could be.
It could be the browser. Yep, I agree. Could be the browser. No telling. Sometimes it's just kind of tricky. Chip, did it work okay for you?
Yeah, it did.
Okay, great.
Can I back up a day?
Can you what?
Back up a day. And I wonder if anyone else had the experience I did trying to do a Facebook Live that Connect had the go live button grayed out. I had to click on camera before the go live button was clickable.
Well, remember that the go live is not going to go, it's not going to be clickable until you go into the Builderall webinar and start the webinar there. You have to click start, and then you have to give it, it takes a couple, like 30 seconds to a minute for that RTMP, for that RTMP to connect and for Facebook to actually see it. Because what's happening is our servers are saying, hello, Facebook, I have somebody that wants to connect to you. And Facebook goes, well, you can't unless you have the RTMP settings. And then our servers go, well, I have those settings, so you should let me go live. And then Facebook goes, well, then tell me what those settings are. And our servers go, here's our settings. And then Facebook goes, oh, okay, now I'll activate the button. So that's kind of what happens, is that back and forth while they're trading information.
That's great.
You have to wait just for a little bit, and then that go live button will actually activate.
Definitely did not wait that long.
Yeah, it does take a little bit. I might be exaggerating a full minute, but wait, give it at least 30 seconds, at least 30 seconds. Okay, try that out, and then you let me know. Hopefully that was a good example of what goes on, because that literally is what happens, where they trade off information trying to, you know, Facebook is verifying that they're allowed to go live, and the servers are going, no, really, I'm allowed to go live. I have the information I need. So it's just a trading of information until Facebook actually verifies.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions, you guys? All right, tomorrow we're going to do this again. I'm going to actually take a look at the timing thing and see if maybe because I did it wrong the first time and can get my time zone straight, that maybe that was the cause of the problem. So I'm going to run through a test myself and see if I can get the timed one to go. And we'll do a timed one tomorrow. Plus we'll go through Canvas and do Canvas version as well. Canvas is a lot faster. It's a lot easier. It's pre-made funnels. So the design can even be there for you. So it's actually really cool. So we went like the long way around today, but it's always important, you guys, to try to do the long way so that just in case something wacky goes wrong, you're not in the dark as to all these little pieces that have to fit together for the webinar to work. So long way today, short way tomorrow, and we'll see if we can't get a timed webinar running, okay? Everybody got it? Your homework for tonight is to create, since we can only do on demand today, really, create an on-demand webinar. So find you a really cool YouTube video, pull it in there, create an on-demand webinar, use a really, really basic pages. Don't worry about creating pretty pages. Connect them all together and see if you can't get a on-demand webinar going, okay? Got it?
Okay. Shelly, I tried the webinar. I'm getting to the page, but the video is not loading.
The video is not loading.
Yeah.
Can you refresh that page and see if it
Yeah,
works?
I've tried that several times, but it still didn't.
And play, did you click play?
Yeah, in fact,
Oh, nice.
play button.
That's so weird. I'm not sure, but I'll check all of it again. We're gonna check all of it again and see what's going on. What browser are you using, Edison?
Chrome.
So it should be working. So I'm not sure.
Yeah, so I'm seeing the comments, 11 comments, but the frame, it's just black. There is no nothing.
Well, apparently the YouTube gods have said, no, Edison, no, you cannot watch this today. Not allowed. So,
and that is so unfair.
I know, it is so unfair. I will have a talk with these YouTube gods and I'll try to figure out what the heck is going on.
I appreciate that very much.
Sometimes that's the way it is, you guys, is working through some of these little issues and things that happen. It's not always as pretty and pristine as you think it should be. And so sometimes it just takes working through it, figuring it out, maybe talking to support. This is my life with Builderall, right? If it doesn't work, I get to talk to support just like you do. I just have the added benefit of being in contact with the developers as well. So I get a little bit better help and a little bit better input on stuff because I'm connected to the developers. But it's not much more than what you guys have. And I promise you, there are days when I get just as frustrated as you guys do. But I know in the end, if I'm careful and I carefully go through it and I work real hard, I will get it all to work like it's supposed to work. So hang in there with me and we'll get it running and it will be absolutely beautiful when we're done. All right, you guys, I'm going to go ahead and let you go for today. Don't forget what your homework is. I promise if you don't get your homework done, I'm not going to beat you with a wet noodle, but you guys try your best to get homework done. And remember, you had homework of creating a webinar and then creating going live to Facebook and YouTube that first day. And then the second day was going live with a participant. And now your assignment is to create an on-demand webinar. Okay, so everybody with me? All right, guys, I'm gonna let you go. You guys have a fabulous day. And don't forget, it's Wednesday. It's pre-payday. So apply for your money today. And I'll see you guys all around the internet and all around Facebook. Bye, guys.
Thank you.
I say that every day, but every day that's like the last thing on my list to do, and I'm so tired I just want to go to bed. So I am working on it. I'm not avoiding it, but I will do my best to get it up today.
Yeah, Tuesday nights is still not available either, is it?
Which one?
This past Tuesday night?
No, they should all be up now. They should be all up on the YouTube channel, but then on the website they're not there yet.
Could you show me on the YouTube channel?
You betcha. Let me see if I can share my screen here. I'm not sharing, so let me share. And let me move this out of the way. And we'll go to my channel and videos. And let's see, whoops, am I on the right channel? No, this is Builderall USA. Let me log out and go to boot camps. There we go. That's probably a better place to check this out. And we'll go to videos. And we've got day 1 right there, day 2 right there, and day 3 right there.
No, I'm talking about the Tuesday night thing.
The Tuesday night training.
Yeah.
That is on the Builderall USA channel.
Yeah, I did see it up.
Let me flip flop there and go to Builderall USA. Gosh, my brain is struggling again today, I think. And then we'll go to the channel and to videos. And let's see if we can find it. This one right here, Builderall Tuesday night training.
Huh.
Yep, we went live to that one too. So I think we were going to go live to that one. But
yeah, okay, thanks very much.
we've also got a new training on the roulette wheel as well. So if you guys haven't seen how to do the roulette wheel yet, definitely check that one out, because the roulette wheel is a really cool way to engage your customers. So if they're getting ready to leave your website, you can actually have this pop up, and it's a wheel, like a Wheel of Fortune wheel, and they can spin it and get like a coupon to be able to use on your website. So check that out. It's real easy to set up, and it's very effective in getting that last chance engagement with your customer. So that one's brand new. Got that up today. All right. Today we're going to go through making a webinar again, but we're going to make it from scratch, and then we're going to go through the Canvas to actually build the website this time. So super excited about going through Canvas, because this Canvas makes everything like so much easier, right? It's like Shazam, you've got a website. So we're going to Shazam it today. So let's go ahead and jump in and get started. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. And then from here, I'm going to go into my Builderall dashboard. And I'm just going to go first into the webinar builder, and I'm going to build my webinar to make sure that, oh, wait, I got a lead. Look at that. That Bob is now in my network. Look at that. That's exciting. I don't know who Bob is, but welcome, Bob. And now I'm going to go ahead and go into the webinar platform and click enter. Yay me. And we're just going to build a webinar from scratch. So I'm just going to go new webinar, and I'm going to call this webinar 2 because I'm just not creative today. And then under description, I'll put webinar 2, and I'm not going to protect it with a password. And then I'm going to click create webinar. All right, here we go. So the live link I don't have yet. The recorded link I don't have yet. Email signature, I'm going to put Shelly, Builderall Diva. Perfect. Not going to protect it with the password, and it is the US date format. So all that's perfect. On the content, I think I'm going to, what do I want to do? I think I want to do content from a YouTube video. We'll go ahead and do a YouTube video instead of going live because I definitely won't have time to go live today. So let's go ahead and grab that video on the roulette wheel. So I'll just get the link to that. It's only about a 12-minute video, so that's not too bad. So there's the link. And so now we've got our content there. And now I'm going to schedule it. And I'm going to say that it's 15 minutes long. And I'll schedule it by a time. And this time I'm going to schedule it for the 29th at 5 o'clock. There we go. And I'm going to do it my local time. So then the webinar will start at 5 o'clock. And this one, it should be CST. And then we'll do EST. There we go. And no, I'm Central, so CST. So what it's going to do is it's supposed to set that time for your local time zone. And my local time zone where I'm at, like right now, is in Central time zone. So we're going to see if that works. It's I'm not guaranteeing that it's going to work, but for me, it's got UTC. It's actually got 8:29 at 10 o'clock, whereas this one has 5 o'clock. So I guess it is showing UTC. All right, so the webinar will start at this time, and then UTC is this time. All right, so we're going to go with that and see what happens. The time issue is like my biggest challenge with the webinar platform because I suck at converting time. And then on the chat, I'm going to enable chat. I'm not going to do pre-moderation. I'm not going to save the history. I'm not going to clear the comments every so often. And then for ghost users, I'm going to edit, and I'm going to add just a few ghost users. So maybe at 10 seconds, we have Bob jump in, and Bob says hello. Perfect. And then at 20 seconds, we have Susie jump in. Let me get Susie here. And Susie says, wow, I love this platform. Perfect. And then at
wow, I love this platform.
I know, right? Good job, Susie. And then we have Liz that's going to
Rise again.
jump get started. And at 10 seconds, 20 seconds, and 1 minute in. So I'm going to save. And now I've got my ghost users. I'm going to set my chat height at 35% and maximum of 500 messages. And so that's perfect for me. And for statistics, that's going to update once I've had my webinar. And then mailing boss, it's a video. It's on a time. So I'm going to go ahead and import the standard rules. So we'll set it to connect to webinar 1, English, and send from Shelly at builderalldiva.com. Save. All right, so we've got all of our mailing boss stuff going out. We've got tracking going out. The mailing boss tracking, we can set up to track what's happening with our emails, opens, closures, and stuff like that. Then translations, if I wanted to translate it to a different language. And then for chat here, I think chat is, let's see, chat. No, schedule. Fantastic. Content. I want to make sure that everything's set up right. Edit the webinar. Fantastico. And I think that's everything that we want to set up. We need to make sure schedule is correct. So we're going for 15 minutes. The schedule is the start time. Here's the time. Here's the time zone, which is my local time. And we will start at 16:05. UTC is 10. I don't know what that is. Looks like it's 8:29 at 10 o'clock, which can't be right. So somewhere something is messed up.
Charlie, excuse me to interrupt you. When would you go back and put the links in there, the replay and the edit webinar?
Yeah, if I have the pages set up, let me see if I can find where that's at.
It's on the first one on the top.
There we go. Once I create the website, I can find the broadcast page and put that in there. And then when the emails go out to send them, hey, your webinar is going to start at 5 o'clock. Here's the live link to connect. And then after the webinar, you can have a webinar replay page where you got the recording, and you can put that link to the recording page. And then when the email goes out about the recording, it'll take that link and put it into the email. So, hey, here's where the replay is.
So
okay?
Those two links, they have to be put in technically before you start that webinar at 10, correct?
That's exactly right.
All right.
Yep. Yeah, if you want emails to go out, yes. And typically, let me stop sharing a minute. Typically, you're not going to be creating a live webinar 2 hours before you do the live webinar, right? Not one that's got the emails going out. You may do a live webinar on the fly, but you won't set up emails to go out for them. This is going to be a webinar that you're going to set up a sign up page, a landing page, the email confirmation page, the indoctrination page, all those pages before they ever even get to the live page. And they'll be signing up for that webinar days in advance so they can get those emails sent out to remind them about their webinar. So you'll have the live link page, and you will have created, if you want to do a replay page, so that once the recording's there, you can actually grab the recording and put the recording link on that page so that you can have a live recording page as well. Okay. So this is all something that would be planned probably a week or two, if not more, in advance. So you'd have all those pages already made. Okay. So this is unusual.
I was confused. I was like, wait, how is it going? Yeah, now it makes sense.
Yeah. This, because we're doing it in such a hurry, it doesn't make sense. But this is what you would usually set up if you're setting up the emails to go out. Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and jump back in. And so I've set up my email information, or sorry, my webinar information here. The content is going to be YouTube video, and there's the link. The schedule is going to start by time. It's 15 minutes long. And this is the time that it's going to start. And I set it to my local time. So it's actually supposed to be set to Central Standard Time. So I'm going to go ahead and put Central Standard Time because that's what I'm going to do. So we'll see if that works. But we'll set it and see what happens. And then for the chat, I want to enable chat. I can do pre-moderation. If you remember, if I go into the admin settings, I can actually manage the comments before they go live in the chat, and I can make them so that they don't go live if they're obnoxious. So I could do that if I want to. I'm not going to do that though. I can save the history, and when I click that and save the history, I can actually set it up so that the history is emailed to me, or I can go and set it up for Facebook to actually automatically send to my messenger. So that's what I'm going to do in this one. I'm going to save the history and go to integration to use the chat bot to get those messages through the chat bot. So before I can set up the integration, I need to make sure that I'm set up with my chat bot. So let me go into my Facebook chat bot, and I'm going to click enter. And I'm entering into the Facebook chat bot. And right here, I'm going to go to integration. And I've got an integration. I'm going to create a new integration right here. And the integration name is Boot Camp Training on Webinars. Fabulous. And then it says select the application to integrate with, and I'm going to select webinar, and then I'm going to select the page. So what page, what Facebook page that I have connected do I want to get the messages through? So I'm going to just say member bites. That's as good as any. And then it says click on the button below to get your Facebook ID to send the messages to. And let's see. And I'm going to, there it is. So send messages to Shelly Turner. So I'm going to get my messages. And that's where I get the messages is under Shelly Turner, under the page member bites. And now I'm going to click submit. And there's our chatbot integration. And I need to get this lovely little key right here. So I'm going to copy that key. And then I'm going to go back into the webinar settings. And I'm going to go to integration. And I'm going to go to Facebook. And then I'm going to put in the integration key. Now we can choose from either Facebook or email. Yesterday, I think it was, I set it to email, and it was actually really neat because about every hour, I think, I got an updated email with any new comments that were put into the chat. So that's how I was able to stay updated with things with comments, was actually through email. But this one, I'm going to do Facebook and use the integration key. And so if anybody makes comments on this webinar, they'll go through Facebook to member bites and show up on my messenger, and then I can actually send a message right back. So I'm going to go to save. And now that's actually integrated so that the chat bot will capture those chat comments and send them straight to me, excuse me, and then I can actually respond to the comments. Let me share my screen and make sure you guys got that. So that is how easy it is to integrate the chat bot. Is first I have to create an integration key by going into the chat bot, the Facebook chat bot app, and then I'm going to create an integration. And when I create that integration, I'm going to clarify which page I want to use, because the messages have to go through a page, right? All messenger stuff goes through. When you're talking about a chat bot, they're connected to a page. So we have to designate the page.
Of a website? Of one of your, any random website of yours?
No, a Facebook page.
Oh, thank you. Could it be a page, not a group or a profile? Got
exactly, because when we talk about chatbots on Facebook, they're only on pages. They're not in groups. So when we're using this particular feature, we have to designate which page, Facebook page, we're going through. So I picked Member Bites. And so now when that webinar starts to go and people start chatting, it will get the chat in the chat on the page, right? So the webinar is going and people are chatting. So Susie decides she wants to do a chat. She's going to type something in. It's going to show on the chat on page, but it's going to also send me a message to Member Bites. And I don't have to be physically on the webinar. I just get the message through Facebook. And I can answer Susie back straight through Member Bites Facebook page. And it then will go through the chat bot, through the Facebook page, and then into the chat on the webinar platform. So it's kind of a third-party roundabout system to get messages out and then get messages back in. Does that make sense? Chip, do you want me to show it to you one more time?
Yeah, I do actually.
Okay, good. Because you had that look like, what the crap did you just do, Shelly?
Pieces of it are making sense.
Okay, so let's jump through it one more time just to make sure. So I'm going to go to the webinar platform first, and right here where it says chat, I did not have it checked where it says save history. So I'm going to uncheck that. And that just kind of disappears. It's kind of one of those hidden things that if you don't know about it, you're not going to find it. So under chat, where it says save history, I'm going to check mark that. And I'm going to click integration. When I click integration, I've got the choice of integrating via email. So I can do the chat integrated to email, or I can integrate it into a Facebook page. If I do email, then I can put my email address, and then I can choose how often I want to get updates on new chat messages. And that's what was happening to me yesterday was I set it for 1 hour, and literally every single hour I was getting emails if there was any new chat comments. So that's one way to stay updated. The next one is Facebook page messenger. So I can put my Facebook in there, and then I go to the chat bot and get the integration key. So to get the integration key, I jump into the Facebook chatbot app. I go to the integration area, and I'm going to create a new integration. Okay, that's what I did right here. And I'll just click to go through it again. I just named it. And then I said I want it integrated with the application webinar. That's the only one we can integrate right now is webinar. And then I had to select my Facebook page that I wanted to use as the messenger platform to be able to receive these messages. So I just chose Member Bites. And then it said send messages to, and it said to click on that button to choose what profile, what account you wanted to use. And my account was Shelly Turner. So I'm using the Member Bite page on the Shelly Turner account. And then once I hit submit, it creates this item right here with a key. So I copied that key and then brought it back over here to the webinar platform and pasted it as the integration key, and then click save. And now everything's set up so that while the webinar is going, if somebody chats, it's not only going to show in the chat window next to the webinar, it's also going to show on my messenger for Member Bites on that page. And I can answer back. And it's cool because all I have to do is have my phone with me, and my phone will ding that I got a new message. And then I can answer it straight on my phone, and it'll go through Messenger back into the webinar platform in chat and answer that person as if I was there.
Would you have had to set up anything with the Facebook chat bot prior to what you just went through?
Yes, I already have several pages connected, so you'd have to connect the page if you don't have a page connected.
Okay.
That's not very hard to do though. If you'll go through the chatbot training, you'll see how to do that pretty easy.
I'm sure.
You don't have to have subscription messaging set up or anything like that. It's just a pure connection to the page is all it is. Okay.
Shelly, that's wonderful. I mean, awesome. But let me ask you, it means that I will create, for instance, evergreen webinar, and will work every time.
Yep. All you have to do is have your phone next to you, and you can answer them if you want to.
Awesome, because here in Brazil, webinars works very good.
for conversions. Thank you very much.
You're welcome very much. That's exciting. I can't wait to hear, Susie, that you have implemented this and you now have 52,000 new clients on Builderall.
Oh, well, I'm working on my own red carpet to the affiliate program with Builderall.
That's fabulous. Yeah.
On your own game, you know?
Yes, this is a great tool, and it is really, really exciting to use because, again, it's just like you're there with them. It's like you're there live with them, but you can be literally in bed in your pajamas and you're typing an answer back to them, right? So it's absolutely fabulous. So a really, really neat feature. So we've got our webinar completely set up. So I did my edit webinar, my content, my schedule, my chat. I don't have any statistics yet. I already set up Mailing Boss. I don't have any Mailing Boss tracking to capture because we're really not going to do a whole lot with this. And then I don't need to do translation. So we've got the webinar, just the basics set up. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to actually grab onto the information about this webinar. So here we go, webinar 2. And I need to go to this area. This is where the information is to integrate the webinar. So I'm going to click it and I'm going to get the ID and the secret key and I'm going to put that into a notepad. You guys will find out quickly that notepad is one of my best buddies on my computer because I can just save information really quickly when I need to, when I know I need to use that information somewhere else. So there's the information that I need. And now I'm actually ready to go to start setting up my, my Canvas. So now let's go ahead and jump into Canvas and see if we can create a webinar through Canvas. So I'm going to go back up here. I'm going to go to Home. And let's see if we can find Canvas right here and enter. And we're going to create a new funnel. So I'm going to call it webinar 1 and webinar 1 and then next. And then it says, what do you want to do? What kind of funnel do you want to make? Do you want to generate leads, generate sales, or create an event? And the event category is great for promoting products or hosting webinars. Holy cow, I think that's what we want to do. So I'm going to click create an event. And now it's going to show only those that are set up to do events. So I've got a product launch plus, a webinar funnel, webinar for membership, an auto webinar funnel. I think I'm going to do the webinar funnel right here. We'll see what that one is. So I'm going to click it. And now I get to pick my theme. So am I going to do an empty theme, a car theme, weight loss theme? They don't have an underwater basket weaving theme yet, but they do have a pretty good, let's see, the business theme. Let me see if I can find the business theme. Where was that at? Or did we have a business theme? We've got agency, coach, business theme. That one was a pretty good one. So I'm going to go ahead and select that one. And now I've got the webinar set up. So let me kind of move these pages around so I can see them a little better. Here we go. And let's talk about the path that they're going to go to be able to go to all of these pages, because all these pages can be a little bit confusing. So let's talk about why in the world are all these pages here. So the first page is the webinar registration page. This is the opt-in form where they're going to opt in to be able to attend the webinar. Then they're going to hit the email confirmation page that says, hey, confirm your email. Once they click confirm in their email, they're going to be sent to the webinar confirmation page. Then once they're sent to the webinar confirmation page, they're going to be sent to the webinar indoctrination page. And this is usually a page that has a timer that says, hey, you got just a little while longer and the webinar will start. Once that timer goes to 0, then you've got a webinar broadcast page. And on the broadcast page, there is a checkout. So you're selling a product. And on the checkout page, once they go through and purchase the product, they're sent to a thank you page, where if it's a digital product, they'll be able to download the item. If it's a physical product, then it would just say, you know, congratulations, we'll be sending your product soon. Okay. So that's the whole lineup of all of these pages. But we have to do some setup inside of Canvas to be able to make this work. And the first one is the form. So I'm going to right click the form and go to edit element. And now I have to create a form, an opt-in form, to make sure that when they sign up, their email goes into a subscriber list. So I'm going to select my service, which is Mailing Boss. And I haven't made a list for this yet. So I'm going to do create list. And for the list name, I'm going to call it webinar 2. And list description, webinar 2. And email from name, Shelly at builderalldiva.com. Email, oops, sorry, that was supposed to be my name. So we'll put this in the from. And then this is going to be Shelly, crappity crap. Try it again. Crappity crappity crap. We'll try this again. All right, so webinar 2. Webinar 2. Shelly Turner. Shelly@builderalldiva.com. And reply to is no reply at builderalldiva.com. Fabulous. So if I click create, it's going to take that mailing list, that subscriber list. It did it on the fly. It's actually in Mailing Boss right now, but it is the absolute most basic that you can get, which means it probably only has the email field and that's it. It's not collecting any other information. And I don't have anything else specifically set for it as far as company information or anything like that. So it's got the from email, it's got the email field. If I want to add anything else, then I'm going to have to do that after I create this website. So I got the form filled out. I'm going to right click it again and edit element. And I want you to notice that the pending subscribe page is already set, and that's the email confirmation page. And then the subscription confirm, meaning once they click confirm in their email, that's already set to the webinar confirmation page, which tells them congratulations, you are officially confirmed. So all of that's already set already. The next one I'm going to do is the webinar area right here. So I'm going to right click on that and go to edit element. And right here, I've got the webinar feature. And all I have to do is put in the ID and the secret key. And remember, we saved that in our notepad. So there's my ID right there. I'm going to copy. Let me try it again. Oh my gosh. And paste. And then I've got to put the secret key in there. So I'm going to go here and copy the secret key. And then paste it right here. And then that one's good to go. So I've got the webinar one already set up. The page is set up for me. I've got it connected. Everything is good to go. So super excited about that, how easy it was. And then the next thing I can do is the checkout offer. I'm going to right click that and go to edit element. And I'm going to say this is Shelly's amazing product. And I'll set the price on it at $1 whole. And then I've got the success page set up as the thank you page. And we're not going to give access to any restricted area or anything like that. So now we've set up the checkout as well. So let's think about what we've done so far. We've got a user that's going to the registration page. There's going to be an opt-in form on there. They're going to fill out that opt-in form and hit submit, and they're going to go to the confirmation email page. It's going to tell them, go check your email, confirm your email. Once they click confirm, then they'll be sent to the webinar confirmation page that says, congratulations, you're confirmed, you're ready to go. This is going to trigger those emails that are going to go out to remind everybody that the webinar is coming up. Okay, remember we set up those emails. So it's going to remind them based on what days we said to send them out, so that they're going to get reminders of that, that webinar. In the link, we want to make sure that the link that gets into the emails are actually the webinar indoctrination page, so that they go to this page. And if they go too early, if that link is in the email and they go too early, they'll have a timer that says, whoops, you got a little bit longer to go, about 4 hours. Okay, so they'll see that page, they'll see the countdown, but then the countdown will be set up so that it hits the broadcast page when the countdown gets to 0. And then once the countdown gets to 0 and they hit the broadcast page, the webinar will start. Now, once the webinar starts, at some point, either the checkout is going to appear or it's going to be there already. And when they go through the checkout process, they'll actually then, after they purchase, be sent to the thank you page where they can get information about how to access their product. So we've set everything up, and I'm going to go ahead and click save and OK. And we've saved this canvas. So before I move on, let me stop sharing and look at your eyeballs and make sure that everybody understands what we've done so far. Do you have any questions about what we covered? Chip, question?
Yeah, Mr. Question today.
Okay.
If I'm understanding correctly, could you go back to the screen share?
Yeah, absolutely.
Where it says webinar, that actually could live, no, under the webinar broadcast page,
Right here?
where it says webinar, that could actually be what's inside that little rectangle window there on the broadcast page.
This right here?
Yep. Is that where the webinar actually would live?
Yeah, that's actually where that HTML app, do you remember when we go in and we grab the webinar, which is actually just an HTML iframe?
On the other hand, checkout is a separate page, right?
No, it's actually just, the checkout here is the old checkout, not the super checkout. So all it is, you don't see it on this page because this is just an example image of what the page looks like, but
it would be on that same
down
page.
below. Yeah, it's probably down below the video.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. That's a good question though. Remember on the canvas that the image of the page type is not exactly the way the page is going to look all the time. Okay, so there may be some times that you see an image of like a webinar page, and then when you actually get to the real page, you're like, that doesn't even look like the image at all. It's because there's just so many different ways to make those pages, and they just kind of gave an example image of what that page might look like. Okay. Any other questions? Gabriel, go ahead, and then I'll get Edison.
Actually, Edison is first. He raised his hand before me.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Edison.
Thank you very much, Gabriel, for conceding.
You guys have such good manners. I'm so proud of you.
I didn't even realize that I put up my hand before his. So he was actually paying attention. All right. Okay. So my question is, I have two questions. One, how do we now connect the Facebook Messenger to this funnel? And secondly, what do you do in an instance where, all right, in my particular case, I'm looking at a network marketing opportunity, but the company that I represent, they do have their own website where you make your purchase. So how do I simply modify to put in the URL for them to go to if they want to make a purchase? How do I navigate that? Those are my two questions.
So the Facebook chatbot, we actually already talked about integrating. We did that when we went to the Facebook chatbot and got that integration key and then put it into the webinar.
Okay.
So we've already done that. So that's great. Now, if you want to put the chatbot on the website, then that's a little bit different set of things that you have to do. So you'll have to go back to the chatbot training so you can see how to get the code for the chatbot to add it to the Facebook, or sorry, to the website. So you can have the chatbot actually actively on the website. But what we did was integrated the chatbot into the webinar. Okay.
Okay. So let me just interrupt you a moment here. So I saw where you integrated into the webinar. Now we are talking about the canvas here. Okay. So the canvas already has the webinar built into it, or do we now have to go? It is.
Yes. When we went through the canvas and we right-clicked that little bitty box that says webinar, we put the ID and the secret key in there. And that's everything I need, because on the webinar page in Canvas, it's already got the webinar app on there.
Okay, all right, okay. So I see it. So basically, we still need to set up the webinar platform first. Then we attach it to the Canvas.
That's right.
And you do that via the integration key as well as the secret.
Yes, the ID and the secret key. That's exactly it. So you do have to make the webinar first.
All right. Okay.
Try to do Canvas and then integrate. You don't have an ID or a key that you can use.
All right. Okay. I'm clear on that.
Good. And the next question was, what was the next question? I forgot already.
Okay. So all right. The other question had to do with the Messenger, because in my instance, I do have a bias for Messenger as compared to emails. I find emails, I am guilty of not answering emails, and of that, I think everybody else does the same thing.
Yeah.
Okay? So I think we do get a better response to Messenger, and so that's my preference. So I'm just looking at using that maybe alongside emails, wherever you can, instead of simply focusing on emails only.
That's great. And if you want to use Messenger on the website, now it's integrated into the webinar, but here's the dealio about it being integrated into the webinar is the users that are chatting during the webinar don't know. They actually don't know.
Okay.
Because they're chatting on the webinar page in that chat window. They have no clue that when they chat in the chat window, that is being sent to you through MemberBytes or whatever page you connect it to.
Okay.
They have no clue. That is strictly for your use. So you don't have to be on the webinar to be able to answer those questions that pop up at the webinar.
Okay, got it.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, sure it does. Okay, so over to you, Gabriel.
Thank you, no problem. Yeah, I have a few questions here. I'm not sure if I'm gonna get off the track, but it's along what we're talking about here. On the checkout first, that's a little confusing to me. Checkout is just their credentials, just their email and phone, whatever, phone number, name, etc. What's the checkout?
No.
We're not selling anything yet.
Well, you may be. That's why they put the checkout on that page. You can take it off. You don't have to leave it on there.
All right.
They put the checkout on there because most of the time when you're doing a webinar, you're selling something. Most of the time.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
It's not always just giving value and then not selling anything.
True.
So they put the checkout on there, and that checkout is the old checkout, right? So it's not the super checkout. It's the old checkout. And you put in the product name, you put in the price, and I don't remember what else we put in, but we put in just enough information that when they go through that checkout, they'll have to register an account just like they do on the regular checkout. So they'll have to register, then they'll have to go through the purchase process. And when they go through the purchase process, the next page they should see afterwards is that thank you page.
Oh, I see. Okay, good. More. That's very good clarification. Thank you.
You're welcome. Let me add one more thing in there. I don't know how this one is set up, but you can actually have it set up so that the checkout doesn't show up right away. Do you remember how we can right click and we can do actions, and we can actually delay actions so things fade in and fade out? We can actually set it up so this doesn't fade in until like 20 minutes into the webinar, so that this doesn't even show until 20 minutes. And then 20 minutes in, you can say, all right, you should see a checkout down below, and you'll be able to purchase this product right now, but do it fast because it's going to go away in 5 minutes, you know, something like that.
Is that pop-up button that's going to pop up, right? Correct?
It's actually the whole, you can do the whole checkout.
The whole checkout is going to.
Yeah, you can do the whole checkout. You can have the checkout on there and then just put a box over it and have the box fade out after 20 minutes. Yeah. Good.
Oh boy, I'm glad I asked that question because you answered 3 more questions that I didn't even think about. And also on all the video that shows on the canvas, technically we just have to go to each page and embed the code, correct? For each, whatever we want to be on that page.
Yes,
right?
And you don't have to have it designed the way it's designed. What it's going to do is we chose the business theme. So the business theme is going to be designed a very specific way. Once we generate the website, we are going to jump in and check it out and see what it looks like. And then we have the freedom to change it any kind of way we want to.
So, because now we're in the pixel perfect, correct?
That's right.
Right, okay. And then you're not showing the email sequence on the canvas, correct, for the webinar?
No, it's all integrated into the webinar. We already set it up for the webinar, so we're actually good to go.
Right. And then speaking about the email sequence, here's I just got it right when you're talking with Edison.
Yay.
I got the 5 emails here. I didn't do anything today. I didn't touch anything, but this is the emails I got. This is the first one, second one, third one, fourth one, fifth one. I got 5 emails sitting right here.
Apparently you are really, really, really invited.
So it's technically what this means. I got all your 5 sequences, all the 5 emails at once.
Shazam.
Yeah. And that's because you set it out for 10 o'clock, and that's why it's already. But it shouldn't be like that, correct?
Yeah, I think the timing is definitely having an issue. So I'm going to have to go to the developers and see if they can either clarify for me what's going on and what I'm doing wrong, or fix the problem, because it says 10 o'clock UTC time. Oh no, I know exactly what I did wrong now.
Isn't it, I should have only got 1 maybe, but not 5, because you send the whole sequence.
I know what I did wrong. I know what I did wrong. So I'll go back and show you what I did wrong, because it's clear to me now what I did. And it's, again, a time issue that Shelly has a hard time understanding. This is why I'm late for everything, you guys. This is why I'm never on time, because I just don't understand time. I lose track.
If you want to go ahead and show it, that's fine. I got 2 more technical.
Yeah, I will. Let me jump in and show it, since we're like right on that. So let's see, we're in Canvas, this one. Let me see if I've still got the webinar platform open. Nope, not there, not there, not there, not there. So let's go to the webinar platform, and we will change what I did wrong. And that is the same thing I did wrong yesterday, actually, which is if I go down here to the very bottom, and my mouse doesn't want to work right here. So we'll go down to this webinar, and I'll go to edit and go to schedule. And remember when I click the start time, it's the 29th, but it's not at 5 because that's 5 a.m. It's actually 17, right? 1700. So that's the right time right there. And then my local time. So that would be 5 o'clock. My local time is when this would start. So that's a better setup right there. Instead of 5 o'clock.
Yeah, this is 24 hours setup. You know,
it's 24 hours. That's right.
Here in Brazil.
It's clear that Shelly doesn't handle the 24-hour setup very
no,
well.
No, it's because I think in the States it's 12 hours, right?
Yeah,
I don't handle it good either. I can't.
Yeah, we typically do the 12
That's military time.
Yeah, yeah.
That's why it's boot camps, because it's military.
That's right. Exactly. So that's what I did wrong. So Gabriel, actually now if somebody registers for the webinar, they should get the timing of the emails perfectly.
Because I registered yesterday, not today, but hey, that's fine.
Yeah, I connected to the same email list, so I think that's fine.
Yeah, my other questions would be.
I didn't do that, so I don't know why you're getting it. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, that's fine. My other question would be, if I want to integrate get them to opt-in, but I want them to go to a membership area and watch the webinars in the membership area, can I insert that membership somewhere in the in the beginning?
Yes, you'll have to do a little bit of finagling on the Canvas side, and that's a little bit of extra training on Canvas, but you can actually do that exact thing where you have them going into a membership area, but you'll have to have them register on the site with a username and password to be able to do that, or to purchase the webinar to be able to get into that membership area. So there's a little bit more setup involved and making sure that it's set up correctly so that they can log in and get into that membership area, but it is actually doable.
Yeah, because that's what I'm trying to accomplish here. And then because then I have 3 webinars that I have to do. And then so after this webinar, the first webinar, they come in, it's live. I want to do it live and then ask a bunch of questions and then schedule it for tomorrow. So that way I keep engaging the prospects, create that bonded relationship and trust. And then come back tomorrow, and then whoever is interested, they'll show up. Who's not, they'll drop out. So that's good. Now I got qualified prospects, and that's why I want to get them to the. And then now I'm getting very technical here. Can I also set up the reminders for tomorrow's webinar and for the third webinar? Make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. You can set up the reminders, and then just have them maybe at the end of your first webinar. Tell them, something like, if you're interested, we got another one going tomorrow, register for tomorrow's to make sure you get your reminder emails. And that way they are set up to be able to get that next set of reminder emails.
So I do have to set up another registration for tomorrow. So that way they're not going to be automatically, hey, saying, okay.
Right. Or the other option, honestly, is when in your first email list, you set up an email sequence to trigger on that next webinar. So they're already signed up. The next webinar, you don't set up the emails through the webinar platform. You set it up through the email marketing system, through Mailing Boss, and let them trigger based on the list that they joined for the first webinar. So that second webinar, the emails are triggered by Mailing Boss, not the webinar.
Yeah, because I want to eliminate a lot of friction and confusion on their end, and do this and do that. So the more I can automate it, and there's like, hey, you guys are going to get an email tomorrow at the same time. We'll see you here, blah, blah, blah.
Exactly. And you'll already made the broadcast page for it. So all you have to do is give them the link, and they'll be able to log in and access the page, and they get access to that through the email that you send through Mailing Boss instead of through the webinar platform. So that'll prevent them from having to register again. So that's another way you can do it. This is so flexible, you guys, that there's tons of ways to do it. And personally, I don't think there's really a wrong way to do it, as long as you're capturing their emails and you're getting them to the webinar. There's really not a wrong way to do it.
Yeah, and on that checkout, back to the checkout earlier, because my checkout, what I'm envisioning and what I want to accomplish is to put a calendar so they can register for a one-on-one right after all this.
You absolutely can. And I would definitely do that as a hidden calendar first. So put that box over it and don't let it show up until a certain amount of time in. Because what's going to happen is, 1 minute in, everybody signed up for their time and they don't watch the rest of it.
Yeah, no. Yeah, it's at the end, all the way at the end. Maybe just send them an email or something. So, just wanted to do it private and etc. Not everybody has it. Yeah. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions before we keep going, you guys? All right, let's jump in and go ahead and create our new website. This one's exciting to me because I always get excited working in Canvas and create new websites from Canvas. So we've got everything in here. We've got our form figured out, our webinar, our checkout. So let's go ahead and save one more time because save is our friend. And then we're just going to go to create the website. So I'm going to click that button and I'm going to name it webinar 2. And I'm going to click create. And now it's going in the background and it's creating all of these pages for me. It's connecting all the funnel together for me. It's creating the form, the webinar, the checkout offer. All of that it's creating in the background. And then it tells me, Shelly, I was successful. So what happens now is I can click OK and I can just stay right here in Canvas and keep working. Or I can click access the website and it's going to open up Pixel Perfect and it's going to open up this website so I can start editing. So I'm going to go ahead and click access the website. And now this particular website is opening up and it's got all of the pages that we asked for it to do. So now all I have to do is go through and just edit these things so that it has exactly what I want in it. So you can see it's real generic. I don't have headers and I don't have footers. So I need to work on those and make sure that I understand that everything I put in the header, every single page in this layout is going to have the same header. And then everything I put in the footer, every single page in this layout will have the same thing that's in the footer. So whatever I do to the header and footer is affecting all the pages in this layout. And then I need to just change the content. So I've got my big header, my H1, and then I've got my little header. I've got an intro video if I want to have an intro video. I don't have to have that video there. I can put an image there. I can put anything I want to. I can change the information where it says live event. So for this one, I can say that it is August the 29th. And it is at 6 o'clock Eastern time. And then this should be configured. Let me go ahead and click save so I don't lose that information. So save, 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 and it's going to think about it a lot. But you can see that
Kelly, I
already.
think you said 5 o'clock.
Yeah, but that was Central Time. This is Eastern.
Oh, okay.
So this one should already be configured. So if I right click and go to change URL, well, it doesn't have the actions. So that's surprising because it usually configures the pages for me. So no problem. We're going to set it to go to page. And we'll go to the email confirmation. And then for the subscription confirm, we're going to set it to go to the webinar confirmation page. So those are the 2 pages that it should have been connected to no matter what. So I'll click confirm. And then we'll set it to go to Mailing Boss and log in and webinar 2 and confirm. So there we go. So we've configured it all very easily done. And I want you to notice something very, very important. Remember when we set up the subscriber list, we did it on the fly in Canvas. And when you do it on the fly in Canvas, it just does default settings. So the only field that it got was the email field. So that's the only field that I have in that subscriber list. I don't have their first name. I don't have any other information, just email. If I wanted more information than that, I would have to go into Mailing Boss, add the field that I want or fields that I wanted into that subscriber list. And then I'd have to go here and connect it again. So I could go to Mailing Boss, get those other fields and bring it in. Okay, this is good enough for me for demonstration purposes for sure. So we'll leave it like this. All right, I'm going to click save.
So Shelly, just sorry to interrupt you. So can I also put on this registration I've seen where a lot of times you can ask for the phone number for SMS?
Yep, absolutely. You can.
That's back in Mailing Boss to do it,
yep,
correct?
That's in Mailing Boss. And make sure, let me look at your eyeballs to make sure you get this. When you do it, you're going to need the prefix along with the phone number, because if you're going to do SMS, it has to have the prefix to understand what country it's sending to. Okay.
So that's going to ask me in Mailing Boss to set the prefix, correct?
Yes.
Right. Okay.
Yep. Okay. Let me share my screen again. And so we've got this. We're going to pretend like this page is like completely set up. Okay. And then I'm going to go to the page icon and I'm going to go to the next page, which is the email confirmation page. And this is the page that should just tell me check your email and click on the confirmation link. So this is absolutely fabulous. I can't do any better than this. So then I'm going to check the webinar confirmation page. So this is the page that I go to when I go to my email and I click confirm. So when I go to my email and click confirm, I get to see this page and it's got a video there. So if you want to add a video to say, hey, we're so glad that you registered for this webinar. Let me tell you a few things that you need to know before the webinar starts. Make sure you do this, make sure you do that, make sure you do that. So you want to make sure to change the date. So I'm going to go here to August the 29th at 6 o'clock Eastern time. And then I would put instructions for them if I had instructions, who was hosting, and then make sure you don't miss this life-changing event. And then here's a button that says next step. If I click next step and go to action, it should be taking me to the webinar indoctrination page. This is the page that we want to send them to in our email when we send out the reminders about the meeting. Okay, this is the indoctrination page. And I'll show you why we want them to go to this page. So everything looks great here. I'm going to go ahead and click save and then save again. Oh, and I made some money. I heard the cha-ching. That's fabulous. So let's go to the indoctrination page. So that's this one right here. And on this page, this is where we should have the countdown to when this webinar begins. So get ready for your upcoming webinar. This is how you get blah, 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 blah. Here's a video. And then you want to change the date and time. So August the 29th at 6 p.m. Eastern time. And then make sure you don't miss this life-changing event. Now there's a next step here. And if we click that and go to action, it's set to go to the broadcast page. So you can allow them to click this button to go to the broadcast page, or you could set this timer up so that the timer is set up to go at exactly the time that it needs to go. So you can right click it and go to edit and set up the timer so that the timer is activated. And then the action is that it goes to a page and goes to the broadcast page when the timer gets to 0. Okay, so you can set that up either way. You can allow them to go to the broadcast page with a button, or you can allow them to go to the broadcast page automatically when the timer gets to 0. Doesn't matter which one. I'm going to go ahead and take the timer off and just leave it the button. So you can actually see they can just click the button. So we'll leave it at that. And I'm going to click save and then save again. All right, so now they have the ability to go through all these pages. When they click the next step, Actually, I'm going to change that and say join webinar. Join webinar. Here we go. Perfect. Now click save and save again. And now the next page we want to look at is the actual broadcast page. So I'm going to go to pages and layout, and we're going to go to the broadcast page. And on the broadcast page, we should actually see our lovely little broadcast video. And we should actually see a chat too, I think. So let me see if I can see if the chat shows up. Dun, 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 dun. There we go. Yay. And I'll make this window a little bigger so we can put this in there like this. And then like this. Fabulous. And then we have a button here, and the button action goes to checkout main. So this might actually be connected to the super checkout. I'll check it out in a few minutes. And then there's a timer here. So it says this offer will expire when the timer reaches 0. So you can actually set it up so that when this timer reaches 0, the page changes. They don't get the buy now button anymore. So you can actually change it up a little bit so that the button disappears, which is really interesting. So there's a lot of different ways that you can do this. You get to decide how this works. So let me pull all this down here. We'll make this area a little bit bigger like that. Fabulous. And then I'm going to go to save and save again. And then the last page we're going to check out is actually the thank you page. So on the thank you page right here, we can see that there is a video. So if you want to say, hey, congratulations, you just got a fantastic product. Thank you so much for buying from us. And then there's a button if you want to use it that can either take them to the product, or you can remove that button, or you can make it a download button, whatever you want to do on how you want to deliver the product that they just bought after the webinar. So that is the kind of the whole design of the funnel. There's a lot of work to do, right? To do the content and design to make sure all of it is set up. And then on the webinar broadcast page, let's make sure that it's got the correct ID. So I'm going to go to edit, and I'm going to open up my notepad, and there's the ID, which is correct. And then the key, which is correct. And remember, we set that in Canvas. So it actually did it for us. So we didn't have to actually do it. So again, it's just a really neat way to set this up, you guys, so that when you do it in Canvas, there's just not a whole lot more setup that you have to do. So I'm going to go ahead and save again. And now let's take a look at the live site. So before I do that, do you guys have any questions about what we looked at, the pages, the way they're set up, anything?
I think that's really good. You know, the funny thing is I had a course on Skillshare on writing a mission statement, and they closed it out, and that was the one that had the most people that listened to that course. I think I'm going to use it in the webinar.
Good. That's fabulous.
And sell it that way.
That's fabulous. And don't forget, you guys, that you can do a YouTube video too. So any of our, like the webinars that we do with Builderall that are public in the Builderall USA channel, you can actually pull those in as a webinar for you. It's a YouTube video link, right? So you can pop that in and put it into webinar format or webinar funnel and send them right through that webinar as if they had attended that live webinar themselves, which they are. It's just a replay. And then you can have a link to take them to your affiliate link in Builderall. So there's a lot of neat things you can do. That could be an evergreen webinar, right? It doesn't even have to be just a one-time, one moment in time thing. It can be a forever on-demand thing. Okay. Gabriel, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, I apologize if you hear a lot of noises. I have people cutting grass outside.
That's okay. I have a lot of noises in my head. People that are speaking all the time, so it's all good. You go ahead.
This makes it worse. I apologize. Do we have
too much Pink Floyd?
Maybe so. Maybe so.
I don't know. I haven't seen. Do they have the ability to click a button after they register and book their the webinar to their calendar?
We don't have that in our system, but there are ways that you can set that up. If you just Google and say HTML code for adding Google Calendar, or HTML code for adding to Google Calendar, that will probably pull up several sites that will give you the HTML code to be able to do like one click to add to a Google Calendar or to add to iCal or something like that.
Outlook, correct, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yep. And then also, can I, if I make an offer on the webinar, can I make that link, can I make the offer expire if they come in at a later date and click on the link trying to, because you know, you want to be you know, hey, this is only on this webinar. If you purchase blah, 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 you get it for 99 bucks. Otherwise, it's going to go to 200, whatever.
Yeah, remember that box? Cover it with a box and have that box fade in after 30 minutes or 50 minutes or whatever you want. So that button will be there. The box is invisible. And at the end of 50 minutes, it's like, boom, there's a box. It could be a white box so that it actually looks like the button disappears.
Oh, okay. So, but if they save the link, they'll still have it.
Yeah. Well, and then you want to do if you're doing a checkout, you can set an expiration date for the checkout.
Oh, there you go. So that's probably, yeah. Okay. And if I work, because this is a lot of work, you know, setting this whole thing up. Can I save this as a template for the future? All I have to come back is just choose the whole setup and just go back and change the dates, the videos, the topic, etc., and just have 90% of the work done, so to speak.
Yeah, absolutely. You can save this website and then you can duplicate the website anytime you want to, and then just go in and make those changes and you're ready for the next one.
So where would you go, in the canvas, or how do you?
No, you go into your site list and there's a duplicate button in the site list.
Oh, okay, great. Because that saves a lot of, wow, thank you.
You're very welcome.
That's
Yeah,
all I
it's
have.
a lot easier, doesn't it? Chip, go ahead.
First of all, can you hear me?
Yep, sure can.
Oh, good. I just switched microphones. Is it true that once you have gone from Canvas to create website, you cannot go back and remodify the canvas?
That's correct. If you try to remodify Canvas, it doesn't take the changes onto the website that you built, so it doesn't do any good. It used to be that if we created a canvas, we could generate the website, and then we could generate another website off of it and another website off of it. But now that the CRM is connected, it's literally connected in a way that canvas creates that website and you're one and done. Now everything's connected, and any changes you make to Canvas aren't going to be seen on the website, and any changes you make on the website are not going to be seen on Canvas.
Okay, thanks. Can you?
Yeah, they're working on changing. They're working on changing that a bit, because it is actually really hard. I know for me, when I build websites, I may get really excited, build. It looks great. I generate the website. I'm so excited. Then I'm like, crap. I need to put one more page in there because I need such and such. Well, that one more page is not connected to Canvas, and it's only on the website, and the CRM stuff is all kind of craziness. And yeah, so they're working on fixing that so that they are synchronized all the time, no matter if you add on the Canvas side or you add on the website side. But I can't tell you for sure if that's going to be an actuality or if they're just trying to work with it right now to see if they even can do it.
Okay. Is there any chance you can tell the difference in how I sound with this microphone?
You're sounding a little bit more bass. Like if you want to start singing, I don't think any of us would mind.
No, that's quite all right.
You sound like a radio host. Welcome to Keep Wrong.
I'm waiting for you to say, and now, after the Shelley Show, be sure to tip your waitresses before the end of the night.
After the Shelley Show, be sure to tip your waitress. Thanks.
Fabulous. All right, you guys, let's go ahead and make this public and take a look at it and see what we got. So I'm going to jump in and share again. And I'm going to save one more time just because I can. I'm very obsessive about save. And then I'm going to go back to my dashboard, and wow, look at that. I've got commissions coming in. Woohoo. And I'm going to go to the Pixel Perfect Builder and enter. And I'm going to look at my site list and see if I can find that website that we just created, and we'll make it public. So come on, baby. You can load. You can load. You can do it. All right. It's thinking really hard. There we go. And there's my webinar too. And right here is where you can duplicate the website. So if you want to make a copy so you get it exactly the way you want it, it's beautiful, you never want to change it again, oh my gosh, this is perfect. And now you want to do a second webinar using the template that you created, just click that duplicate button and it'll create a copy of that website for you. What I'm going to do is go ahead and click publish. So I'm going to click that button right there and then okay. And we're going to make it available on the internet so we can actually access it and see it live and in person. So it has to take all of that information and put it public on the internet, and then it's going to reload my site list. And when it reloads my site list, the name of the website is going to be blue, and that means it's a clickable link. So I can actually click it and go straight to the public version of that website. I can also right-click the blue link and do copy address, and then I can share it to other people. So that's what I'm going to do with you guys. I copy the address. I'm going to share it in chat so you guys can check it out. We can all look at it together. Let me go share my screen again. And now we can actually take a look at this website and see what's happening with it. So I'm going to click it to look at the live version. and it's not quite showing yet because something is wrong. So the layout scripts are not found. So my best guess is I have to do something with the header and something with the footer. Oh, and Shazam, I made money again, Yanni. So let me go here, and I'm going to do something with the header and the footer. Let me click on it and find that little button. There we go. So I'm going to make it a little bit bigger, and we'll just put an image on there just to be different. So I'm going to put an image right here to make a little bit of a change to my header and footer. So there we go. We'll put that right here. We'll pretend like that is a beautiful logo. All of you guys can pretend with me. Beautiful logo. And then I'm going to do the same thing down here to the footer. I'm going to add something to the footer so that the layout scripts can actually run with content in it. And we'll see if that's the issue. So I'm just going to add another image to the footer. And we'll pretend like it's another logo. And we'll center it because we can. And then we'll save. And save again. And now let's see if that was enough to actually allow it to read the website. So I'm going to refresh. And that was enough. So that's a tip for you guys. Let me stop sharing a minute and I'll explain what happened. Was the website itself, we didn't do anything with the header and anything with the footer. So basically, when it was trying to read how to render the website, it was like, oh my God, you didn't put anything in the header, so I can't show it. There's something wrong, I can't show it. And you didn't put anything in the footer either, so I can't show that web page. So if you ever get an error like that, it just means you have to do something to the header and you have to do something to the footer, and then it'll actually render that website. Okay, everybody got it? Go ahead, Gabriel.
I got a question. I'm full of questions, you know that.
I'm full of answers, so we're good batch.
Can we create, I think you mentioned in one of the webinars, other bootcamps, we can create headers and footers as templates and just go and pick it up and just bring it into whatever website we set up. Is that?
You can, but it's a little bit different dynamic when you talk about Canvas, because Canvas creates its own layout, and it's a layout that has an empty header and an empty footer. So if you bring in another layout with the header and footer that you want, it's going to go into a new layout, right? You can't pull it in from just a page, because if you pull a page in, it will take on the header and footer.
No, not a page. Is it like a banner or something? Bring it as a banner. How would you bring it in? Just, I'm trying to templatize it to make it as a cookie cutter. You know what I mean? So, okay, I'm creating this website. It has to do with this domain. I'm going to create it here, and here's my logo, and here's all the links I want to appear or not appear, and just bring the header, bring the footer, save, done, move on. Make sense?
No, it's not that easy.
No,
it's not that easy. It is literally a matter of, if you have a pre-created header and footer that you want to use, you have to create it and then pull the layout in and then move all of those pages into the layout, so they'll take on the header and footer that you created. So it's a big job. You'd have to do a lot more work, I think, than if you just created the header and footer yourself.
Could you add an additional page that has in the body your header and your footer, and then move that up into the header and down into the footer?
Banner, yeah, you could.
And then it would show up on all the pages.
No, it won't show up on all the pages, because you can't move a banner up and have it attached to the header. All it does is cover the header.
Okay.
You cannot create there's got to be a way to create a website or a page, and maybe just have on that page just the header and the footer and nothing else, and bring the rest in it or whatever. I'm trying to simplify.
You absolutely can. But like I said, when you import it, it imports as a layout. And then in that layout, if you want all the other pages that are in the Canvas layout that was created, you have to move those pages to that layout that has the right header and the right footer, because there's just not another better way to import headers and footers. The other way, Gabriel, is to actually just create your template and put everything in the header and the footer that you want. And then really the only thing you probably should be changing is the logo. All the menus and stuff will probably be the same.
Yeah, so keep everything the same, and I'm trying, or maybe just work like we just were talking earlier, create a whole website, webinar funnel, but go ahead and do the header, the footer, and save that as a template. And now next time you go, you already pull it, right? You have the template. I would definitely create, like this thing that we're creating right now. If I created the headers that I liked and the footers that I liked, and then the content is great, all the pages I need, videos in place, content in place, fabulous, and I want that to be my template, then I just, exactly what you were talking about earlier, duplicate it, and then the header and footer will come with it when you duplicate it, and then just change the logo. And maybe everything else inside the page, right?
Yeah, that would be the absolute easiest to do it.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for.
To import a layout that already has it, because then it just creates all kinds of issues. Because again, you can only import headers and footers from a layout. So it'd have to be a separate layout. And then you'd have to import all the pages so they could take on those headers and footers. And it would be a pain in the butt.
All right, thank you.
You're very welcome. Any other questions, you guys? I can't remember if somebody else had their hand up. I don't want to miss you. Okay, let's keep going. So I'm going to go ahead and jump in and share my screen. And this is the live version, like live and in person. And I'm going to go ahead and fill out an email. So I'm going to do Shelly@builderalldiva.com. And I'm going to click register now. And I should go to the email confirmation page. And the email confirmation page is actually giving me a script error as well. So let's go ahead and see what's going on the page. Let's go to the HTML and we'll go to the script page. So there we go. And we'll just wiggle that image a little bit, just like that. And we'll wiggle that image a little bit, just like that, and save. And I'm probably going to have to do that with all the pages. So I'm going to go here and go to the next page and wiggle that image a little bit, move it just a little bit, and wiggle that image a little bit, and then save. And then do the other page as well. So go down. This is kind of one of those crazy things that you got to do. So I'll wiggle that one a little bit, and I'll wiggle that one a little bit, just like that, and then save and save. And then I'll do, what do I got left? 2 more. So I'll wiggle that one a little bit and wiggle the bottom one a little bit. I can get down there. My mouse is acting really weird. All right, so I got that one and save. And then we'll go one more, I think. So let's take a look. That page, the thank you page. We'll wiggle that one a little bit and go down to the bottom and wiggle that one a little bit and then save. And let's see if that worked. So I'll go back to my live site and refresh it. And it's still giving me grief. So we'll go back and do a little bit more work to it. So we'll go to email right here. And let's move this down a little bit. And this one we'll make a little bit smaller so it fits inside our space, just like that. And we'll make sure that this is just like that. So save. Fabulous. And I may have to do all my pages like that. So let me see if that did the trick. So I'll go back to the live site. There we go. So now the email confirmation page is working and it says just one more step to go, and that's confirm the email. So now let me jump into my email. So daily email, Shelly Turner. We'll see we got a confirmation email. It's right there. So I'll just go ahead and click confirm. And now I'm on the congratulations, you're successfully registered page. So this tells me that I've registered for the webinar, and it gives me instructions on what I need to do next. And then I'm going to click next step. And this should take me to the indoctrination page. And this gets me ready, like your webinar is going to start in about 30 minutes. We're really excited that you're here and ready to go. Be sure that you scroll down and pay attention to all the instructions before the webinar starts. And then the button to join the webinar. So let's say that we're getting ready and oh my gosh, the webinar is going to get ready to start. Let me join the webinar. So I'm going to click join. And now I go to the join page and I should see this right here. And the webinar is of course not live yet, so it's not going to be showing. And I'm not sure why the numbers are there because I thought we deleted it, but you know, that's just another story. So now we're just waiting on the webinar to start, and that should start at about 5 p.m. Okay. So far, besides just the issue with loading the page, and that's just because the header and the footer needed to be jiggled a little bit, kind of activated so that it can be rendered correctly. But other than that, everything looks like it's working pretty well. So at 5 o'clock, we should actually see that video pop up of the, or 5 o'clock Central Time, 6 o'clock Eastern Time. We should see the video pop up of the roulette wheel and that training, and it should last it's about 12 minutes, but I set it at 15 minutes. All right, so any questions about that? Pretty easy, right, you guys? Yeah.
Once you do it once or twice, yes, the answer.
Yeah, honestly, the hardest part to me in any website that you build, no matter what, is design and content. And it's funny because Canvas does, you know, the structure for you, the blueprint for you, and they've made it way easier to do the structure for you, but it's still the biggest challenge to do content and design. So make it pretty. But the good thing is that Canvas actually helps with the make it pretty because they do have those themes out there. So you can grab the themes and actually work with those themes. And that does make it a little bit easier because you've already got some design in there. So it doesn't take a ton of time to actually come up with a brand spanking new design from scratch. So that's actually a little helpful. The next one is just setting everything up. So setting your webinar up, make sure your emails say exactly what you want them to say, connecting the chat bot, and then doing the canvas to create the funnel. And then once you create the actual website, then you got to go in and do the content and do the design, and then double, triple, quadruple, however many times it takes you to check to make sure that every single button, every single form, every single webinar is correct before you go live. There should never, ever be a moment where you pick something from Canvas and you're like, all right, there's the funnel, generate website, add my content. I'm not going to double check anything. I'm just going to let it rip. You are going to fail because that's not the way the internet works. You have to double, triple, quadruple check things. And even then, right before the webinar, you should be checking everything again. Why do I say that? Because I'm an IT girl and I have set up so many networks and so many computers and so many websites and so many mobile apps. And even when you are obsessive compulsive like me checking things, it still may not work. There still may be something in there that's not going to work. So you want to make sure that your I's are dotted and your T's are crossed at all times. And if this was easy, everybody would do it, right? Not everybody runs webinars. You have to get in there and dig in and set it up and then double check it, triple check it, and quadruple check it to make sure it's set up right. Okay. Does that make sense?
Yeah, Shelly, would you mind if you put that in the to-do list or the homework page? Is there any way you can put the steps, do this, do this, do this, so that way we don't have to go like you were talking earlier with Cheap about not once you go in Canvas. I was a little bit puzzled there, confused. Once you go in Canvas and you work on the website and you go back and you know what I mean, and now you have to, it's not going to save. I'm not 100% clear on what you were talking about there. And it sounds to me like you have to do things in a certain order, and that way you don't work twice. Make sense what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't know if you can hear me.
Oh, you froze. I don't know. Is it me or?
I was frozen. I could tell I was frozen, and all I heard from you was so I didn't hear anything. So if you can say it again, and I apologize. That was the internet being mean to you and me.
He's asking for a list like the one I sent you from yesterday.
Did everybody else hear me okay?
Sorry, say it again. The internet is like freaking out. Yeah,
like
I can hear you. Can you guys hear me okay now? Am I back?
You're back.
Okay, good. Whew. Thought I was lost for a minute. Go ahead, Chip.
I think he's asking for a list of steps like the one from yesterday that I sent you.
Yeah,
and I've been doing the same thing today. And I didn't know how to make it available to people because it won't paste into the chat.
Awesome.
So how could it become available?
I can definitely add it to the resources. I've got that in our private chat, so I'll just grab it and put it in the resources for today.
Okay.
Okay.
Shelly, with all the trouble you have with the internet, can you imagine if the hurricane came through, you'd be lost for weeks.
I know, right? And it's only when I'm doing these lives like this. It's like, yeah, Shelly, I think that my internet company has a camera inside my room, and they're like, she's live. Turn the internet off. Turn it off. Slow it down. It drives me nuts. But I do have Chip's step-by-step of everything he did. And I'll make sure to add that to the resources for today's training. If you can hear me, that's what I'll do, is add Chip's step-by-step to the resources, okay? And everybody there, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, sorry about that, you guys.
A little thing there, Shelly. What I did today, I was noticing that my internet was intermittent. I rang my ISP and they found a lot of interference on the line. Mm-hmm. And it was blocking some of the packet data, and you need the packet data sometimes when you're downloading different files. Like I have a major issue with Screencast-O-Matic. Mm-hmm. It's just not downloading all the thing, and I'm trying to import, export, can't do it. I can video all that, but I can't import or export. And
you do the update, because Screencast-O-Matic just had an update just a couple days ago.
Yeah, but so, your man, the support was in Zoom with me for 4 hours, and we could not suss it out. Yeah. Incredible. He was absolute. I have to say, Screencast-O-Matic, everybody, you should be using it. And the support is absolutely fantastic.
Yep.
No,
The
a lad called
only place that
Logan.
they're lacking is their video tutorials, because their video tutorials suck. I just gave up on learning from the video tutorials and just dug in and learned it myself. But
You
you're
should do
right.
it for them. You should say you'll do them do it for them. I'll do it. I'll rob it on you. No, no way. I wouldn't do that on you. No way. That's your idea.
No
That's
time.
your idea.
But yeah, Screencast-O-Matic is really good, and I was having problems with the herky jerky thing with Screencast-O-Matic, and I did the update, and now it's actually working fine for me again. So
he gave me developers downloads, loads of downloads. We put it in, and the same thing. It just crashed every time I go to import. The whole thing crashes.
Weird. That's very
It's
strange.
very, very strange. Yeah, but hey, it's a great piece of kit, though. Gosh, I can
Yeah,
still.
they'll figure it
I can
out.
still
They'll
work.
get it
Yeah,
figured out.
absolutely, absolutely.
But for you guys that are able to hear me now, I think that Chip mentioned that he's got a list that he put together, checklist 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of everything you're supposed to do. And he sent that to me in a private message. So if it's okay with Chip, I'll actually share that in the resource area and drop that there for you guys so that you can kind of follow those steps and see if that helps you with setting up your webinar. Okay? Is that all right?
Okay, and then he was asking if you would put that in steps for what you did today.
Oh gosh. I don't know.
I've got that.
Oh, do you have? Okay.
Yeah. When I put it in Messenger, I have to put the numbers back in, but that's not a big deal.
Okay. If you send it to me, I'll add that one to the resources as well.
Get it in a minute.
Thank you, Chief. You get the tip.
All right, Frank, question or comment?
Yeah, so first off, great training today. I actually was kind of trying to try it as we were kind of moving right along, and I set the on-demand webinar to start right at 12:30, and it started perfectly fine. Now, is this effective using mobile devices? So if somebody was just to see us broadcast either live or on demand, they're able to see it on mobile, it'll be fine. And with a chat, will they be also able to chat from their mobile device?
Yes, the chat is actually in there, and the way I've seen it set up is that it is responsive, so it takes a video and then puts the chat underneath it.
Okay.
And they can chat, and then of course, if you have the chat set up to go through to Facebook Messenger, it'll come to you, and then you can send the message back.
Okay. And then the other question was, now when you go live, it has to be you broadcasting live to either Facebook or YouTube at the same time. Is that correct?
No, it's going live into the broadcast room.
Okay. Okay.
So for this particular webinar that we did today, it's not going live to Facebook. It's not going live to YouTube. It's only going live to that broadcast page on that web page that was set up.
Okay. Now, when you're going live, it doesn't save the video anywhere, or how do you get that video that you
actually? There's a setting in there to record the video. Let me see if I can find it. I haven't shown that to you guys yet. I don't think I have. Hold on, making money here, Yemi. Let's see. I'm gonna go to settings. Oh, it won't record because it's set to a YouTube video, so it's not gonna record. So the only way that I'm gonna get a record is if I get the content from a live stream. And let's see, let me see if I can find where this is supposed to be. There is a record capability, and I'm going to have to find it because I can't remember where it's at. But if you're doing a live stream webinar, you have the ability to record it, and then when you go back and do content, you can actually create the evergreen webinar by choosing a recorded webinar that you did live.
So I guess my question from here, where I'm a little bit confused, is let's say I was to just go live. I guess I'm not sure on how I would do that.
Well, this one, if you want to stream live, then you do everything that we did today.
Yeah.
Right. Everything that we did today, and then you're going to open your streaming tool, and you can start streaming live straight to that
okay.
broadcast page.
Okay.
Does that make
and
sense?
where you say where you said it would have that the ability to record, right? Select record.
Yes, yes. Let me look through that again because I've lost the record button. I can't remember where it's at. So let me look at it again and see if I can remember where that record button's at. But any live webinar that you could do, you have the ability to record it and then go back and either send them to a page. Remember that record link, right? So you can create, instead of a broadcast page, you can create a replay page, and then give them the link on that webinar setting. And when it sends out the replay email, it will put that replay link in there of the page that you set up to do that. Or you can set it up so that it's an evergreen webinar, and you've grabbed that recording that you made, and that's the evergreen webinar, is a previous live that you did.
So with the recording that we do, let's say we do a recording live, and let's say, what is the max? Because obviously the video is getting recorded down to and placed on the server of Builderall. So there's got to be a max time about.
I don't remember if it indicates a max. I cannot remember. But I would say that, well, you know, Eric has done like a 3, 4, 5 hour webinar.
Okay.
So it can handle a pretty big size file.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Any other questions, you guys?
When you go live and you do it live, does it automatically, you got to click record or anything, or how does it?
Yeah, I'm going to find the record button because honestly, I can't remember where it's at. It's another one of those like the chat bot where it's kind of hidden and you got to click something to get something else.
Okay.
So let me check that out and I'll let you guys know tomorrow. Okay. Any other good questions, you guys, or bad questions? We take either one. All right. So your homework tonight is I want you to go through with Canvas and I want you to create a webinar from Canvas. There's several different webinar blueprints, so you can pick any one you want. And I want you to kind of play with those pages, set up the opt-in form, set up the webinar itself, set up, if you want to do a checkout and practice with the checkout, you can do that, however you want to do it. But set up a practice webinar and let it run and see what comes of it, and make it easy on yourself. Just set it up as a YouTube video. That way you don't have to worry about going live and setting up the live and making sure you're ready, because we'll talk about doing a brand spanking new live webinar tomorrow. And that is your homework for tonight, is create a webinar, connect it to a website that you built with Canvas, and then see if it'll kick off at the time that it's supposed to kick off. And just remember that it's military time, not 12-hour Shelly time. Go ahead, Gabriel.
Kelly, I got another idea. I don't know if I'm talking too much here, but forgive me, everybody.
No, it's great. I think everybody likes that because it can be so stuffy, just learning, okay, step 1 is this, step 2 is that, step 3 is this. When you've got great ideas flowing, it makes the learning even better. So hit us with your idea.
I suggest idea/suggestion. You did a lot of tell, show, and we're doing the try. I don't know if it's okay with you, if you can do it you can do it yourself. We don't have to be on a webinar, or we can be on a webinar, but then so that way you don't have to explain so much, you don't have to talk so much, but then you just go ahead and do all these steps in the right sequence, and maybe the video is going to be 45 minutes, an hour at the max, and now we see the whole process. So you can just say, now I'm setting up the mailing boss, and you're just doing it, and you know, so now we see the whole thing, and here's the completed product. Make sense, right?
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. That's kind of what I
tried. But
yeah,
then like trying to go piece it back together is gonna take a long time. It's gonna be done, but if it's like, oh, okay, wow, this is, man, it's so easy, it's so smooth. It just puts everything together.
Yeah, that's kind of what I tried to do with this boot camp, and it is so hard because there's so many moving pieces. That's why I wanted to try to do the Facebook and YouTube live first, and then the Facebook, YouTube lives with participants, and then the next day doing it the long way to set it up by setting up the individual pages to get that deep knowledge of how to do that part. And then of course today setting up through Canvas, and then tomorrow we'll actually set up a live webinar so you can see if I'm going live how I would do that. Okay.
Yeah. All right. So that's my suggestion. Thank you.
And would you also record it and show us how to do that?
Which one? All of them, or just
tomorrow? The one that you did tomorrow.
Yeah, that'll be recorded for you guys during the boot camp. Yep. Yeah, we're going to set a live webinar up together. So we're going to talk about me going live, a certain date, a certain time. We're going to set up the pages. We're going to make it happen. And then you can actually attend the live if you want to. Okay? Sound good?
One last question, Shelly. I know I'm jumping ahead of time. Would we have a boot camp next week again?
We do have a boot camp next week, and it is on selling physical products, I think.
Right.
And with the new super checkout, I'm going to show you a couple of different ways that you can sell physical products using Builderall.
All right, cool. So I'll book it.
Where you can find physical products. That's another thing I'll do, is not just show you how to sell them using the regular checkout and the super checkout, but also where to find physical products, how to price them, how to do drop shipping. There's a lot of stuff that we're going to do in that training. Okay.
Great. Looking forward to it. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. I'm excited about that one too. That's another one that I made a killing 2 years ago when that was the first thing I did with Builderall, was drop shipping, and I drop shipped finger monkeys. I don't know if you guys remember those, but those are the little monkeys that you put on your finger, and they would close their eyes and they would move their tail and stuff like that. They're really cute, and you couldn't find them anywhere. And I found a source and made a killing off of that, and fidget spinners. Fidget spinners had hit really, really hard. I know, I hated them, Chip. If I'd still been a teacher, I'd have thrown every one I saw away. But for an entrepreneur, that was a great one to sell. So I found some really good resources on fidget spinners. I put those two websites together and made enough money to cover all of the Christmas presents that we bought for Christmas time. So it was a lot of money. I was really stunned at how much money we made. It just so happened that I hit it right at the right time, did two perfect products. Doesn't happen all the time that way, but I'm going to show you how to find products and how to source them out, how to do drop shipping so you never have to touch them, and how to set it up in the checkout so that all of it happens pretty much almost automatically. Okay. All right. So tomorrow we're going to do we're going to set up a live webinar, and then we'll set it up for a time so that all of you guys can actually attend the live webinar. And I don't know what I'm going to teach on because by then the boot camp will be done, but we'll figure it out. We'll set all that up tomorrow so you can see how a live one's done, and then I'll find that elusive record button so we can see how to record it and turn it into a evergreen webinar. Okay. All right, you guys, I'm going to go ahead and let you go. Y'all have a fabulous day, and I will see you all over Facebook, all over the internet, and don't forget to build something amazing with Builderall. Bye, you guys.
Thank you, Shelly.
Thanks,
Bye,
Shelly.
everyone.
Good night. Bye-bye.
To put it into the webinar?
Yes, absolutely. Give me just a second and let me make sure I'm going live before I get too complicated in answering your question. All right, great. So we're live on YouTube now. So let me start again. What I was explaining just a few minutes ago was that they have taken away the live version to go straight from the webinar platform into the broadcast page. Now you have to go roundabout so you can go live straight to YouTube. And then from YouTube, I frame that channel into the broadcast page. So you kind of have to go roundabout to do live. So I wasn't prepared for that because I've done the live straight to the broadcast page. And now that it's changed, I have to rethink how I want to teach it to you guys. So I'm going to go ahead and create a video to walk you through exactly how to do that and then post it up to the Builderall Bootcamp website. So you guys have access to that and you have a clean walkthrough of how to do it. Because if I did it right now, just kind of cold, because I just got my answer from the developers just a few minutes ago that it had changed. If I did it cold right now, we would probably bounce around too much, and I don't want to confuse you more than help you. So let me think through how I want to teach it. I'll shoot a video real fast on how to do it because it won't take very long. And then you guys will know how to get to a live version on your broadcast page and also how to save that to YouTube so then you can use it for an evergreen version as well. Okay, does that make sense?
Would you put that video on the resources or would you put it on the regular channel?
I'm going to put it on the Builderall Bootcamp's YouTube channel, and I'll also put it as the training for that day on the website as well. And I haven't even put all the days up. I've been so busy. So I'll just do all of that at the same time. So I'll shoot the video and then I'll get everything put up for you guys. So you have all the resources, everything you need, and it'll all be ready. So it'll be up and ready for you guys at sometime later today. Okay.
So we'll get that done today.
Yeah, I will get it done today. That's what I'm going to do. Instead of being live with you guys for a couple of hours, I'll actually do that couple of hours of getting everything up like it's supposed to be.
And that also will apply for Facebook Live too? The same thing?
Well, you can't quite, if you go live to Facebook, you can't, there's no way to grab it and put it into your broadcast page for your webinar website. YouTube
Okay.
is the only one you can iframe to bring in.
Okay.
Okay.
Hey, Shelly.
Uh-huh.
That link on Bootcamp link for this Bootcamp is not working. It's pointing still to YouTube organic marketing.
Yeah, that's what I was just saying. Is
Oh,
I haven't updated any of it yet. So you guys can line up and beat me with a wet noodle and teach me a lesson that I need to get in there and update that stuff. But it's actually been so crazy this week. We are, David's ready. Look, David's lining up already. We've just been real busy doing a lot of stuff. So
no problem. Take your time. Just
getting pushed.
no,
But
appreciate it. Thank you.
I do apologize, but I will get it up today. And all the videos will be up. All the resources will be up, plus this last training on how to go live to the webinar platform, because it is a little bit different. And again, I want to be able to think through it instead of do it just kind of on the fly and confuse you guys really bad.
Thank you
There's
very
a
much.
little bit of jumping around.
Thank
But
you.
but I don't want to go without making sure that I answer all your questions that you've had about the webinar platform, about how we've used it so far. I believe the only piece that we've missed has been the live component. Everything else we've touched on. So do you guys have any questions on building the website to hold your webinar, or how to put the webinar together, how to go live to Facebook, how to go live to YouTube, how to pull in an existing video, or how to pull a video from your computer? Any questions about that you have that I'll be glad to answer, because I feel like I don't want to leave you guys.
I have not checked yet. Did you also uploaded that iframe that we need to?
No, none of the boot camp stuff is up. So when I get it all up, that will be there.
All right.
In fact, I will make sure that's on day 5 because you're going to need it for day 5. Okay. Anything else, you guys? Go ahead, Frank.
Yeah. So thanks for answering the question about going live. I could not figure it out myself.
I know.
Yes.
I've gone live several times and I was like, where the heck is it? What
You know,
on earth am I missing?
Eric had done a video probably about like 6 months ago on YouTube, and it showed that option where it said Builderall Live. So I was looking for it and thought I was going crazy. But when you go back to the when you're actually setting up your webinar, and there's that option that says Edit Webinar, where you can schedule the time. There's also a webinar, what's Start by Button. That's the other thing I couldn't get to use. So is that Start by Button meaning that I press the button, because there's a button there that says Start and Stop? Is it supposed to be when I press that button, it should be playing on my website, the video that I have? Okay.
Yes, that's what that button means. Now, I've played with it a couple of nights ago and couldn't get it to start like it was supposed to.
Yeah, same here.
So I'm not positive that that is working like it used to.
Okay.
But it did before, where instead of setting a specific time to start it or you know, on demand, you start it by button. And if you've got like a YouTube video or you've got a recording that you uploaded or something like that, when you click start, that's supposed to start the webinar. Okay. But I couldn't get it to do it for me a couple of nights ago.
Okay.
So you had the same issue, Frank?
Yes.
Okay, good. So I'm gonna report that to them as well, because that seems like, since I'm not the only one that had the issue. Again, they've made some changes, and this is kind of sometimes what happens when they make changes is you kind of bounce around going, okay, how does that supposed to work again? And I think Frank and I were in the same space trying to find that. How did we go live again? I know I did it. So now that we know, I will show you guys how to go live by doing that supplemental recording for sure. Thank you, Frank. Thank you for making me not feel like I was losing my mind. All right, any other questions, comments, concerns before I let you go and start shooting that new video? Go ahead, Chip.
I'm not sure I can be very articulate with this. I was trying to start with Canvas and put together all the pieces. And I'm stuck right now at the webinar, whatever the second word is there, broadcast, on the broadcast page. And then it asks me for the ID and secret key. And I remember those, but I don't remember at this point in the process how to go back and find them.
Oh, good. I'm so glad you asked. That's a good question, because it is tricky. There's a little bit of bouncing around. So if I go into the webinar platform, right, and here's one of my webinars right here. To get that ID and key, I just click this little area right here. So it looks like it's the source code. If I click it, it pops up and gives me the ID and it gives me the key. You got it?
I understand it. I'm just trying to find it here for myself.
It is a little tricky.
Sign in. Okay, I won't trouble you guys with this.
Okay, if you cannot find it, just message me and I'll help you out. Okay.
Okay.
But it should be pretty easy. Just look for that on each and every single webinar that you create. If you go back to just the webinar app and you're looking at what you can do with that webinar, each one has a little source code icon. And if you click on the source code icon, that will give you the ID and the key.
Okay.
Ready? A little bit of bouncing to get to it, but that's not too bad. Willie, it's good to see you, buddy. It's been a while. All right, guys, if there are no more questions, I'm going to go ahead and let you go. And I'm going to be working really hard on getting you another video to show you how to do the live stuff. And there's a few things that I'm going to show you that are really important about getting that iframe that you need to know, because it's not just as simple as creating an iframe. There's some settings on YouTube that you have to set up too. That's another reason why I want to do this carefully, so that you have all the information that you need to be able to grab that iframe code. Okay. All right, guys, it has been an absolute pleasure being with you the entire week. I actually feel like I want to stay with you more, but I'll do it a little bit different way by recording the video instead of doing it live. But don't forget that next week we actually do another boot camp, and it will be on, let's see, what is it on? It's on selling physical products, I think. So we'll go into a whole thing on where to find products, how to source them. Do you want to do inventory, or do you want to do drop shipping? How do you set it up in the system to be able to sell the products and get the address to be able to ship it? There's a lot of pieces that go into that puzzle. So we're going to work that the entire week, and I'm super duper excited about what I'm going to show you, because I did well with this about 2 years ago. I think I told you guys I did the little finger monkeys and I did the fidget spinners. So I'm going to show you exactly how to do that kind of stuff, how to set it up, and you can create your own sales force. Excuse me. And you've got an added benefit I didn't have back then, which was you have the ability to affiliatize it. So we're going to talk about that as well.
Nice.
Right?
It's going to be
So
fun.
Thank you so much, Shelly. Thank you so much.
You are so welcome. And again, I apologize, you guys, for having to do it this way, but sometimes that's the way it is. But I'll get that video out. I'll get everything uploaded. It'll be all ready by later today. And if you have any questions or you need me, just holler. I'm all over Facebook all the time. All right.
Thank you for
No
everything
need to
you've done.
apologize either. No need to apologize. Thank you, Shelley.
I appreciate
Thank you for
it.
everything, Shelly. Thank you. And have a good weekend,
guys.
Shelly.
Thank you, guys.
everyone.
I'll talk to you
All the
guys
best.
later.
Have a good weekend,
Tyree has a
everyone.
cold. Oh no.
Happy Memorial Day to everyone.
Bye,
Stay
guys.
safe. Have a good weekend. Take care.
I'm Shelly Turner with the Builderall team. In this video, we're going to learn how to go live to our YouTube channel and then make that go live stream into our broadcast page. So the first thing I'm going to do is I have to do a couple things in YouTube to make sure that I can actually do that. There's some settings I need to work with, and I also need to get my channel ID. So let's talk about the settings first. So I'm inside my channel, I'm logged into my channel, and we're just going to use one of my channels as an example. And I'm going to click on my profile, and I'm going to go to YouTube Studio Beta. So I'm going to click right there, and you might see Creator Studio. They're the same things. One's just a newer version of the other. In this screen, I'm going to go to where it says Other Features, and I'm going to go to the area that says Status and Features. That's where I want to be to make sure I've got the correct settings set up to be able to live stream and embed my live stream. So I'm going to go to Status and Features, and now I'm going to look at two things. Right here, I'm going to make sure that live streaming is enabled, and I'm going to make sure that embed live streams is enabled. These are the two things that you need to make sure are enabled. If you want to know more about either one, you can find out more by clicking the Learn More button, and it will give you more information about how to set up live streaming and how to set up to embed live streamings. But both of these must be enabled for you to be able to live stream from your YouTube channel into a website. So now let's talk about how to get your channel ID. So from here, I'm going to click my profile again, and I'm going to go to this little gear button that says YouTube Settings. So when I click that, it's going to take me to the area where I can look at the settings for my channel. And I'm going to go all the way down to the bottom where it says Advanced Settings. And from here, I'm going to look for my YouTube channel ID. Now, it's really important that you get the channel ID and not the user ID. So look very careful. You'll see the YouTube user ID on the top, and then the channel ID right underneath it. And that's the ID you want, is the channel ID. So you need to just copy it and then paste it into a notepad. Now I've got a notepad ready with the iframe that I need, which should be in the resource area where this video is at. And then I've got the channel ID inside of that same notepad. And then I've got the channel ID included into the iframe. So we'll take a look at that in a few minutes so you know exactly how to set up that iframe so you can put it into your webinar platform. So this is everything that I need to do for the YouTube channel. So now I'm going to go over to my webinar platform and actually set up the iframe so it's set up correctly and ready to live stream into my broadcast page. All right, so now I'm in my webinar platform, and I'm just going to go to New Webinar, and I'm going to go ahead and name this webinar. So we'll call this Live from YouTube. And then for the description, I'll put in the same thing. And I'm not going to protect it with a password, and I'll click Create Webinar. And so now it's created the webinar, and I'm going to make sure that in the content area, the content is going to come from an iframe. And now I need to set up my iframe. Now let's take a look at the iframe code. So when I look at the iframe code, it's just regular HTML code, but you'll see in brackets where you're supposed to put your channel ID. So this is the iframe code that's in your resources area for this video. You want to take that iframe code and you want to add your channel ID from YouTube. So here's the original iframe code. Here's my channel ID. And now I'm going to show you how I add the channel ID to the iframe code. And once I add my channel ID, and I need to make sure that I take out the brackets where it says your channel ID, the brackets don't go in there. You take the brackets out, you take the words your channel ID out, and then you put your actual channel ID in place. Now I'm going to take this new iframe code that has my channel ID, and I'm going to put it into the iframe area. So I've copied that iframe code, and I'm going to paste it right here. And now you can see it's got my channel ID in there, exactly how I set it up. And it's also set up to auto play. So now everything's set up the way I need it to, so it can go live to my broadcast page whenever I go live to YouTube. So the next thing I'm going to do is show you how to add the webinar into a broadcast page, and we'll take a look at how this should work once we go live to YouTube and it starts to stream to your broadcast page. So let's go ahead and add the webinar to a broadcast page to get that completely set up. Also, before I go to edit my broadcast page, I'm going to make sure that I add some important information to my notepad. So right here in the webinar platform, I'm going to find my webinar, and I'm going to go to this icon right here, which has the ID and the secret key that I need. So I'm going to click on that, and here's my ID and my secret key. I'm going to copy both of those to my notepad so I have it available to me when I get to my broadcast page and I'm editing it to add the webinar. So that's where we're going to go. We're going to take a look at the broadcast page. We're going to add the webinar in, add our ID, and add our secret key. So here we are in the Pixel Perfect Builder, and I'm building the broadcast page. This is the page where the live webinar is going to be located. So the first thing I need to do is go ahead and add in the webinar. So I'm going to click plus, and then I'm going to go to apps. And right here is the little webinar app. So I'm going to click on that. And right now it just appears as a gray box. It's not very pretty, but I'm going to go ahead and grab it and put it right under here, and I'm going to center it. And the next step that I need to do is I need to go ahead and add the ID and the secret key to make sure that it connects to the correct webinar. So I'm going to right click it, and I'm going to go to edit, and right here I'm going to add my ID and my secret key. And remember, we added that to our notepad, so that's where we're going to get it from. So now I've added my ID and my secret key, and I'm going to go ahead and click confirm. And from here, what you should see is a live stream from your channel already there, but because you're not live streaming, it's just going to say that your live stream is offline. And also, if I scroll down, you'll see that there is the chat bar there as well. And you can make that window a little bit bigger, so there's more room to show more messages from your chat. So that'll just help them see those messages better. So that's how we add the webinar into the broadcast page, which will have the live feed from your YouTube channel. Don't forget to always click save, and then save again. And now this page is ready to go live whenever you go live to YouTube. So the next step we're going to show is exactly how to go live to YouTube so that it shows up on this page. And we'll actually watch it as we go live, the webinar show up on the broadcast page. So let's go back into the webinar platform and go live to YouTube. All right, the first thing I want to show you is the live broadcast page. And right here you can see that my app is on the page. And when a person visits that page, they're going to be asked for a nickname. So I'm just going to put my name in there. And then I'm going to click OK. And you can see that it is streaming from YouTube, but there's nothing live streaming. So it's just got a picture of something in its place until I start the live stream. So now let's go ahead and jump into the webinar platform and start the live stream. And then we'll come back to this page and see how it's changed. All right, so here I am in the webinar platform, and I'm going to go down to where my live from YouTube webinar is at. And I'm going to go ahead and click the edit button. And from here, I'm going to go into where it says content. And I'm going to open up my live streaming tool. So if I click this, it will open up the live streaming tool. So here we are in the live streaming tool, and I'm going to get ready to go live to YouTube. But I need to make sure that I stream to RTMP. So I'm going to check mark that. And when I do, I've got a green button here that says stream to my YouTube account. Now I can do this manually by going and getting the RTMP URL and putting it here, and the stream key and putting it here. But I can click this green button and have the webinar platform do it for me automatically. So I'm going to go ahead and click stream to my YouTube account. And it says that I need to authorize access before proceeding. So I'm going to click here. And then I need to choose which channel I want to stream to. So I'm going to be streaming to this channel, and actually to that account. And then I'm going to be streaming to the Team Awesome channel. So I'll click on that. And now everything is set to go. It went in for me and grabbed the RTMP URL and the RTMP key. So now I'm ready to start streaming. So I'm going to go ahead and open the streaming tool. So I'm going to click here at the bottom where this green open streaming tool button is available. Before I do, I want to make sure that the server load is very small. So I've got several servers that I can choose from. There's USA 1, USA 2, and Brazil. When I choose USA 1, it is at a 0.1 server load. That is a great server load. That means that your webinar should not slow down or have any problems with connection. So now I'm going to go ahead and choose to open streaming tool. So I'm going to click this button. And that takes me to the streaming tool screen. And I need to put my name in there. And then click login. And what that does is it starts my video here so that I can see exactly what is going to appear on the stream. We'll just adjust this a little bit. And when I start the stream, it's going to then shoot this video over to show me what the live stream looks like. So let's go ahead and start our live stream. And to do that, I can click Start Webinar. But before I do, let's go ahead and make sure we know how to set up our audio and video just in case things are not showing up right. So if I click this audio button, it actually mutes. So you can see the line through it. That's showing me that there's no sound from my microphone right now. So I have to click it to turn it back on. If I don't want to show video, I can click that camera icon and it disables my video. And then I click it again and it brings it back on. Then I can choose to click this gear, and this will allow me to choose which microphone I want to use or which camera I want to use. Now I've got a couple of microphones on my computer and I have a couple of cameras on my computer. So this is a neat way that you can flip-flop back and forth between either microphones or camera. And to give you a nice idea of why you might want to do that, you may have microphones set up specifically in front of certain people that you want to be able to talk, and they want to talk right into the microphone, so you can flip-flop back and forth so you get the best possible sound. You can also flip-flop cameras, so if you want to shoot different angles from different cameras and flip-flop between them, you can actually do that right in the middle of your stream. I'm going to go ahead and keep all of mine exactly what they are and click Close. Then I've got a button right here. If I click on it, it shows me my RTMP settings. So if I do need to make a change, I can change it right here, but I'm going to go ahead and keep them the same. And then right here, I've got the ability to click this little gear beside my video. When I click this, this allows me to change between streaming the desktop, streaming a whiteboard, or streaming my webcam. So that's the place where I can flip-flop back and forth between my webcam, my desktop, and my whiteboard in my live presentation. So now let's go ahead and go live and see what it looks like on the broadcast page. So I'm going to go ahead and click Start Webinar. And you'll see that this video comes over to this side. So this is showing me exactly what my webinar should look like. Now, there is a bit of a delay when you see it on the actual broadcast page, because if you remember, we're going live to YouTube first, and then from YouTube into the webinar. So there's going to be a bit of a delay as you start that process. But let's go ahead and now look at what the live page looks like, because I should be broadcasting, live streaming directly to YouTube. And then from YouTube, it should be going into my broadcast page and showing the live stream. So let's check it out and see what it says. So this is what my feed looks like coming in from YouTube. I'm going to go ahead and mute it because it will have a delayed reaction because I'm speaking and it will get really confusing. So this is a good example of how the feed works, sending it from first YouTube and then from YouTube sending it over to the webinar platform. So this is a good example of the live. You will see that it's a couple of seconds of delay between when you speak versus when you actually hear it. So now we've gone completely through setting up our webinar. So the first thing that we did was we went to the YouTube channel and we made sure that we got the setup correct for our channel, which included turning on the embed and activating the live streaming capability. So you have to set up those two things first. The next thing is to get the channel ID, and then you're going to take that iframe code and put the channel ID into the iframe code. Then you're going to come back here to the webinar platform and you're going to set up the iframe code into the content area. Here in content area, you're going to set the iframe and you're going to put the actual iframe in with your channel ID inside the code. So it should show up right there. And then once you get the iframe set up, then you're going to go to your broadcast page and make sure your broadcast page has the webinar app added. And you're going to add in your webinar ID and secret key. And to get that, you're going to go to your webinar platform, click on the code area, and get your ID and secret key. Then your broadcast room will be ready. And then the next step is to go live to YouTube. So you'll go to your settings and you'll go into your content. You'll use the streaming tool. And then from the streaming tool, you're going to check mark RTMP settings. You're going to click the green button to be able to automatically set up YouTube to be able to stream straight to YouTube. And then once it grabs the RTMP URL and the key, you'll click Open Streaming Tool. You'll put in your name. And once you get your name in there, all you need to do then is click Start Webinar. And it will start streaming directly to YouTube. And then YouTube will send it to your webinar platform on the broadcast page. So those are all the steps that you need to go ahead and set up your live webinar to stream directly to your broadcast page inside of the Pixel Perfect Builder inside of Builderall.